is. Feeling better about where this, I shouldn't say feeling good, just feeling better about where this team is. And I remember they'd won 4 in a row, and I said to Gator, what would it take for you to really be excited? And he said winning 8 of 9, which they didn't do. Or I guess it was winning 9 in a row and winning 9 of 10. Well, they won 8 of 10. Had they won 9 of 10, they would have been a game under going into the All-Star break. The thing that sucks is, I swear to God, they didn't make up any room, they didn't make up any games in the wild card. They're still 7 games out of the wild card, so getting stoked about what it means for this season, it doesn't feel like it's really on the table. But I guess the question we have to fans today, amongst others, is there's been so little positive feedback. And I think we all understand the frustration with this team. But this isn't the A's. This isn't the White Sox. And it's technically the best first half they've had in nearly a decade. And yet, it feels like there's just anything people are feeling good about with this Tiger team. We're not asking you to search for something to feel good about. We're just asking, is there anything about this Tiger team that you genuinely feel good about? Like, what, if anything, are you kind of hanging your hat on? What, if anything, makes you borderline optimistic? What, if anything, is keeping you just paying attention? I mean, seriously, is there anything? Because I don't know quite how to process this season, because we are bombarded with negativity. And I don't mean, I'm talking about, if any given time you open up, take a text or go on social media or whatever, there's very little out there that people are excited about in what has turned out to be, and it's only a recent phenomenon, but it's turned out to be the best. It was the beginning of the first half and the end of the first half went pretty damn well. There was a whole bunch of frustration in between. But is there anything that you're feeling good about? And, I mean, I obviously there's some things I can think of off the top of my head, but it's such a strange relationship, I think, this year between the fans and the product, that is complicated by accessibility and lack thereof due to the Bally's TV contract mess. But people went this weekend. The park was jumping. Now, I know a lot of people went to see the Dodgers. I know people that went to see the Dodgers and people that went to see Shohei. But, that means a lot of Tiger fans you're Tiger fans, you went to see Shohei. And that's okay. You go see the opponent. You go see somebody that doesn't get in here all the time. And it was a good weekend. It was an exciting weekend. I bet the fans that were there Saturday and stayed to the end walked out of there feeling so good to score 5 in the bottom of the 9th to force extras and win it on a walk-off home run is about the most exciting thing that you can have as a fan base. And in a stadium that was packed. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your phone calls and feedback, plus more of your Champ and Chub votes. 248-539-9797. Gator out today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tired of hitting up the same old quarter spot or wing spot for the same flat beer that's warm by the time you finish it? Well, let me tell you a little secret. Twin Peaks is the best place to watch any game, anytime. For starters, when they say they have the best draft beer in the state, I'm not lying. It takes at least 6 hours to freeze their mugs properly, and they keep enough on hand where each mug is used once a day. That's it. Combined with the beer system that pours it at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees, and you'll see those glaciers rising up out of the mug. Talk about beer crystals. Now pair that with their wings. Have you seen their wings? That's a full meal in itself. You can have them 4 different ways. Their boneless wings are never frozen, hand-cut and breaded. and fried to order. You can't beat it. And their bone-in breaded and smoked wings are bigger than your favorite wing spot. Now toss those wings in any of 12 possible sauces and rubs, and you're in heaven. Some of their favorites include the made in-house bourbon teriyaki or the pineapple habanero. But most of all, you got to try out the Twin Peaks girls and their favorite spice, the spicy Thai chili. That's their favorite. Why go anywhere else? To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. In one of the strangest Tiger seasons ever, we have reached the All-Star break with the Tigers winning 8 of 10, taking care of business against some good teams, and giving us some feel-good going into the All-Star break. But, you know, it's not – it's like I said, accessibility is strange now because of the TV deal. 3 games under 500 doesn't feel like anything to particularly celebrate. No reason to print shirts just yet. But we're just wondering if do you have any genuine good feelings about this team, this organization, where they are? And if so, what are they? 248-539-9797. And I say that in the midst of a season where we've been bombarded with negativity. And by that, I just mean from the listeners. And you can feel however you want. It's kind of an overwhelming undercurrent of negativity when it comes to the Tigers. And, you know, I think patience has run thin even though we have a new regime who is, at this point, they don't feel like they're rushing it all. And when you draft 3 high school kids like they did last night, that's not looking for instant impact. I mean, that's an organization that is working a timeline. That's working a timeline. But in the back of my mind, and a lot of this got out there, when you see the stadium packed and how much this town can still embrace Major League Baseball, that ownership sit up there in the suite and say, God, we need to get back to this. God, we need to get back to this. It'd serve as a motivating factor. And I don't know that you deviate from whatever your game plan was, because the game plan seems to be the long play, but it has to be the kind of thing that makes you look around and go, this could be so great. I mean, does ownership say, hey, I know you've got a game plan, a long-term game plan, and maybe ownership's in favor of the long-term game plan, and I know that there's some skepticism that ownership has no interest in spending money, and some people won't believe that's the case until they actually do. Maybe they're right. I can't imagine owning a major league team and being happy with a losing product and not wanting to spend money. But with that said, it hasn't been done yet, so I thought this offseason was a great chance to do so, and then I hated the free agent class, as it turned out. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Peter's in Waterford, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Peter.
Hey, Doug.
Hey.
Welcome back. Listen, I'm going to put a positive spin on this because, you hear about the trade school, trade Flaherty. Why would you do that? You've got 2 rock-solid starters. You throw in Olson, you've got 3 rock-solid starters. Now, if you could somehow get back in this race, if they could somehow make the playoffs, that's a formidable trio to throw out there in a 5-game series. You got Struble twice, Flaherty twice, and Olson. Mm-hmm. You got Mize in the bullpen. You've got some cards here. And here's one more thing I want to point out. Here's what I noticed. I think with a young teams start with they're happy to be there. Then they want to win. I've noticed something different. It seems like they expect to win now. The 2 games they've lost in this streak against the Dodgers and against Cleveland were, 9th inning, 1-1 games. They could have won. And you thought they were pissed when they lost. Mm-hmm. And they came back the next day and they won. And yesterday they allowed 3 runs in the first inning and they shut them down. So this team is dangerous. Cleveland played them last time, and the Cleveland manager said, this team is a tough team to play. They got 10 more games with Cleveland, and they played Cleveland really well the last year and a half. If they could go 8-2 with Cleveland and bring them back to the pack a little bit, they're limping.
But you realize that's a big ask.
I know. I know. But you know what's going to have to happen? They got to break it down in every series, win every series, yada, yada, yada. But they need another stretch in 20 games where they've got to go 15-5. They've got to do that. They've got to play 1 game at a time and do that. And if they do that, if you match up 15-5 right now with the way Cleveland is limping and Kansas City has come back to the earth.
Look, Peter, this is what I like about this is man, you believe. You really believe. And I've spent a good portion of the first half of the season, honestly feeling the way you felt. That 3-man rotation for a postseason short series it could win you a short series.
Absolutely.
The thing that's discouraging is it doesn't feel like they've made up any ground in the wild card. They're still 7 games out.
I know, because it's that jump in all these teams. Yeah. It's one team at a time. Kansas City's getting a little closer to them, okay? Mm-hmm. They're going to inch past Kansas City. And then there's only going to be a 2 or 3 game teams between them. And if they can get that down to 2 or 3 games, that's a series. That's a weekend. If Boston has a bad weekend in Baltimore, don't forget, Boston plays Baltimore and the Yankees a lot.
Well, Peter, I seriously, I love your approach to it, because you know what you sound like? You sound like how I would approach it if I played for the team. How I would approach it if I were the manager. How I would approach it if I were the general manager. How I would, maybe not the GM. The GM has to see the big picture. But if I were in the fight every day, I wouldn't give up. I'd be reeling in the team in front. I'd be trying to reel in the team in front of us. What good does it do to give up? So I feel you, man. But now, do I see it that way? Not quite. They haven't done enough to get me back in for this season. But if these games are serving as spring training, essentially for the 2025 season, and they do enough that by the end of the year you feel like a couple additions, because I feel like they've added a player. I feel like why they've been winning is because they've added a player. And that player is Colt Keith. In this stretch, the rookie second baseman's hitting .395 with a .480 on base. He's hit 5 home runs. He's got a double and 2 triples. Colt Keith is like I feel like they've added a good player. And it's helped. And one good player goes a long, now it's not just Colt Keith, but one good player goes a long way. And so pack stadium, playing better, it'd be hard. It'd be so tempting as a general manager to want to add. And I'm not talking about at the trade deadline. I'm talking about at the offseason. And he wants to keep Flaherty. And they've got a couple weeks to decide after the All-Star break what to do with Flaherty. I've said it. I'll dangle Flaherty and Skubal out there and look for Godfather offers. And probably move Flaherty, who's on a rental contract. But I'm also not giving him away because you can give him a qualifying offer. I mean, he's got to prove that he's going to be healthy. Like, that was the whole thing. That last start was so important to show the market that he's healthy. And it's only one start. He can have 2 and maybe 3 more starts before the trade deadline. And if that first start back with 6 innings of shutout baseball, 1 run, he gave up a solo shot. If he does that, these next couple 2-3 starts, then there'll be a market for him. And my instinct tells me get out from under that, move him before the back rears its ugly head again, and get what you can, because as much as Peter believes, it seems real difficult for me to craft themselves getting back into this race. When you win 8 of 10 and you're still 7 back, God, it doesn't feel like they made up ground. 248-539-9797. Wes on a cell, you're next. Hi, Wes.
Hey, I think what you're seeing here is a young team that has learned to play like a team, trust each other, and gel. I don't have the same issues that you seem to have, with Flaherty and trading these guys for a Godfather-style offer, like you said. I think you got what you want, and they just need to get it together.
So you want to keep Flaherty?
Yeah, I want to keep the package you've got. You got a good locker room, and you add it. Last night showed me something. Medea, if he can come in and play as a long reliever, because you take that pressure of being a starter off of him, you've got a nice package there. A nice package.
Well, look, I mean, Kenta Maeda, one bullpen appearance probably, doesn't mean that we should be doing victory laps about this repurposing of Kenta Maeda. But he's pretty damn good yesterday. 3 2/3, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts. If that works out, and it's a long way from working out, I mean, it would be a stunning development in my eyes. Kang, you look like you're chomping at the bit back there.
No, I'm just, to repurpose him would be pretty amazing, right?
Yep.
I think everybody, and I mean that, capital everybody, thought he was done. They wanted him gone.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even want him on the team anymore.
No.
DFA him, ship him to Toledo, whatever, but people, patience sometimes, right? Look at Colt Keith.
Yep.
Patience. And I know it's hard to sell to a fan base that has been very patient, and that's why this isn't, unfortunately for Scott Harris, he inherited a bit of a mess. So you're going to have to give him time. But the fans, I always say this, we've been here the whole time.
Yeah. Interesting fact, data put out by the Tigers PR department I want to get to today at 11:02, plus phone calls coming in. People are having some genuine good feelings about the Tigers heading into the All-Star break, and it's refreshing. What makes you feel good about the Tigers? 248-539-9797. The Karsh Gator out today, 97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. A red-hot finish to the first half of the season for the Tigers. After back-to-back walk-off wins over the Dodgers at Comerica Park this weekend, Detroit right now winners of 8 of their last 10, and at 47-50, that's their best first-half record since 2016. Manager A.J. Hinch says this is a really resilient group. The Tigers hit the break 12 games back of the first-place Guardians in the division, 7 out of the last wildcard spots. Jarek Skubal and Riley Green, both first-time All-Stars, will suit up for the All-Star game in Arlington tomorrow. Big night last night, too, for the front office. Tigers take 5-tool Southern California high school shortstop Bryce Rayner with their first-round pick in the draft. The 11th overall pick draws some comparisons to Rangers All-Star shortstop and World Series champ Corey Seager. Tonight's the Home Run Derby, 2 down in Texas. Two-time champ Pete Alonso is the favorite to win it, followed by Adolis Garcia and Marcelo Ozuna. And the Pistons back on the floor in the Summer League this evening, taking on Houston at 6:30. Detroit's 1-0 in Vegas after dropping the opener to the Sixers. Ron Holland led the way in that one with 15 points. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harskater out today, 248-539-9797. Hey, on July 4th, the Tigers had very little pulse. They just lost to Minnesota. They were 39-48, and bam, they suddenly get white hot. They go into the All-Star break at 47-50. And I mentioned it before the break. The Tigers PR Twitter account, which, I mean, it's their job, but this is kind of interesting. They tweeted out today, at 47-50, Detroit just posted its best first-half winning percentage since 2016. The team had 1,460 plate appearances by players aged 24 or younger, which is the most in the first half of a season by any major league team since Texas had 1,608 in 2018. So they're competing better than they have in almost a decade with a lineup that is younger, that is getting opportunities for younger players more than any major league team in 6 years. This is kind of interesting, right? I mean, you could see how this could be the beginning of something. But I don't think it is really processed that way here in Detroit for a variety of reasons. The TV deal is hurt, and accessibility of the team. And I think overall frustration that piles up through the years where people get impatient. Like you can I think the first year or two of a rebuild, people understand what's going on. When it feels like you've been rebuilding forever, and then you hit the reset button, you fire the old guy, you bring in a new guy who just had his second draft. And I have no reason to believe that Scott Harris is going to be a home run or a big swing and a miss. There have been positives and negatives. I mean, the inability to trade Eduardo Rodriguez, the signing of Kenta Maeda. But then there's also, Max Clark has shown a ton of promise. The Jack Flaherty signing has really, really been a positive one. Either when it just comes to winning this year and maybe being a piece you keep moving forward, or if he doesn't have an injury reoccurrence, he's a piece that's going to get dealt. I was surprised, but pleasantly surprised last week when MLB Trade Rumors, which has been around forever, and those guys do a great job, MLB Trade Rumors said he's the number one commodity on the market. When measured by his expected impact to the trading team and expected return to the team that's dealing him, they view him as the most likely player and the best commodity to get moved at the trade deadline. And there are other guys, but they think he's the most likely. And they wrote that after his return start from injury. Now, is that a quick acceptance of him being healthy? Feels a little quick to me, but they like him. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Robert, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I would just say that let's be buyers at the deadline, or at least stand pat, keep Flaherty. I think he's only like 28 or 29, and I think one thing this current coaching staff has proven is Chris Fetter is some sort of savant with pitching. Mm-hmm. The hitting guys, not so much. I'll leave that for another time. But like he's proven that he can really fix arms. So I would love for them to keep Flaherty. He's still young, and like another caller said, if they could inch their way up, nobody wants to see this rotation in a short playoff series. And I would also look too, if you look at the young bats and you kind of, not surprisingly, when they first get called up or when they first start out the season, it's a new level, better pitching than they'd ever seen. But if you look at like Cole Keith in July, 46 at bats, his OPS is 1267.
Yeah.
And if you look at Malloy, his OPS in July is 924. And is that what's the word? Sustainable for both those levels? Probably not. But I think what you're seeing, and I watch it on the MLB at Bat App. I don't live in Michigan, so I can see every game. You're just seeing a lot better at bats from both of those guys in their approach. And I think Hinch said it yesterday in his post game. It's the result isn't always going to be there, but if the process is consistent at the plate, in pitching, and all that sort of thing, you put yourself in a position like Malloy's hit the other day, yesterday. He just took it right up the middle. He wasn't trying to be pull happy to the left field because that would have been a ground out. But and they got some help. But I think you're seeing a lot of young pieces, and I didn't even mention Montero. Like these guys, it's dangerous when you have a young core that, hey man, maybe let's get to 500 first and then see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if I'm ready to say that I would buy. The good news is we can take in some more data before we get to that choice with the
many games against the Central, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of games coming up here that could help define this team, Robert. But yeah, I mean, about a month ago, AJ was doing his appearance on this radio station, and he was getting pressed a little bit about Colt Keith and how when do we expect to see progress? It was before he got hot. And there was follow-up questions, and then finally AJ just said, hey, look, welcome to breaking in a young player, and it's not perfect. You have to have some. You don't. Not everybody requires patience, but just because a guy doesn't hit the ground, batting 400 and knocking it out of the park, once every other game, doesn't mean he's going to be a bust.
No, and I think what we're tortured by mentally is the fact that Torque's been such a bust.
Yeah,
I think if a guy I think if you had only the example of Green working out and finally staying healthy, and you're like, wow, this guy's like, I think his WAR right now is, I think it's like 3.8 or 4 for Riley Green. So if you didn't have Torque as being such a flame out, seemingly bust, I think people would be a little bit more patient with Keith. But it also to many callers' points, and you guys have made it very well. Harris is new, but we're not new. We're like, holy heck, man, this has been a decade of like pretty uninspiring ball for the most part. So I don't know. I point to a lot of things with the young guys, and I'm very hopeful. Am I convinced like Harris is some sort of savant? No.
There's no reason to believe that.
Terrible.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that. There's no reason to believe he's going to be awful either. It's just so early. But hey, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We're wondering what you genuinely feel good about with this Tiger team. You don't have, we're not asking you to, if you don't feel good about them, that's fine. We're not asking people to search. We just want to know, is there anything out there where you genuinely feel good about this Tiger team? Lenny in Farmington Hills, you're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Lenny?
Yeah, hi, Doug. I understand from the multiple sources that Luis Robert of the White Sox is available. They're almost like doing a fire sale. Robert is exceptionally talented. It seems like his only weakness is he gets hurt all the time. But when he's healthy, he's somebody I think would definitely help the Tigers. Young guy, and like I say, he's for average power. I think the White Sox, they might go for something like, Carpenter, Torkelson, Flaherty, that kind of thing. Plus, I understand Yohan Moncada's available. He's another guy. He's pretty good when he's healthy. He's always hurt, but the Tigers could use a third baseman. So what do you think about that?
I don't think, if I were in the White Sox camp, I wouldn't be looking for that package of players that you offered back, personally. I don't know that you would want. Torque feels like Torque would only get dealt for a Torque clone. And what I mean by that is somebody else who's got a lot invested in a high draft pick that is flailing. I don't think you can sell him for much value. And Flaherty, why would they want a rental pitcher? Carpenter's been a really nice find, but I think if they're trading Luis Robert, they're looking for something to build around. They're looking for probably multiple prospects back. So, if you really want him, I mean, you're not giving up Jackson Jobe for him, but think of something that would sting a little bit from your minor league system. Is typically what I think you'd want to get back for him. I don't know that they'd be willing to part with McGonigal and Ty Madden. I just made that up, and that might sound like, well, that's way too. I don't want to give up those prospects. Yeah, that's. But if I'm in the White Sox camp, that's what I'm looking for. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gators out today. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Kang is in. Kang, let me ask you a question. We were asking people going into the All-Star break here, what do they genuinely feel good about with this Tiger team? We're not saying if you have to pick something. We're like, what's holding your interest? What's exciting you? I am more than a little bit surprised at how much we've gotten keep Jack Flaherty or buy at the trade deadline. That's kind of, it caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that today. Were you?
A little bit. But I mean, there are positive fans out there, which is a good thing, by the way. I mean, doing what we do, we of course take a lot of, venting, and with venting comes negativity. I totally understand that, whether it's through ticket text, feedback, calls, whatever. But there are positive things to build upon, especially after this weekend we had. The last 10 games are 8-2. For me, the thing I'm positive about right now is the Colt Keith stuff. I mean, when he was struggling to start this year for a while, right? Of course you start to question, Scott Harris, did he jump the gun on this contract? What did they see? But they must have seen something that really, the projections said, hey, we can save a ton of money right now because this guy's going to be good. And there are growing pains that I don't think people want to go through or recognize, that with young players it takes time. And no one was blocking Colt Keith at this point. They gave him the starting second baseman job, and he's lately come through. And if he's a piece, they have 2 legit all-stars this year. Colt Keith isn't one of them yet. But that's my positive, is Colt Keith, because that goes back to Scott Harris. If he can identify talent, if him and his front office can identify the next guy, then this could happen a lot faster.
What you mean by that is they didn't obviously bring in Colt Keith, but they locked him up.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder if Avila would have. Would he have locked him up? It's an interesting question. It felt very out of the box. Like, why are they giving a big contract to a player that hasn't even shown up here yet?
Because GMs and presidents in baseball are in such a different position they are in other sports, as far as trying to keep their job. Because if you're building towards the future, which is the draft, you're drafting guys you're not going to see for 3, 4, 5 years. Who knows, right? But you've got to stay afloat to see that guy come up. Otherwise, you've just drafted someone for the next guy, and you're still trying to keep your job. So you've got to play the now and the future somehow.
Well, you know what? It's funny you say that, because if there's anything that their draft reflected, it's a GM that's comfortable playing a timeline. He took 3 high school kids with their first 3 picks. Now, I know there's some anti-high school kids out there. Colt Keith was a high school kid. Riley Green was a high school kid. Jackson Jobe, their top prospect, who's a ton of promise, a high school kid. So, this is, if you are taking high school kids in the draft, that's not a chip you get to cash in for a minute here. You are comfortable with your timeline.
Well, you're maybe, yes, but also I think he knows he's got to show something to stick around to see those chips get cashed in. And don't forget, you can always trade those chips for players now. So if you take BPA and there happened to be a high school kid, if he stays in the organization, you're not going to see him for a while. But you can also move him to another organization for a ready-made player. So these guys, just because you draft high school kids doesn't mean wait forever, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like the Miguel Cabrera trade, I mean, they traded Andrew Miller, Cameron Maben. Those guys weren't even on the team yet, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797. What do you genuinely feel good about with a Tiger team that is giving more at-bats to players 24 or younger for any team in Major League Baseball in 6 years, and they've got their best record going into the break in 8 years? Although overall, those are some facts that feel like they would lead to quite a bit of positivity, quite a bit of good feelings about the direction of the organization. I don't feel like they've really gotten that response from this fan base. And I think there's 2 reasons why. One, it's been a long time since they've had a competitive team, and people are sick of the idea of a rebuild. And 2 is accessibility. They're not seeing him as much because of the TV deal and what happened. But people went this weekend, man. People went this weekend. By the way, there was an announcement just moments ago here in Detroit that the Lions are inducting Calvin Johnson into the Pride of the Lions during halftime of their Monday night game against the Seattle Seahawks. So Calvin gets that honor, which, I mean, considering the fact that he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Should come as no shock, but it is official. Calvin will be inducted into the Pride of the Lions, announced this hour.
Which is good because it feels like another big step in the relationship between the Lions and Calvin, right? I know It's been a lot better than it was a few years ago, but just another step towards everything being great. Hopefully.
Yeah. It's these are weird times indeed, with the Lions kind of carrying the banner for the city of Detroit and getting a lot of love, huh?
The Lions are national love. We got, I think, a national show in town. Speaking of Calvin,
yeah.
Gator's favorite, Kay Adams, is in town. I think doing a live stuff with Calvin Johnson.
Just as Gator leaves.
Yeah, right. or did he leave?
Yeah, right.
How do we not know he's not down there?
I suppose that's true.
But yeah, Lions are they're everyone's darling. I feel like
it's
uncomfortable, but I'll take it.
It's very weird. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get caught up on a ton of feedback that's come in. Tell you what, this Tiger team is up and down for sure. But if we get consistent play from Keith and Riley, if we get consistent play from Keith and Riley, we may have something here. Hopefully they don't dismantle things. Okay, so this is where, look, we try very hard. I feel like in this job, part of the job is to try to put up, guardrails of reasonable expectations. When you say hopefully they don't dismantle things, I have to admit, as of today, July 15th of 2024, I'm going to state for the record, as of today, I hope they trade Jack Flaherty. As of today. I think it's the best thing for the organization, long-term, to cash that chip in for a player that is close to Major League ready. Someone to be excited about, that you can pen him in at a position next season. He might not be ready yet, but, he's cusping. I'm looking for a guy who's cusping. And did I just invent a term? We did. I like it. But you understand what I'm saying? A prospect that is on the cusp of being on a major league roster from a good team that wants Jack Flaherty as a rental, isn't going to play this year for his major league team, and the Tigers get that player back, and they might get more, because the belief is that Flaherty should fetch a top 100 prospect. And so if you can get that kind of return, I still take it. The bulk of the feedback we've gotten today is from people who are admittedly feeling good about this team and don't want to move on from Jack Flaherty. In fact, we've got more people say add. But as of today, I'm still trading Jack Flaherty. Kang, you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to at this point. As good as the Tigers have made us feel very recently here, don't let recency bias cloud the future of this team. And the best thing for the future of this team right now, I'm with you, today's date, you got to trade Jack Flaherty. You got to do what's best for the future of this organization. And I'm not saying Jack Flaherty can't even be a part of that. He's actually relatively young. He's a year younger than Skubal, but he's a rental player. And there's going to be a team out there, and this is Scott Harris's job, that could really use a guy like Jack Flaherty. He's pitching that well, and your return should be market value, and that should help this team move forward. I'm looking for a bat. I don't know about you, Doug, but
yeah, an everyday bat.
Yes,
but you're not going to get probably a top 10 prospect, although there's a couple guys out there that are top 10 prospects that are currently hurt, which is a bit of a risk. But if they're not considered to be long-term injuries, and I'm thinking, is it the Lawler kid from the Diamondbacks organization? There's a kid in the Dodgers organization too, which might be able to get a little bit of a steal. So I don't know, man. I'm thinking about it. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Champ and Chump votes. Let's get caught up on those. We'll do so if you've sent a Champ and Chump vote over via Ticket Text. We may read yours next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Gators out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. Happy NCAA Day for those of you that have pre-ordered the game. I have decided that I will get it for my son, but we're not going to pay extra to get it today. We will wait till Friday. In fact, let me text him and tell him that.
Oh, he doesn't know that yet?
No, he doesn't know.
I'd like to hear his
Yeah, you want to hear his response?
Yeah.
All right. Yes on NCAA. Do we know how much cheaper it is Friday?
I've seen anywhere from $10 to $30. I can't confirm that.
Friday when it's cheaper. This is going to be interesting.
Some are saying like $5-10. I guess it depends on what version you get, what edition it is.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, that's not that much money to save. I was thinking I was saving like $30, $50 or something. If I'm saving $5,
then get it now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, let's see how he responds first, because he won't be happy.
Well, he'll know the difference.
Am I toying? Did I just admit I'm toying with my kids' emotions for show content?
No,
I really gotta check myself.
You've already said. Well, first of all, it's not the first time you've done this.
Hold on. He just responded.
Oh, he did.
He responded, dude.
All right, pony up. He wants it now. He wants it in T-minus what? 4.5 hours here. Dude.
Oh, it's funny.
I don't even want it anymore.
Yeah, right. I used to love you.
Yeah.
Feedback here. Champ and Chump. Champ, Scott Harris for nailing another draft. Chump, the All-Star break for halting the Tigers' momentum. Yeah, I wondered about that. This is kind of the last time we want an All-Star break. They're playing so well. You probably want to keep it going, but hopefully they'll come out of the All-Star break refreshed. Next one, Champ, Robert McIntyre winning the Scottish Open on the last putt on 18. Chump, England losing once again in the final. It's from Andrew in Livonia. All right, Robert McIntyre. Greg, Champ, Colt Keith. He might be the real deal. Chump, the summer. It's flying by. Hit the brakes, for God's sake. Yeah. You look around, it's mid-July. Oh, that happened. Champ, Kenta Maeda for bouncing back. Chump, AJ Hinch for waking Will Smith to bring up Freddie Freeman on Friday night. For walking, I think is what Will Smith to bring up Freddie Freeman Friday night. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Carl in Chesterfield. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Carl.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
How you doing, Carl?
So the only problem with your theory is it never works out. You know, if he had something, or if we had a GM that it worked out, that we did this trade or whatever else, then it wouldn't be so bad. And you know what? Trade Jack Flaherty. But since Dave Dombrowski, we've had nobody that it's worked out. So I would rather keep Jack Flaherty, and if he doesn't want to sign with us, then you know what? The only thing we lose is just re-signing him. We don't lose any money.
Okay. Oh, here's my question. I mean, he's only made one trade. Like you say, it's never worked out. The only trade, am I wrong? The only trade he's made was Michael Lorenzen for Hao-Yu Lee, who just made the futures game. Is that already saying, is it fair to say that already that has not worked out, or is that trending in a good direction?
So you're saying he's only had the one futures guy that he hasn't hit on?
Well, he's made the one trade deadline deal that he has made. You're saying trading a guy when the Tigers trade a veteran player for a prospect that never works out. There was a whole bunch of examples under Al Avila where they got a whole bunch of Dewal Lugos for nothing. I mean, they got nothing. They gave up star players and got back a bunch of Dewal Lugos, is the way I'm trying to put it. And I hear you. But Scott Harris has made one trade, am I wrong, where he's traded a good veteran for a prospect, and it was Michael Lorenzen for Hao-Yu Lee, and it's kind of worked out. He also did the same thing with Justin Henry Malloy, right? And that's showing promise. I don't know if it's I don't know that we could say it hasn't worked out under Harris yet, can we?
Maybe not.
I mean,
you just get a little gun shy when you start talking about trades.
Perfectly understandable, Carl. Perfectly understandable, because it didn't work out under Avila. I mean, Avila traded a Hall of Fame roster and got back, I mean, quite literally, Jake Rogers. And that did not work out. all that they gave up to only get back essentially Jake Rogers that's a bitter pill to swallow, man. But
all right. Well, I guess we'll see, Doug.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I mean, we will. But we see, I'm not mad at him. I think a lot of fans feel the same way because the Avila era was cleaning house, expecting to be cashing in chips and getting a whole bunch of young studs back, and almost none of it worked. I mean, Jamer Candelario was a nice piece, but not anywhere near what we hoped that return would be.
Sure, there's always risk, and a lot of times it doesn't work out. But Jack Flaherty isn't Justin Verlander either. I think the whole reason, well, I don't want to say the whole reason, but I think a big part of the reasoning for signing Flaherty a one-year deal, I think, was Scott Harris was envisioning he does something decent this year, we can move him.
Yep.
And he's been better than decent. He might be the number one trade chip. According to MLB trade rumors, they have him as the number one trade chip, at the trade deadline. So I think things are working out at how Harris hoped it would. So, I mean, yeah, you don't know what you're going to get in return, but you're also not trading a Hall of Famer here. I mean,
his point, though, is there's some validity to when you're trading for a prospect, you are trading for uncertainty. You really are. You're hoping that he reaches whatever ceiling you evaluate that player has. But a lot of those guys don't pan out. Look, it's not Justin Henry Malloy and Hao-Yu Lee, the two players that he have moved veterans for, I can think of off the top of my head. Neither of them looks like a star yet, but neither of them looks like a bust yet either. Neither of them looks like they're going to fail per se. So I'm intrigued. But I mean, that guy's scarred, right? Carl is scarred from failures of past GMs. 248-539-9797. Sam's in Traverse City, and he's next. Hi, Sam.
Hey, guys. I have a quick question for you. And I find this scenario probably equally as likely. What would your opinion be, or what would the thought process be if nothing happens at the trade deadline? We don't get worthwhile offers for Flaherty. We don't buy or sell.
Okay, so I think that there'll be a good portion of the fan base that will see it as a fail by Scott Harris and start to get concerned. Not just because of Jack Flaherty, but because of Eduardo Rodriguez and Jack Flaherty. Because they had a commodity to trade last year at the trade deadline. They had a deal in place, and then Eduardo Rodriguez nixed it because he had a no-trade clause and apparently changed his mind. And so, Sam, I do think that will be considered a check minus for the guy in charge of our director of baseball operations.
Well, because I can see a scenario in which we are shopping him and we really want to, deal him, but then nobody offers us anything that we find worthwhile, and then we just keep him, and then nothing happens. Yeah. I mean, because Sam, you don't give him away either. Look, right. I get that there's the market is reported to be there, but there's always the injury question with Flaherty. And if they don't move him, you kind of hope that the Fetter-Flaherty combination is perfect to get the most out of Jack Flaherty, and that his back will cooperate, and they'll sign him to a deal. And he'll be around as the number 2 starter for the next couple of years behind Skubal. And then you bring up Jackson Jobe, Reese Olson's your 4, and Mize, Manning, whomever, Montero, one of the 3Ms becomes your 5. That's what you hope for if you don't move him. And there's nothing wrong with that, of that as a possible plan. I just prefer the plan of trading him for the cusping major leaguer. But what if we don't trade anybody? Even Urshela or anybody else either? Just we stand with what we have and move on, and then what? I would love to hear the explanation as to why, the honest explanation, why they didn't. Right. If that's the case, why they wouldn't have made a move. But it certainly could be the case. It certainly could be the case. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gators out today. Coming up next hour, we'll get to some NFL stuff. Interesting list put out there. And, of course, a Lion is on it. We will get to that at 12:30. In the meantime, lots of Tiger talk and championship votes coming in. We'll get caught up on some of the feedback. But we've asked people, look, this team is going into the All-Star break, having won 8 of 10. It's their best record in the break going into the break in almost a decade. They have
one of the more younger rosters. They've given up, and this is according to their PR department, but it's an interesting stat: 1,460 plate appearances by players aged 24 or younger, the most in the first half of the season by any major league team since Texas had 1,608 in 2018. Things worked out for Texas. There's some data here that feels like there's some trends that could be encouraging, but I don't feel like people are particularly encouraged. Do you have any genuine positive feelings about the Tigers organization right now? 248-539-9797. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator out. Doug Karsch. Open lines 248-539-9797. We'll talk about the Lions next hour. Hey, man, we're having fun conversation. People feeling a little better about the Tigers, which is refreshing. It's been a weird season for a variety of reasons. However, we're wondering where your genuine good feels are about this Detroit Tiger team. 248-539-9797. And if anyone was there this weekend, if you went to any of the games Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, I'd love just to get a report back of what the atmosphere was like. Because even if it's just pretend in the moment to feel like the Tigers are having an important season and these are important games, there's nothing wrong with just going to the ballpark for 2.5 hours and enjoying yourself. Man, seeing it packed. And it led to a lot of online debate. And I saw this. Like, one of the responses that came out of this weekend was, Chris Ilitch has to see this. Chris Ilitch has to be motivated. Chris Ilitch, how can you not want to spend money on this team? And there's people that believe they won't spend money on the team, and they may very well be right. I'm not ready to make that proclamation and write it in stone just yet. That's fine if you are. I don't know that I want to see. I kind of want to see Scott Harris execute this plan and see if it works, because we're only a year in. And I just keep thinking back to Brad Holmes, right? Brad Holmes is doing it Brad Holmes' way, and it's worked out. And if you've got the right guy and he's got a plan in place, but that plan calls for a timeline, fan impatient or owner motivation, like, I'd love to see, sure, the owner supplement this rebuild with a signing here and there or take on a big contract. I'm not against it, but I'm also very intrigued by this control the strike zone, not block our young players approach. Because I would have to think, you know what that tells me? That tells me that Scott Harris and Jeff Greenberg and A.J. Hinch, they look at the organization and they think there are commodities that aren't worth blocking, right? They think they have commodities here that they don't want to block. And if that's what they believe, I want them to operate fully within their belief to find out if we've got the baseball Brad Holmes. And if we do, fantastic. It's the best thing you can have when you're trying to build a team up, is have a guy in charge that's in charge of the roster, in charge of the players, in charge of who you get and who you trade and who you release and who you sign. That guy knows what he's doing. It changes everything, as we have seen with the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Champ and Chump votes coming in, plus some good feelings about the Tigers going in the break. It is refreshing. Let's go to Josh in Brighton. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, so I was there Saturday at the game, and the atmosphere was awesome. I'd say 1/3 of the crowd were Dodgers fans, but we had fun. My wife and I went.
And did you stay till the end?
So after the 8th inning, I told my wife, I go, hey, we're losing by 5 runs. Let's just leave. And she goes, well, we got nothing to do. Let's just sit and watch. And I'm glad I listened to her.
Wow. Champ of the weekend right there, Josh's wife.
Yes. So that's what I'm going to give the champ to, is my wife.
Josh's wife has a vote.
And I don't have a chump, we'll just go with champ for me.
We could chump you for almost walking out on a massive comeback, right?
Absolutely, chump me.
Yeah. So when Colt Keith hit that bomb, did the place just explode the way it looked like on TV?
Oh, yeah, it exploded. Everybody giving high fives, popcorn flying in the air. It was great.
I can't think of a more perfect player to do it, too. Like this young guy who's coming on, his emergence has kind of coincided with this winning streak. And, really, really for him to do it, I mean, I guess Riley Green would be equally as good, but I'd so much rather see that young piece that we're potentially building around than, say, with all respect, do a Carson Kelly or somebody that, might not be here, a Veerling that might not be here long term. I don't mean to rip on those guys, but for it to be Colt Keith was almost scripted.
Yes, that was awesome. And then, was it Vilad? Was that his name?
Oh, Vilade.
Valade.
Yep.
He had a home run too. I think that was his first home run.
It was his first career, yeah.
Yeah, so that was cool to see him.
Yeah, I don't know that he's part of the future, but he's getting his shot here. We'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah, so it was great, and that's all I got. I appreciate it, guys.
No, thanks for the phone call, Josh. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Michael next up here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Michael?
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Doing great.
I was at the game Saturday, and, dude, it was an unreal atmosphere.
Yeah?
I thought about leaving in the 8th inning, but just something in me was like, no, I got to stay. And I'm for sure glad I did.
So when did you buy the tickets, Michael?
So actually, somebody I work with has season tickets, and he knows I'm such a big Tiger fan. And he goes, I think Monday of last week, hey, you want the tickets to the game Saturday? I'm like, I'd love to go watch Ohtani.
Yeah. So what was your? One of the best times you can have is when the reality exceeds your expectation. What was your expectation going to Comerica Park to see a team like the Dodgers take on our Tigers? What was your expectation going in?
Coming off the hot play we've had and the close game Friday night.
Yeah,
I kind of thought, we might have a chance to win, and then the Dodgers were getting up. Then it was 8-4, and I was thinking, oh, man, this game's over. But I just love being at Comerica, so I stuck it out, and for sure glad I did.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Same thing, though, with Keith, right? When he hit that bomb, did the place just go nuts?
Oh, it erupted, and you hear all the Tiger roars coming from the PA system, the lights flashing, and like Urshela's home run. As soon as that thing left the bat, I jumped out of my seat and I knew it was gone.
That's great.
How were the Dodger fans? Were they obnoxious? They're good? They're cool? Because there was a lot of them.
Here, hit and miss. It's kind of like a Michigan-Ohio State game. You get some Ohio State fans who are not very nice to you, to put it into other terms. But, the Dodger fans actually are pretty great, and, we're very welcoming in Detroit. So every one of them I saw, I asked them, how's your experience going? Do you like Comerica? And they said Comerica is a beautiful ballpark.
Well, it's funny. Thank you for the phone call. I went to the game earlier in the week against Cleveland, and it was more what I would expect from a Tiger crowd. It was 17,000, the announced attendance, and it was a game where the Tigers fell behind 6-0 early and then started to chip away and actually tied it and then had a chance to take the lead and ended up losing in extra innings. And that was an entertaining baseball game. That was Kenta Maeda's last start. I was at that game. Entertaining baseball game. And, 6-0, the bulk of this season, if the Tigers had a 6-0 deficit, it was over. They weren't coming back from 6-0, right? Well, they came back from 6-0 in that game, tied it in the 6th, had chances to score in that game, including the 9th, had chances to actually tie it in the 10th after giving up 2 in the top of the 10th. But that was not a special atmosphere. I missed the special atmosphere by not being at the Dodger games. I couldn't make it this weekend. We had kid baseball, but I'm jealous of the people that got to go because you had that moment in time, probably the most special part of the season. You got to be there. It was fun. It was fun. 248-539-9797. Matt's in Westland, and he's next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you doing? What about Winslow Perez? Is he part of this future? It seems like you may have found a leadoff hitter. The guy just does everything pretty good. A couple bunts over the weekend were very important part of the game. He messed up that one ball in the first inning there, but he certainly seemed like he made up for it. You like him?
Yes. He's definitely worth a look. He's having a kind of year that I think exceeded most people's expectations, a rookie season that has a lot of promise. I'll be intrigued to see where it goes. It's the same thing with Colt Keith, right? Having some success doesn't mean they're going to take that next step. And we don't have to look too far to see an example of that. All we got to do is look at Spencer Torkelson, right? You got to keep it up. You got to find a way.
Where did Perez come from? I couldn't find that information.
Yeah. Was he an international signing? Hold on. I'm gonna have to look it up. He wasn't generating the buzz that other prospects were. But let me go back and see how they got him.
Boys, I mean, it seems like he knows he should be where he's at.
International free agent back in 2016. So he's been around in the organization for a long time. When they signed him, he was like 16 years old. So.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
He's only 24, I think, right? That's correct. 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah, they've had him kind of worked his way up the organizational food chain and got his chance this year, and he's coming through. So, yep, Wenzel Perez, nice piece. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump nominations as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Hope you had a great weekend. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Champ and Chump on a weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? I went with Colt Keith, champ of the weekend, 4 for 8, the 2 home runs. Kang, I want a little bit more detail. Your champ of the weekend were 2 female listeners you met.
Yeah, I was at a trading card event this past weekend. You guys know I host a podcast, Kang Collects, right here, free on Odyssey and wherever you get your download your podcast about all things collectibles. And this weekend I was at a local card shop, and I met some listeners and collectors. And the listeners, 2 listeners that stood out the most to me were these 2 female listeners who listen apparently all the time for a long time now. And most specifically, Doug, they like me, so that's why they're my champ of the weekend.
I have no problem with that.
Kimberly and Anna, thank you very much for listening. But they had, like, you could tell they listen. You know, they're referencing, watermelon sharks and things to do that. We talk about the show, and you have to listen for a while to know this stuff. But they do like you and Gator as well. But I always,
mostly you.
Yeah, of course. but it lets me know too that everyone listens. It's not just guys, not necessarily just sports fans, but people just want to be entertained or escape for from their job or work or whatever during the day. So I appreciate that. Always appreciate the kind words, Doug, because as you know, doing what we do, there can be some negative feedback at times.
Find it. Seek it out.
No, it finds you. But thank you for all that. We appreciate all listeners, but I champed those 2 listeners this week.
I will champ the second night. 248-539-9797. Chump, we both had the same chunk. People that rush the stands at Copa America. I mean, I feel bad for people who are at an event like that did it the way you're supposed to, which I don't know that we should praise people for following the rules, but people who bought the tickets and were waiting in line, and then others without tickets, they rush the entrances, the game gets delayed, chaos breaks out, and it just kind of ruins it for everybody. But
Doug, what would you do in that situation?
I don't know.
You have a ticket, you've paid for, you're waiting in the middle of this, and all of a sudden the people in front of you and the people behind you start rushing it, and you are just caught in this wave.
I just keep thinking about when I go to games and I sit in the stands now, I'm almost always with my kids. When I go to a game and I'm working and the media entrance and all that, and we get totally spoiled without having to wait in line and just passing quickly through the gates. And then, usually there's an elevator up to the press box or whatever, and it's so easy to get in and get out, and that's a big part of being spoiled. But if I'm there with my kids, I'm probably getting the hell out of there.
How? I mean, that mob scene, you're almost at the mercy of where they want you to go.
I know, and I mean, it's one of the topics that we want to talk about today is, have you ever been part of a mob scene and where you were a little frightened? Because I mean, they delayed that game. I was watching the Fox coverage, and I first thought there was like a lightning delay because I turned it on expecting to see the game. And instead, so I started paying attention, wondering if this is going to be a topic, and I realized, it was a rush the gates situation. And so, I mean, I just try and get the hell out of there. I mean, I've become more cognizant about escapes. Any situation I'm in where the exits are, which is kind of sad that you have to do that. But I mean, are you, as a dad, always aware where the exits are?
I don't want to say always aware. I don't think I'm John Wick or anything like that. Like, people are prepared for any scenario to go down. I'm ready.
Right.
No, but yeah, with kids, things change, of course. But if you're caught in that situation, I mean, it's got to be rough. What do you hold up your ticket and go, I've got a ticket? I'm good. I'm not rushing.
I mean, you kind of hope that you just get in unscathed, but at some point I'm like, all right, I'm pulling the chute right now.
Yeah.
I'm getting the hell out of here for now.
Mm-hmm.
Come back in 45 minutes or whatever. But if you've ever been in a mob situation, it can be scary. 248-539-9797. Those are our champ and chump. Get your votes in. Plus, we're talking about a Tiger team that actually has made the fan base feel pretty good going into the All-Star break. It's going to be nice because you know what? It can't get ruined for the next 4 days. I mean, I'd like to see them carry the momentum into. They did a great job against the Dodgers this weekend, taking 2 of 3 and came dangerously close to sweeping that series. They took 3 of 4 from the Guardians. They took an entire series from the Reds. And overall, a team that has not engendered good feelings with its fan base suddenly we are getting a whole bunch of calls saying don't trade Jack Flaherty. So the good news is that decision doesn't have to be made like today before 4 o'clock. We've got, I think it's 15 days before 4 o'clock. So we got 4 hours and 15 days, or whatever it is, to make that decision. So unless they come out of the second half gate white hot, you can still comfortably move on from Jack Flaherty. And if you ask me to, say what I think the best call would be right here, right now, I'd still trade him. I'd still be listening to all offers. I'd be dangling Flaherty with full intention of trading him. I would also dangle Skubal without full intention of trading him. But I would be looking for the Godfather offer, wait, you'll give us what? And hope that two organizations, one that's starving, Baltimore, and one that always needs to make a splash and seems to have endless resources, the Yankees, both in the same division, get in a bidding war against each other. And the next thing you know, you have like the top 4 prospects in the Yankees organization. I'm exaggerating there, but something along those lines where it makes sense. And you go, holy cow, they got all that. Now, I have no intention of trading Skubal, and I doubt there would be an offer that comes that you just can't say no to, but I would shop. Why not? 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls on this Monday. Keith's in Dearborn Heights, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Keith?
What's going on, man?
How we doing?
Isn't it good? We don't get paid to make those decisions about the trades and whatnot. It's a good thing.
Probably
too much stress on my plate. But to go back, I went to Friday's game and Sunday's game. I actually talked to you guys on Friday, and I ended up taking my rained out ticket down there. The guy at the gate was cool. There was like a $40 difference from my rained out ticket. Forgot my card was locked, paid. He gave me my card back. It was declined. He said, don't worry about it, man. The card is in here. Your tickets are in the phone. So I went in there, had a great seat, got to see Skubal tear it up. I did leave when they took him out, but Sunday's game, man, oh, my goodness. I was getting kind of iffy about leaving with the boys. I had my son there in the 7th. But I decided I was thinking about Saturday's game, like, I don't want to be that crowd. I saw everyone leaving. So I stuck it out, man, and oh my goodness, dude, it was great. When Zach opened it up, I was sitting right in that corner over there, deep in the corner, and we're just everyone screaming, go, go, go.
The triple
and
right.
It was beautiful, man. And then the atmosphere, just leaving. I just took videos of everyone just looking around, like taking it in, everybody slapping hands, And I was sitting next to a Dodgers fan, and we talked quite a bit about Kenta Maeda. And I had called, and I wasn't, because I found out it was a bullpen day. I was kind of happy he didn't start. But to see the reaction that the crowd gave him for his couple innings was just, that was
cool.
Also electric.
It was really cool.
It was cool. It gave me goosebumps.
Unexpected. I got to tell you, I don't know how close, is probably the minutia that the average fan doesn't always pay attention to, but his quotes after his last start about how bad he was feeling, like he was letting the team and the organization down. When a player seems to be, and look, we're hearing it through an interpreter, and I don't know Kenta Maeda personally, so can I get a read on how much he meant it or whatever? I just know when I read it on paper, I was like, I felt bad because that's a player that feels terrible about the way he's performing, acknowledges it, and then acknowledges that he's hurting his team. And maybe it's just refreshing to hear it, but it kind of made me root for Kenta Maeda, even though I don't have much expectation for this bullpen thing working. But yesterday, going 3 2/3 with 1 hit and 5 strikeouts was a pleasant surprise. The other thing here, we have simply asked fans that were there to call. Kang, you know what I'm noticing? I feel like we're having conversations that we had given up on having. And that is people calling up to talk about the baseball game they just watched. Like this, the way this season is gone, other than like the first week and a half of the season, I think people have kind of mailed in that the rest of 2024, as far as baseball, was all going to be angling and posturing and strategizing how the team gets better or how they should move on from this guy or add that guy or bitching about ownership. I feel like that has, for a temporary period here, we can hit the pause button and talk about the baseball. And the baseball this weekend was good. And the baseball the last 10 days have been really good. And I think we kind of given up on that. It's nice to have it back.
Yeah, and it may be temporary, but at least it's something. And if they continue winning, though, that temporary status can, and we can take that away, and hopefully it's a long-term thing. But not everyone is on board, of course, and they know where we're at. That's why we're talking whether you keep Flaherty or not. And you and I are in the camp right now of trading Flaherty because I don't think you and I realistically believe that they're in the hunt for some kind of playoff spot. That's why. I don't think things can change if they go on they stay hot and go on and stay on a tear, but. Yeah, I think enjoy the good moments while you have them. And there have been few good moments, it feels like, this year. You have a pretty full crowd at Comerica this past weekend. Ohtani's in town. Dramatic endings. Enjoy it.
And the fact that the Dodgers brought the fans out and the Tigers then took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers is kind of awesome. It rekindled a little something here in Detroit.
How do you feel about, we're calling them Dodger fans that were there, but I kind of feel like they're Ohtani fans.
They might be.
This is kind of like when a superstar that big comes into town. It happened with Kobe Bryant a lot, other sports. When fans are there to see that player, and so I wondered, like I asked the one caller how the Dodger fans were. Did it, make it sweeter when you're at Comerica Park? Did it sour it a little bit seeing all the Dodger blue, or was it just Ohtani fans?
I don't know. People were there. Did the Dodger fans, were they Ohtani fans? Were they Dodger fans? Were they actually rooting for the Tigers that just came to see Ohtani? Also, I got an update. I got more texts from my son. He's starting the negotiations. He wants to pre-order NCAA football so he can play today. I said, let's wait till the end of the week and save some money. I said, yeah, you can get it, but we'll wait till Friday when it's cheaper. He responded, dude. That was it. And now he has sent 4 more texts. We'll get caught up next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right. So I get this text this morning. Can I buy NCAA? I came in at 821. And I had some other stuff we had to get caught up on before I answered. And then after we had some back and forth about some things he had to do, he said, NCAA? And I said, how much? He said, $89. And I texted him based upon our listener feedback, are you sure you can get the game today? And he said, positive. So then I texted him, yes, on NCAA, but let's wait until Friday when it's cheaper. And he responded, dude. And then he says, are you sure? He sent me, are you sure you want me to wait? I don't want you to make any mistakes, you know. Like, are you sure? How much money am I saving? Have we figured out by waiting?
I think it's $30.
$30. So $30 to get the game today as opposed to $30 I'd save from wait till Friday.
Yeah.
I always like to look at it this way when it comes to money and like what makes, if I saw $30 on the sidewalk in cash, would I stop what I was doing to pick it up? And the answer is yes. So I don't know that there's anything wrong with making them wait till Friday to save the $30.
Yeah, but you're leaving out an important part. Like if you wait, like if you don't pick up that $30, what are you getting? See? He's saying he gets to play it right now. You're thinking you just move on with your day. No.
How about this?
And by the way, did you hear his case? Dude. I think I rest my case with that right there. I think he sold me when he texts you back, dude. I mean, all right, I'm in. Here's my credit card.
Ask your mom what you can do around the house first. How about that? Does that make sense? Let's make this straight bribery. Ask your mom what you can do around the house first. I should text her and tell her it's coming so we can game plan and work together. What do you think?
I mean, this way you get something and he gets something, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Works for both parties.
Let's see what he says to that. Make him work for it a little bit.
I mean, he really wants it today.
He does.
The point wasn't like, can I have it? It was like, can I have it today?
Yeah, and when you're a kid, and I mean, I've been there.
Oh, man, it's the best.
Yeah, you're trying to get it early release. One of the problems I had with those games is I started to realize when I was playing it that I would get sucked through the vortex and start thinking that the game was reality, you know? And why doesn't... They need to get Roy Roundtree more involved in the offense when the reality was I was just throwing to Roundtree 35 times a game. So I need to step back from this. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Brandon and Shelby. You're next here on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Great.
So a couple things real quick. One of the things about early release is you can build your team like 4 days faster. So the people that actually buy the game early, they build their teams. And so by the time you get the game on Friday or whatever, you're basically like Alabama versus like CMU, you know? So that's one of the benefits in an early, you get your team up to play online.
Yeah, I'm sure he's thought that through.
Yeah, Doug. Would you not want the Lions and Brad Holmes to have a head start on the rest of the league? Yes. So why wouldn't you want your own son to have a head start?
Need to hook
He's
boy
going to
up.
come out, play his first game on Xbox or PS5 and just get stomped.
Exactly.
So I called for the champ and chump.
Yep.
So my champ is the Tigers' ninth inning in general. They did it on Saturday. And then on Sunday, like when they were only down by 1 run, they're like, here we go again. Like, we're going to do it. Like, it wasn't, are we going to do it? It was like, no, we're going to do it.
It's kind of awesome because, Brandon, I seriously, we are doing something today I did not expect to do literally the rest of the summer of 2024. And that's talk about the baseball games. And they have done... I think we can already see the impact that it's not just the weekend against the Dodgers. It's 3 of 4 from Cleveland and sweeping Cincinnati before that. People were paying attention to the Tigers this weekend. And you're right. There is, maybe it's not a swagger, but more of a confidence or not give up. They are still playing to try and win baseball games, which when I think a lot of fans had checked out, I mean, I guess that's their job. They're professionals, but it's refreshing to see.
And isn't it kind of poetic that it was against the Dodgers? Like, I know the Dodgers aren't – I mean, they're still as good as they used to be, but, like, it's the Dodgers. Like, Shohei Ohtani, they got the best whatever, you know. But they came out and they did it, and that's why my trump is the All-Star break, because I love the All-Star break, but it's coming at the worst time. Like, we got the fire, and I'm hoping that when we come back from the All-Star break, the fire is still there.
Well, I hear you, and we've gotten that sentiment a couple of times today of people that are disappointed that they have to stop playing right now. I hope it doesn't kill any momentum. I don't know that. Look, they're not such a great baseball team that I expect them to come out of the second half and just keep winning 8 out of 10. If they do, they make things really interesting. The one thing they can say, and what is very tangible about this, is Scott Harris, I mean, can at least portray as a director of baseball operations that he is not desperate to make a move. And it's a genuine sell, right? Because you got a baseball team that's kicking around and trying to get itself back into the wild card chase. I don't see them as in the wild card chase right now, personally, and I suspect they'll move Jack Flaherty. But boy, things get really interesting if they're still hot when play resumes on Friday. 248-539-9797. D is in Detroit, and he is next. Hi, D.
DK Kang, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, D?
Hey, man. Hey, you got to go on and get that form, DK. Not only what that previous caller said, which was true, but, bro, the thought of him getting that new game, being the first in the neighborhood, calling some of his best friends, hey, man, guess what I got? The new such-and-such game. Hey, we on our way over there. Next thing you know, you got 3 or 4 people at your house. You got to do it, man. You got to do it, man.
So the negotiations at home, have started. Apparently, he's going to vacuum and mop. And if he vacuums and mops, and I'm wondering, is this let me ask the entire house? See if we can get him to do the upstairs too. That maybe you can get the game. And I will say, D, I'm in favor of my kids playing sports games because I think they become bigger fans of the sport, and specifically college football. I hope he becomes more engaged. He already is pretty engaged in college football, but I hope this makes him even bigger fan. So I'm going to get him the game. It's just a matter of today or Friday.
Do it. Get it today, DK. And think about it. You might be on it tonight yourself. You might get that itch around 8 o'clock. Well, let me see what I can do on it. So go on to be that good dad that you are and get the game, bro. And I'm calling. I don't want to take away all this love for the Tigers. I'm just going to wait till they get a couple games over 500, and then I get on the bandwagon.
Understood.
But I want to talk Pistons real quick.
Yep.
Can I talk Pistons real quick?
Sure.
So check this out. We got 3 centers. Paul Reed, Beef Stew, and my man, Jalen Duren. I'm hearing all this talk about the New York Knicks are on a mission to get Jalen Duren. And I pray to God, T. Langdon, do not get rid of this kid, because that's what he is, bro, a 19-year-old man-child. So if we're going to do something, wouldn't it be smart to trade Beef Stew, because him and Paul Reed are basically the same type of player? Now, if you was a general manager, would you trade Jalen Duren?
It would have to be a rewarding return. I'll tell you that. I do like him. I mean, if you think about it, you want to trade the worst player, and you want to keep the better player and trade the worst player, which is fine. Just understand you're probably not getting nearly as much back, and that's fine.
No. This is what New York was going to send back, or reportedly New York is going to give us Miles McBride and an often hurt Robinson. What's the guy named?
Mitchell Robinson
from New York.
Mitchell
Robinson, bro. Are you kidding me? Like I said, if the Pistons trade Duren, man, mark him down today, DK. If they trade Jalen Duren, they are going to regret it in the worst way, bro. Like I said, he's only 19. He's not fully developed. He don't really know the game like he should because he's only 19. Imagine where he's going to be when he's 23, 24. Love the show, fellas.
Thank you for the phone call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. He's apparently only mopping and vacuuming the main level. I think I'm going to push for the upstairs as well, the bedrooms and the bathrooms. Let's get this done, and he can have NCAA. How about the upstairs as well? Let's see what he says to that. The negotiations continue here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Monday. Hey, man, we got a baseball team that's got people at least excited for what the snapshot of time has been leading into the All-Star break. And if you're just joining us, the Tigers PR account, 47-50, they tweeted this out today. Detroit just posted its best first-half win percentage since 2016. The team has 1,460 plate appearances by players aged 24 or younger, which is the most in the first half of a season by any major league team since Texas had 1,608 in 2018. Things have worked out well for Texas, huh? And so you could be, there's some reason to say, hey, this team has, some characteristics of maybe a brighter future. But we're getting people calling and talking about the baseball games this weekend, which is awesome. I didn't think that would happen in 2024. But the Dodgers were in town. People were interested. There was a buzz down there. Packed stadium. And dramatic come-from-behind ninth-inning wins. Well, I guess the one was the 10th inning, technically. But they scored 5 runs in the bottom of the ninth to force extras on Saturday. Are you kidding me? And then a walk-off home run in the 10th. And then yesterday, a Zach McKinstry leadoff triple and some bunts. They get the run home on a sac fly and then a single and some bunts. And next thing you know, the Tigers get a walk-off on an error, a throwing error, when the Dodgers tried to get the lead runner. And some stuff going well. It wasn't that long ago where A.J. Hinch had that morning show interaction regarding Colt Keith and when we can see progress. Colt Keith, in this stretch, has hit .395 with a .480 on base, 1 double, 2 triples, and 5 home runs. A couple home runs this weekend, and the dramatic home run to tie up that Dodger game on Friday night. He says he's getting more comfortable every single day, feels like he's getting better every single day. And A.J. Hinch had that great line that stuck with me about Colt Keith and his struggles early on, that he said, welcome to breaking in a young player and everything isn't perfect. And it hasn't been, but now it's starting to feel totally worthwhile, the time that they invested in playing him early in the year. We have negotiated, and he was going to vacuum my son, who wanted to get NCAA football today, and I wanted to save $30 and make him wait till Friday. There's been some negotiation back and forth. We have settled on he will vacuum the main level of the house, the upstairs, and the staircase, and he will mop the hardwood floors. And in exchange, we will get him NCAA football today.
All right. I'm glad.
Are you?
I'm glad when things come to an agreement on both sides. Both parties are happy,
Yeah.
I think you're happy, right? Things are going to get done?
I'm happy that things are going to get done.
He's going to be happy?
Here's where it's going to get, as he would say, sketch magetch, which is one of his sayings, is will the wife approve, will she give the stamp of approval on the quality of work he does? Because quite frankly, I don't get the stamp of approval when I'm doing stuff. Did you vacuum? Yeah. Are you sure?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you turn it on?
Yeah. So let's see. I'll tell him you have to get mom's stamp of approval on the quality of work.
She's got to sign off.
Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys. I was calling just to let you know you can actually save $40 today, plus some, if you buy the combo of Madden and NCAA 25. You get both deluxe editions, and it's $150 instead of the $90 a game. And plus, you get, I think it's $40 worth of the money for each game for the packs for the Ultimate Teams for college and Madden. So you're saving like $60-$70.
I'm spending more to save long term. If he's going to get Madden anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you get them. That's what I did for my kids because I'm going to buy both anyways. So you're getting it for, I think it was $149, but you get the deluxe editions of both games, which are $90 plus a piece, and you get the My Kid Plays Mutt. So you got to buy the packs to get your build your MUT team and all that. They get packs to start the game.
Can I stop
So
you for a
they'll be way
sec?
ahead.
Can I stop you for a
Yeah.
sec? Because I don't know what the hell you just said. Your kid does what?
It's called Madden Ultimate Team, where you build like a fantasy team. You buy packs of cards, like you get 99 legends like Ray Lewis. You could have, I'm sure you hear my kids screaming in the back, 98 Amon-Ra.
Mm-hmm. MUT, M-U-T, Doug.
Can I ask you a question? Is MUT an indirect way to get us to charge more to our credit card?
It is, but they can earn the cards too by playing and doing challenges and rewards. So my kids, when they want a $10 PlayStation card or something, just like you're doing, it's like, oh, take the garbage out, do this, I'll get you the card.
Yeah, Don. I feel like I've just wandered into a bit of a financial sinkhole. Is what's going on here.
No, he's trying to show you how to save money.
If you buy the combo, you're going to save $40 off the price of the two games right off the get, and plus they get all the card packs to start with.
Yeah, we got to talk to Doug like he would understand us. All right, here we go.
You might have
It's
to
just like
spend $60 more today, but you're saving $90 in the long run.
Doug, this is like signing Colt Keith last year. All right, we're saving money in the long run, baby.
Mm-hmm. This MUT thing scares me.
You're saving money. You like saving money.
I'm saving money right up until the point where he runs out of the free money that he said, and he has to use real money.
No, but you're already saving money when you buy the combo package. You're going to get them both anyways. Now you can earn more stuff. Yeah.
I'm going to have to start writing this down.
First of all, let me just say this. Dude. That's all you need to know.
It was a hell of a response.
That's all you need to know.
Let's go to Brian in Ann Arbor. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, Doug? Hey, King.
Hey.
So I wanted to just explain how buying video games works. So, like, there's always a deluxe version. There's always a regular version. And they do the pre-sales just to make sure they're selling hundreds of thousands of copies, and they'll grant those people early access. But on Friday, no matter what, the deluxe version is still going to cost $100, and the regular game is still going to cost $70. So if you don't want to buy the $100 one, buy the $70 one so he can play tomorrow. Because you're still going to spend $70 or $100 on Friday. There's no savings.
This is all starting to scare me, and I might shut down this entire process. I feel like, because you know what? We get these credit card bills, and we look down, and we're like, what the hell is this? And we find out that it was some addition to some game that we didn't know was coming. It's way too easy for kids to start racking up credit card bills. I thought this was a simple purchase, and now I feel myself, we're going to go into debt because we got a MUT. Damn it. 248-539-9797.
This MUT would be cheaper than a dog, though, the other MUT that they were trying to get you to get.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. And probably takes a lot less time.
Yep. And if you go away on vacation, you don't need somebody to watch
I don't know why I'm hesitating. Why I think I'm going to I'm going to be the one taking care of the dog. My kids promise that they will walk it every day.
Of course.
And they will feed it and they will clean up its messes. My kids promise that.
They did promise.
They promise. So I don't know why I think it would take me more time. 248-539-9797. All right, got some Lion stuff we promised we'd get to, and we will at 12:50. Interesting list and where our guy shows up. 12:50 for that here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh. Gator out today, 248-539-9797. All right, we're talking about the Lions here a little bit, and the news today that Calvin is going into the Ring of Honor, or the Pride of the Lion, or whatever they call it. He officially goes up there. If you had to bet right now on a current Detroit Lion to end up in that Ring of Honor, who would you bet on? Who would you bet on? This entire roster, you can just pick one player that goes into the Lions Ring of Honor. The Pride of the Lions. Calvin will be inducted on the Monday night game against Seattle. That news announced today, which certainly comes as a surprise to no one. It's just a further indication that things are good between the Lions and Calvin, which we all have watched this relationship. It broke and now it's been mended. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool that Calvin's going in. But who would you bet on this current roster? Kang, who would you bet on?
So I'm kind of torn between two guys. I think the easy call is Penei Sewell, because I honestly think he's going to go down as one of the greatest offensive linemen in history, not just Lions history, but the NFL history when it's all said and done. But he's really young right now, and the guy who's a little bit older than him is Jared Goff. And here's the reason why I say Jared Goff, because I'm expecting some success with this team. And when you win with this team and you're the starting quarterback of this team and you're not just a game manager, you're like the reason that they're going to hopefully one day get to the Super Bowl, if not win the Super Bowl. I think you cement yourself as one of the greats in the history of the Lions organization. So if the Lions make the Super Bowl this year, if they somehow win the Super Bowl this year, or even within the next 2, 3, 4 years, you don't not put Jared Goff up there. So I think he would retire earlier because he's older than Penei Sewell, so he'd be the
next one.
Technically the next guy. So I'm going to go with Jared Goff because I'm predicting success for this team.
I mean, the obvious answer is Jack Campbell.
Of course.
Why
isn't he there right now is the question.
I know.
Right,
I can't believe they haven't. They're just holding out.
Yeah.
What about Amon-Ra?
For sure, that's a possibility. I mean, that's the great thing about this question, Doug, is they have real, there's different guys you can pick from.
I mean, to do it from this roster, though, the only name that I could think of that's other than Goff that might be near retirement, whose play could dictate it, is maybe Ragnow. If he plays another 6-7 years at this level, but with injury, I don't know if he's going to be able to. Is there anybody, they're so young. All the guys that you would think of, like Amon-Ra, like Penei Sewell,
Gibbs, J-Mo.
It's so early to make a call on any of those guys, but they're
Hutch.
It feels like their best players.
They're all under 25.
They're so young. Have we said Brad Holmes is good? Have we made that point enough? He's really good at his job. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get back to your phone calls. Keith, you're in Ipsy on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Keith.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Sure.
I was just going to call to talk Dadnomics really quickly.
Yes.
Dadnomics. You could have got 3, 4, 5 days worth of chores out of this, but you're only settling with for one? Let me tell you something. My kids have been scouting this out for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
They've been watching YouTube videos for the last 2 or 3 weeks for the influencers who have been able to play the game already. They've got this thing scouted out. I've already got a whole week's worth of chores that have been done simply by purchasing the early release.
Keith, you've been prepared for this, and I give you credit. You're far more prepared than I was because you started milking this, as you said, a week ago. Very well played by you. I'm a veteran dad. I should have known better, and I actually didn't foresee this coming because my son has not been scouting it out. Your kids have. How old are your kids, Keith?
14 and 15. One plays football, the other one doesn't, but they are both 110% in on this game.
Okay, and I'm going to assume here you're a big college football fan?
Me or them?
You.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So what I like about this is I think this is actually, like gaming and all that, one of the healthiest things that comes out of this. I think it increases their love of the game, and I think it's something more that parents and kids can bond over is I can guarantee he'll be way more into college football this year because he's been mostly, my youngest is more of an NFL guy than a college guy, and I think it's because he plays Madden.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm.
Yep. Well, I'm looking forward to. Actually came home on my lunch break because I'm supposed to be able to work remotely today.
Yeah.
I fired the game up, and it's not yet available, but it will be at 4, from what I'm told.
4 o'clock. All right. Spend some quality time with the kids, and well played. You played the Dadnomics game better than I did.
All right. Just remember for next year.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Keith. That guy's prepared.
It sounds like he wants to play more than his kids, though.
Yeah, he sounds pretty fired up.
Right? If we said 4 o'clock.
Yeah, he was working.
Someone's
from
logging
home,
off at 4 o'clock.
Working from home.
Mm-hmm.
Working from home.
I'm working on getting this team a 5-star recruit.
248-539-9797. Matthew's in Hazel Park, and he's next. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm watching you guys on Twitch. So I have a PS5. I'm not a dad, but I'm an uncle. So I bought my nephew a PS5 as well.
Yep.
And games are stupid expensive. So what I do is there's a website called GameFly where you can actually rent games. It's like $30 a month. You can rent like 2 or 3 games at a time, keep them however long you want. And so that's what we do. But I think like the next big game that you should start saving for is going to be GTA 6 because like the ultimate bundle they're saying is going to be about $250. So also, can the coach's name be on the ring? Because like Dan Campbell should be up there.
So that's a good question. I kind of had that thought about this Lions, the Pride, the Ring of Honor that Calvin gets announced into today. I had the thought. I wondered, I mean, if they win a Super Bowl, I don't care if they put every player on the roster up there, man. I mean, they're on the cusp. They're in play to do something that, quite frankly, Matthew, felt absolutely impossible. That you start looking like the Lions forced us all. I can almost guarantee that if you are over the age of 25, the Lions probably forced us all to look at our own life timeline and start playing the game of, will I ever see this? And they haven't done it yet, but they're this close.
Also, I felt that pain in the sigh you just let go when I told you GTA 6 is going to be the ultimate bundle, like $250.
You heard correctly. I'm not happy about that, and I'm not quite sure how I avoid that ask. But you know what I'm going to do, Matthew? I'm going to do what the previous caller, I think it was Keith, did. I'm going to start negotiating chores now. I'm going to milk this thing for months.
Make them save up.
Yep. I'm gonna. Maybe I'll ask him tonight. Hey, are you planning on getting that Grand Theft Auto game when it comes out? And if he says yes,
is scheduled for like May of next year. So you got some time.
All right. Let's get like 10 months of chores out of this. I like it. I'm ready to go. In fact, I'll text him now. What is it, GTA 6?
Yeah, GTA 6. It's going to be a big game. I looked it up. There's like analysts worried that like some markets are not some markets, but like some places are going to go down, businesses, because people are going to take time off, use their vacation days to play this game because it's a really big game.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Costa's obsessed with the NCAA football thing. Like, he's going to be the one that starts blurring the game in reality. Jim has got a problem. Now, the other part of this, I don't know that Jim is prepared for, and I wonder how many people are going to run into this. And maybe it's nobody. I am suspicious as to whether or not the people that love the game, that hasn't been available for a decade, that those people perhaps have matured themselves and might not find the game to be as entertaining as it was when they were in their, let's say, mid-20s. You go from mid-20s guy, single, no kids, to mid-30s guy, married with kids. There's a chance that the thrill is gone. That NCAA football won't be what you thought it was. It won't mean as much to you.
Well, I mean, finding time is one thing. I think why Costa is so all in on it is the only thing that's changed is he's married.
Yeah.
Since 10 years ago, right?
I would.
If anything, he's got more resources to play the game. Enjoy it now for him. No kids.
If the only thing that has changed in a decade is he got married and nothing else changed, that he's locked into the same personality he was 10 years ago, I'd start to worry. Are you the same? I mean, you evolve, and naturally one would think, even if you don't get married and have kids, right?
Of course, but your hobbies and things that give you joy kind of never leave. I mean, you have a radio partner that wears, Metallica T-shirts still, because I'm guessing he enjoyed Metallica when he was younger, and he still enjoys Metallica now. And so, if you enjoyed video games at some point in your life, it still takes you back. And if you have no kids, like that's a big thing, Doug. You talk about changing your life, right?
Yeah. Oh, it does.
So
No, that's a major change. Let's be clear.
So things
That's
have changed for Costa. I don't doubt that in the last 10 years. But a major change he did not have is children.
You know what's funny about Gator is I remember reading in Men's Health magazine that guys' wardrobe tends to freeze in their favorite period of life. And the first person I thought of was Gator. The first person. Because Gator's got that same Metallica T-shirt he was wearing in high school.
Man, he had a good time then.
He really did.
Let the good times roll.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, something unique might be coming to Southeast Michigan. Just want to give you a heads up in case you come across it today. We will get to that today at 1:18. Keep your eyes and ears out for this. We'll get to that today at 1:18. So, All-Star Game starting pitching has been announced, and Tarik Skubal is not the starter for the American League. Corbin Burns is going to start for the American League, while Paul Skeens is starting for the National League. This stuff matters to some people. It doesn't matter that much to me. But is anybody out there upset about this? Is anybody out there, does it bother you? Are you pissed off? Are you disappointed? Kang, do you care if Skubal starts the All-Star game?
I care, but not a ton. I mean, you know, when your team's not making the playoffs, I think you find other things to care about. And this might be one of the things. I know you're not big on individual awards and things like that.
Not in a team sport.
No, not in a team sport. But when the team, when the team goal is kind of off,
when you have nothing else to achieve.
then you go for individual stuff. So I think fans are going to care.
He's got the best record. I mean, he's got the best ERA amongst American League starters. He's got 10 wins on an under 500 team. He's got, I think it's the best whip in Major League Baseball amongst starting pitchers. Let me double check that. Oh, no, Logan Gilbert's passed him. Skubal's .88, Gilbert's .87. I mean, a strong case could be made for Skubal being deserving of this spot. Okay, so he doesn't get it. Fine. I mean, I don't know. It'd be another nice feather in the cap. I suppose it'd be easy for fans because they could plan around watching Skubal start the game instead of not knowing when he'll be in, although don't they announce the rotation of pitchers that they're going to use? I honestly don't even care. I mean, if he doesn't pitch, that's fine too. Just save him for the second half push. But if you care, 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, the last 14 days is the best the Tigers have played since 2015. It's been cool, man. They've tapped into something that I thought was dead here in Detroit, and that is passion for the game. And so much so that we've taken calls today on what happened on the field over the weekend. Started with a sweep of Cincinnati. You couple that with taking 3 of 4 from the Gribe and then take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers, and you couldn't do it in much more dramatic fashion. Short term, what does it mean? Not much. I think it doesn't really change what my expectations are for this season. I think it can be useful for Scott Harris to get a trade offer. If you're collapsing and playing poorly, it's harder to sell that you don't want to trade Jack Flaherty or, quite frankly, Urshela or any of those players. But those players also, when you're playing well, typically it's because your tradable commodities are contributing and they are playing well. And hence, you can sell for more. So I think it probably helps short term in striking deals. And I'm talking specifically about deals to sell. I've been a little bit surprised at how much pushback that idea has gotten today. And I'm not mad. I mean, I'm just saying, I was taken aback by how many people say don't trade Flaherty now. Flaherty is very encouraging last outing, but in the back of your mind, are you still worried about the back? I am. Now, if he has another couple of good starts, it certainly will be reassuring for any team that simply wants the back to hold up for the next 3.5 months. That team was only looking for 3.5 months of healthy Jack Flaherty, and maybe beyond that, but that's a lot easier to sell if he has another couple of good starts. So, anyway, it's been fun to watch, and certainly there's a buzz in the air over what happened this weekend, and people who were there just keep calling up and talking about how awesome it was. If that was you, 248-539-9797. Something we talked about a little bit earlier, and there were chump votes for the Copa America, the lengthy delay caused by unticketed fans storming the gates at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. And it was pretty bad. It's a bad look for the organizers. It's a bad look. I mean, we're hosting the World Cup. So there has to be a little bit of concern from the World Cup organizing committee. And I don't know how much FIFA gets involved in that, but there has to be some concern about the crowd. We've asked you at 248-539-9797, have you ever been in a mob scene or a storm the gates situation? Or just overall uncomfortable in a crowd? When was it? Where was it? And what did you do? 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Was at a Smashing Pumpkins concert at Breslin Center in 1993. The whole place realized at the same time that the floor, general admission, was way too empty, and we all rushed down. Ended up being an awesome concert, and we all got right up front. That's from Sam. So that sounds like it wasn't a concern. Unnamed texter, I was at the Rolling Stones concert at the Silverdome when they had general admission on the main floor. When the doors opened, there was a mad rush to get up close, and I literally was so packed in, my feet did not hit the ground for at least 100 feet. I would have fallen. If I would have fallen, I would have been trampled to death. That's scary. Jeff in Petoskey says, current events just solidify my zero desire to be part of anything that involves crowds. Concerts, sporting events, pretty much anything. I'm not afraid. I just don't want the hassle or the nuttiness. I'm trying to think back. I feel like I was at a football game. The rush the field, I was never scared. But after the 2021 Michigan-Ohio State game, on the field, that was my last Michigan game as a sideline reporter. That was insanity. I was at some down in Columbus where I was more scared, but that was because people rushing the field were going to run over anybody.
Yeah, how fearful did you feel? You know, were people like? Did you felt some force? Were people accidentally kind of running into you?
Oh yeah, there was accidental and then there was intentional.
Yeah.
Because I know people see the storming of the court and storming of the field and all that, and they kind of don't understand how, unless you've been in that situation, it's hard to describe that it's unnerving. I don't know if I'd call it scary. I never at any point thought that I was going to be seriously injured or fearful for my life or anything like that, but it's awfully unnerving when you're trying to get off a field and people are rushing onto the field. I do think back, though, the 2006 Michigan-Ohio State game, undefeated versus undefeated. The Ohio State won down in Columbus. I was on the field, got in a couple questions with Troy Smith before insanity, and because Ohio State won that game. And that was pretty scary. And that was actually in a picture that ended up, believe it or not, in Sports Illustrated when there was a crush of people around Troy Smith, and I was in the picture. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to Tyler. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay, thank you. What's that?
In the fireworks, and it was right outside of Hart Plaza, and they were actually at capacity in Hart Plaza, so there were that many people down there. So we were actually on, I guess this would be the west side of Jefferson, watching the fireworks. And then I guess someone had started shooting in the crowd, and everybody behind us started running out onto Jefferson, and we were sitting there on the grass median on Jefferson in the middle while all these cops on their horses and cars were driving by trying to figure out what was going on. And it was just a wild scene. There was like no control over anyone. Everyone was just doing whatever they wanted to do at the time.
So what did you do?
We got down there somewhat early, but still too late. So we were like the front row behind Jefferson where all the metal barricades were.
Yep.
So as soon as we saw people behind us started running, we just pushed those things over and ran out into Jefferson.
Yep.
And we found a pretty dense tree along that grass median that's there that we just kind of hunkered down under there and just watched everything unfold in front of us because we were, away from everything. We had this tree to hide behind kind of, but fireworks were still going off. People were all still in Hart Plaza, but it was just chaos outside of Hart Plaza.
Wow. I'm glad you're okay. 248-539-9797. Scott, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing good.
I start my call by saying I live in Wisconsin. I'm on my way to Grosse Pointe right now to visit a dear friend and a diehard Tiger fan.
Okay.
And I saw that and Burns, and there's a reason Burns didn't get extended by the Brewers, multiple reasons, but that's an honor to start the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
That is something you put in your resume, for a deserving player. And I'm sorry, you put the numbers up, but there's no comparison. I think Skubal deserves to be the starter. And what are we going to do, see this guy in the sixth inning for 2 batters? This is a potential Cy Young winner. I mean, I just don't get it. But there's got to be a reason that they didn't start him besides, we just decided to go with Burns.
Skubal's got more wins. He's got a better ERA. He's got a better whip. I think he's got a better strikeouts per 9.
He beats him in almost every category, Doug.
Yeah.
And can I ask you, being a Lions fan I am too, and being over in Wisconsin and have to deal with that green and gold all day long.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it's disgusting. But my question, the over-under on the wins, what have you guys pegged the Lions at this year, 13?
I think we did this a while ago. Did I have him at 13? I think I had him at 13, yeah.
Okay, tough number.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
Go figure.
Yeah.
But I enjoy listening to you guys. I listen to you online sometimes, and I listen to your Michigan games all the time. So I just wanted to say, have a great day and continue up the good work.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, look, the Skubal thing on paper, he's right. If I'm a major league pitcher, I probably care more about it, a lot more than I genuinely care about it. It's not gonna change my viewing habits. It's not gonna ruin my night, and I don't think the listener either. But he was far more worked up about it than I was. But yeah, I mean, on paper, Skubal's having a better year than Burns. Now, I think any manager that's putting it together might be reasons why that we are not privy to. But yeah, I mean, you can make a hell of a case that our guy deserves it more than Corbin Burns. 248-539-9797. All right. You might experience this in Southeast Michigan starting in 15 minutes. Something to be leery of. We will get to that coming up at 1:18. Phone calls, feedback, champ and chump votes on a Monday. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's summertime in Detroit, and that means our baseball team is in full swing. Pick up your favorite Stoli vodka flavor and pair it with a refreshing lemonade to enjoy while you watch. Make it the summer of Stoli. Celebrate with a Stoli blueberry and lemonade, or maybe try a Stoli vanilla espresso martini. No matter what your drink of choice is, remember Stoli for your premium vodka, whether it's at a game or in your backyard patio, rooting for your favorite player. Hit a bomb in the All-Star game. Stoli Vodka's got you covered. Pick up a bottle of Stoli Vodka today, and as always, Stoli asks that you please drink responsibly. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. All right, something you need to be aware of. Saw a story on MLive. The 180th Fighter Wing in Ohio is warning residents in southeast Michigan and northwest Ohio that a sonic boom might be heard Monday afternoon while their unit conducts testing, according to MLive. The testing is scheduled to take place between 1:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. So that's today, starting in about 10 minutes. Be aware of the potential for a sonic boom. This is an announcement I have never had to make on the air. First time. Continuing the story, although the functional flight checks are expected to take place at an altitude of 30,000 feet in the skies above the Bowling Green and Toledo areas, residents in Michigan may hear or feel the boom. Last month, residents in multiple areas of southeast Michigan heard the boom, while some felt the windows of their homes rattle. The 180th Fighter Wing conducts the flight checks after planes receive heavy maintenance in order to ensure the plane is running properly and is mission ready if necessary. Yeah, there's a job I wouldn't want. Hey, go make sure this works correctly. So, be aware of the potential for a sonic boom today between 1:30 and 3:30. I don't know what we're supposed to do to prepare ourselves for that.
Just don't be alarmed, right?
I guess.
I wonder how loud this is going to be. I always forget I don't know about your area, but I can hear the sirens every first Saturday every month, the testing.
Yeah.
It always catches me off guard. I'm like, wait a second, is it Saturday? Is it the first Saturday?
Yeah. Why do I think it's first Wednesday where I live? But whatever, yes.
So they're just letting you know ahead of time.
I think the sirens coupled with a sonic boom would probably freak me out.
Right.
If you hear the sirens first and then there's a boom, then you're like, okay, this is not a drill. But there will be sonic booms heard around southeast Michigan here starting in about 9 minutes. If anybody feels or hears the sonic boom, 248-539-9797.
Will Gator hear or feel it in Vegas?
I'm going to guess not. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing, Doug? Hey, you might remember what year, but it was either last year or the year before at the Big House. They didn't, before the start of the game, there was a lightning strike, so they held everybody out of the stadium, and then eventually they said game time is 45 minutes from now. And everybody was going to the 4 main gates, and it was crazy. People were pushing, and I really was scared that, I was getting claustrophobic. So what I did was I finally got myself out of the huge crowd entering the stadium and went along the wall and just squeezed through the wall, eventually got to the gate and got in. But it was a crazy scene with 100,000 trying to get into those 4 main gates.
All right, you got maybe one of the worst phone connections I've ever heard. But I feel like it was a Minnesota night game that had thunderstorms. I'm going to go back and see if I can find the year. And yeah, there was a long delay. And I recall killing time on the pregame show. We've got our emergency break glass crew. They know who they are, that when we have to kill time. At a Minnesota game, you can launch into the history of the Little Brown Jug. What year was that? Was it 2017? Yeah, I think it was 2017. Let me see if I can find that. But yes, so everybody's asked to wait in their cars until they're given the all clear. And then, yeah, when they say all clear, everybody tries to get in at once. And 2017, yeah, the game started an hour later than scheduled because of lightning strikes in the area and the game ended as the clock approached midnight. Yep. No, that's a good call of a dicey crowd situation. We're talking about that because of Copa America, where the fans charged the gates, unticketed fans trying to get into Hard Rock Stadium last night. 248-539-9797. What is the most sketch crowd situation you were ever in? Feedback coming in regarding Scooble. from an unnamed texter. Yes, it should be the best pitcher from each league, and Corbin Burns hasn't even pitched that well in his last 7 starts. It's from an unnamed texter. Next one. If he's not starting, I'd rather he doesn't pitch. Silly he isn't, though. He's got Burns beat in every stat but innings. Chump is Bochy for not starting Skubal. Doesn't mean much, but it should go to the better player. Champ is DK for getting his son NCAA on release day.
Way to go, Doug.
Woohoo! Look, it came with some negotiations. Some people think I undersold, that I should have been able to get more out of him than just vacuuming and mopping the main floor and the upstairs plus the staircase. Perhaps I did, but I was warned that GTA 6 will be out in May, and I can start making him do chores now. I'm not as stoked about those games as I am about the sports games, because I feel like it enhances my kids' love of sports, and thus we have more that we can bond over.
You don't want him to enhance his love of Grand Theft Auto?
I do not. Do not need him.
And the other activities
that take place in that game. I bet on Hutch being the next name in the Ring of Honor. That's from Nick and Berkeley. Dave at work, if I can only pick one, I'd say Penei Sewell. He's the best player on the roster. Other unnamed texter. One guy making the Ring of Honor on this roster, I'd say Penei Sewell. We love our big boys. Unnamed texter. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Brian in Royal Oak, I agree with Kang. Sewell is a lock as long as he ends his career here. I think the player has to finish their career in Detroit with success. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, skater out today, 248-539-9797. Yeah, some people are worked up. Scooble not named the starter in the All-Star game. Corbin Burns is. I mean, if you just sit down and look at the numbers, it should be Scooble. Now, do I particularly care? No, but some fans do for sure. As feedback is coming in, 248-539-9797, plus NCAA 25 comes out today, and people are fired up. And I have approved my son downloading the game for the early release at 4 o'clock after some negotiations here took place, getting some household chores done. 248-539-9797. Also discussing Copa America and the storming of the gates. Have you ever been in a storming of the gate or mob situation where you were actually scared? We go to Andy in Sterling Heights. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Andy.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Doing good.
I was at Woodstock 99, and it was the end of the show. Everybody was uneasy because they were charging out, like crazy prices for a bottle of water. It was like $5, and little tiny pizza was like 12. It was 100 degrees. And it was, we were watching the final show as Chili Peppers were on. And all of a sudden you start seeing the fires going, and they're just taking porta potties and throwing them in, and everything's starting to go on fire. And then everybody started rioting. And I'm usually not uneasy in those situations or something similar, but then we were like scared.
Yeah.
People just started rioting. They were opening semi trucks and just looting everything, and we're just kind of creeping through the crowd going, I don't know what's going on, but this is crazy.
So
but yeah, that was intense.
I saw a documentary on that, and did things really start to deteriorate when Limp Bizkit was on the stage?
I was at that show. Limp Bizkit, Rage, Metallica, and it started getting crazy, but it really flipped the switch on that last night when the Chili Peppers were on, and they were singing "Come On Baby, Light My Fire," and then all of a sudden you started seeing fires in the crowd, and then everybody just went off the hook. It just went crazy, and then everybody started. All I remember is there was like this truck full of frisbees, and they went in there and just started throwing. You look up in the air, and there's like 1,000 frisbees in the air, and it was just. I got back to my tank going, man, I hope it's still there, because everything was just getting torn up and burnt. But we made it back all right. It was crazy.
I'm picturing a visual of somebody breaking into a truck, and what was the truck? What did the truck have? Frisbees.
The one had a bunch of frisbees that said Woodstock 99, and then all these guys were just chucking them in the air. Yep. And I grabbed like 15 of them by the time I got back to my tent, because everybody wanted one, and I wasn't gonna try to ruffle any feathers. I'm like, sure, here, have one.
Here,
I got back with 2.
Yeah. Well, go to Woodstock and you come back with a frisbee. I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised that they were selling frisbees at a concert. Maybe I shouldn't be. Vincent New Baltimore says, I'm 39 and I paid for the deluxe version of NCAA for myself. I'll be playing when I get home later from work. There was no need for me to do this at all. I should have waited until Friday and saved the money. I just won't tell the wife how much the deluxe version was. Ha ha. Randy in Livonia, buy the GD game for the kid, Doug. Come on, stop being a cheapskate. It's $30. Former NCAA champ on PS2, Randy in Livonia. Is a humble brag there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think it was even humble, actually.
In fact, does he really care about what my kid gets and doesn't? No. He just wanted to decide that he's an NCAA PS2 champ. Is there such a thing? I mean, I guess if he won the game. He's not saying he's the best player in the country, is he? He's saying he won the college football playoff. You got to understand, you get extras for the $89.99 that you don't get with the $59.99 edition on top of playing 3 days early. Next text. Plus, he gets 4,600 player points that you don't get if you wait till Friday.
So
then I won't hesitate. Get him those 4,600 player points.
Value, Doug.
Yeah, he didn't tell me that. Tell your son what my parents have told me. Mankind existed for thousands of years without video games. You can wait a couple of days. That's from John in Lake Orion. I love it. 248-539-9797. Scott writes in, level of Scooble anger on a scale of 1 to 12. I'm at about a 9. I'm pretty angry. He earned it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know why I've never gotten that worked up in individual award stuff. I don't have a problem with people that do. I cannot imagine being on a 9 on a scale of 1 to 12. What are you on a scale of 1 to 12, Kang?
Me as a fan?
Yeah.
I don't know, 6.
Okay.
You know, like I said earlier, as far as a team, I don't have a ton of stuff to root for. I don't think they're going to make a playoff run or push. So I root for individual stuff.
Yep.
As a player, though, I can totally understand it.
Because
Because
it's a different thing.
Yeah, I mean, you work for... I mean, I know you don't, Doug, but a lot of players, they work themselves up over, individual awards. And I doubt this is like a contract issue, because picking the All-Star game starter has to do with like where you are in the rotation a lot, But individual accolades, that's something to hang your hat on.
They matter to the players. Starting in the All-Star game's an honor.
Mm-hmm. Winning the Cy Young, things like that.
Yep. I hope this isn't a foreshadowing of the fact that he's got no shot at the Cy Young. Like, is that the next step of this? That he's not going to win the Cy Young? That we can forget about rooting for that? Like, is that part of what is that the warning in this whole thing?
Well, if it's up to the manager, that one manager, but
yeah,
I hope not.
248-539-9797. Mike in Waterford, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hi. I'm calling in regarding the topic of riots and crazy stuff. Yep. I was in Afghanistan in 2008, and there was an incident where the Quran was burned at one of the bases at another base. And we had a riot out in front of our outpost. It was pretty crazy. They were throwing bricks over our barriers, and then they eventually threw a grenade in. It was a pretty crazy, chaotic day.
Well, first of all, certainly way more serious, and thank you for your service. That sounds awful to be in the midst of that.
That wasn't fun. Everybody lived, though, so that was the greatest part about it. There's some injuries sustained, and everyone lives. That's the most important part.
Let me ask you a follow-up here. What happens when a grenade gets thrown in?
Well, at the time, one of our soldiers was hit in the face with a brick, so people were administering aid to him, and they kind of bunched up, and it landed at their feet and exploded at all of their feet. We had to basically take him to an aid station and then fly him out to get looked at a hospital in Germany.
And I'm sorry, you said that there were no serious injuries, though?
No, there were serious injuries, but everybody lived.
Okay, gotcha. Wow.
A lot of people had significant damage to their legs.
That sucks. Hey, again, thank you for your service, Mike. And that is way more deep end of the pool than any of the sports stuff. And certainly that sounds terrifying.
Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate your service. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Paul in a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
Hey, back in the 60s, there was Sandy Koufax, Juan Marichal, and Bob Gibson fighting to who was going to start the All-Star game. And they were all great. But I think our guy should be starting this All-Star game because he's the best.
Well, I mean, you could make a strong case if you just simply look at the numbers. You know?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All these guys, they all had great numbers. But, those guys were all my favorite players back in the day.
Well, I mean, look, it's.
I know it's 100 years old.
It's okay. I mean, but I'm just thinking about, like, in the case of Scooble here, I'm going to be intrigued to see. I mean, I don't know if Scooble set it out as a goal. I don't remember seeing anything about that. But the idea that if that was a goal of his, I could see why he'd be pretty disappointed today. I mean, you want to be the best. If you want to be the best, one of the measurements of being the best is if you're going to set a goal during the season is getting named starter at the All-Star game. So it's too bad for him.
All of his numbers have been great.
Yeah.
You know, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Always could be more that go into it.
I mean, is the positive side here that you don't mess with him? You know, like guys in the home run derby. I know that's different, but you know, if you there's fans that don't want their players in the home run derby because they don't want to mess with their swing, right?
Yep.
Is there any positive about that with Skubal? I don't know if he's even going to pitch at all, but we know he's definitely not the starter. Wasn't it when Verlander, wasn't he ramping it up when he would start up there? He'd like see how high he get
he was trying
on the
to
gun.
throw as hard as he possibly could, and that made me a little nervous. You know, I didn't need to see that. If I recall correctly, it didn't go all that well. But 248-539-9797. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like our family did, with a new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options are available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson out. 248-539-9797. You know what's got a pulse? Baseball in Detroit has a pulse. And that's pretty awesome. This Tiger team has gotten up off the mat a little bit. The paddles, they've had the paddles applied. Heart's beating again. Might be faint, but there's a heartbeat. And they won 8 of 10 going into the All-Star break. And they've done it in a way that probably, it definitely helps who they played. It took 3 of 4 from Cleveland. It took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Sweeping Cincinnati was fine, but, it's not like they did this against the White Sox. It's probably, my instinct tells me this is just ebbs and flows of a season. They caught a couple of first-place teams at the right time. And that's okay. We should expect that. But it could be indicative of something else. And to have a near jam-packed Comerica Park and people talking about the baseball, because these games were dramatic. Scoring 5 in the bottom of the ninth to score and then go on and win in extras on a walk-off bomb on Saturday. Coming from behind again with a little bit of help from the Dodgers, but McKinstry coming through with a huge triple to lead off the 9th inning. They get the tying run, and then they win on a throwing error. That stuff look, this is, when it's all said and done, the grand scale of things, probably not hugely significant, other than some of their guys like Urshela. Urshela could get traded. Hitting a walk-off bomb doesn't hurt his trade value. It also doesn't mean you're going to get like a top 10 prospect for him, but if he's playing well, fetch a higher price. Flaherty, in the midst of all this, made a comeback and had a healthy start and a good start. So playing well doesn't hurt short term, and it may help long term. 248-539-9797, open lines. Let's get back to your phone calls. Paul's in Shelby, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Paul?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I
Sure.
listen to you every day.
Appreciate it.
Listen, what I observed, we have the parking lot downtown, and a lot of people from Cleveland came up when Cleveland's playing, and all of the Japanese people were coming to this game. They didn't have the jerseys. The Americans had the jerseys. They were coming from Ann Arbor, Indiana, even Illinois, because I was asking them, where are you coming from? So there was 2 different types of crowds. The Japanese people were definitely coming to see this great baseball player, and the Americans were coming because of the game, I think, and because the Dodgers are in the area. And that lot, the whole city was packed. They were coming from the boulevard walking all the way to the Tiger Stadium, which and since the NFL draft, I have never seen that happen, and I've been down there 50 years. So it was great for the city. And it's great for the Tigers because, if you have sons, you want to take them to a ball game and show them, be a father-son ball game. That's important today.
Well, Paul, having been right down there, I'm stoked that Detroit responded. Like there's a lot of online discussion about how this is going to have Chris Ilitch motivated to want to put a winning product back on the field, and certainly. I hope he doesn't need that to be motivated. I hope he was always motivated to put a winning product on the field, and I suspect that that's the case, that this doesn't really change anything, although I hope it's a window into the future, in the very near future. Look, this team is got a lot of young players in the lineup. We've talked about that stat about having the most plate appearances by players 24 or younger since 2018. We've seen Colt Keith hitting .395 with a .480 on base during this streak. We've seen, guys like Wencio Perez and Parker Meadows showed a little bit of spark. Justin Henry Malloy. We got a pitching staff have some guys that are now, really proving to be pretty big assets. So I don't know, man. Team's off the mat here a little bit. I don't know if they continue it into the second half, but it sure was fun to watch this weekend.
It sure was. And look, we've got a start of a good pitching staff, that's for sure. I wouldn't get rid of any of the starting 5 that they have. We just got to get some power into that lineup. And they've got 100 home runs already, so in 97 games. So maybe the power is coming on with the players they got. we have to wait and see. They're all young kids.
Thank you for the phone call, Paul. I've been a little surprised at how many keep the staff together, which means not trading Flaherty calls we've gotten today. Like this from Eric, who writes in, not trading Flaherty is crazy. This trade could be a turning point in our core group going forward. We can get a third base / shortstop prospect ready for his shot. Yeah, I called it somebody who's cusping. You know, you've got who would want Jack Flaherty? A team in contention. And a team in contention probably has some talented young players who are blocked, right? And so those players that are blocked, they're expendable to those teams, and they can be cornerstone pieces, not cornerstone piece, but they can be guys that you pen in to be starters next year for the Tigers. I tend to agree with Eric. I think it's too early to say something like that, but there's also nothing, there's nothing I've seen yet that leads me to believe got to keep him. It's too early. If they come out of the gate in the second half and keep winning and winning and winning, I suppose it could make some sense to leave that in play. But after all this heavy lifting they've done, they are still 7 games back. And that is 7 games back in the last wild card. That is discouraging. 248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. The reason why Tigers are not convinced about a recent 10 games streak is because most Tiger fans know that 2 or 3 bats were available for cheap and they could have more wins at this point, including drafting Wyatt Langford.
Yes.
After
I actually sent that.
Was it you, Mike?
Yes.
After 10 down years, fans are tired of getting that can kicked down the road. That's from
Smartest person of the day. Who was that?
It was unnamed texter.
Unnamed is brilliant.
Yes.
Can I help you with something?
Sure, please.
I want to
do.
fix a situation. I feel like there's a lot of family strife for you right now.
Okay.
These negotiations were painful to listen to.
Oh, are they?
I want you to tell your son that Uncle Mike will get him. And he doesn't have to do this heinous work schedule. You want it upstairs, downstairs. Come on.
Yeah, the
dude.
stairs. I want everything clean.
And second of all, you don't need to play cool guy. You're going to play this with your son.
I know I am.
It's happening.
I've played Madden with him.
Then what are we doing?
We're trying to get something out of it ourselves. We're trying to get him to lift a finger in the
Can't
household.
get you to buy a new hat. You won't buy your kid college football.
I'm trying
the
to
hell
be,
is it with you?
I'm trying to be more responsible,
Douglas,
fiscally responsible.
Doug, you're fine. But if you don't, are you going to allow this? Did you green light it?
He's getting the game. He's downloading it for the. But here's the concern.
Jeez,
this whole Mutt thing.
What?
Isn't this become a money sinkhole where he keeps buying stuff and buying
not
stuff?
unless he plays that game mode.
Unless he what?
Not unless he plays that game mode.
Okay.
If he does, he would still need your credit card, which you're not going to give him.
No, but I'm worried. If you buy the game with the credit card, don't they have it on file and he can just keep charging and charging and charging?
Charges, you throw your kid in prison.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yep.
Relax. You got to loosen up, man.
Don't you understand that being a parent is not relaxing? It's constant worry.
Why do you think I hate kids and don't have them? I don't want this. I'm just saying I like being the uncle because Uncle Mike can be the fixer and the hero and pay none of the prices.
Yeah, that's true.
And you get to return the children when they become annoying or just not fulfilling anymore.
Gotcha.
Buy the game.
We are buying.
And go have fun.
We are buying.
Okay, loosen up a little bit. You did a good job. You raised some very good children.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay? How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
All things considered, yeah, I'm good.
Yep.
So our approach will be similar to yours. It's probably equally as stupid to ignore what took place this weekend as it would be to spend 4 hours on it. So you're getting 3 segments tops, and then we're going to get into the Tigers.
We opened
Stoney's night at the ballpark, shirtless.
We opened it. We talked about it and moved on.
I know. That's it. We have to. So we'll do it. But no, we're going to talk about a little bit about college football and your selfishness.
Yep.
And then we're going to talk Tigers multiple ways, including Stoney's night at the ballpark, which is it's fun.
Stoney, which game were you at?
The one they lost, of course.
That's the one you went to.
Yeah, the
Yes,
mush.
I went with a group. It was fun.
Yeah.
Frankie Coffee Cakes, the mush.
I mean, I got to tell you, I got something very strange today on the show.
What's that?
People calling to talk about the games.
I said that on Thursday.
Did you?
The day game. And it was like, this is what it used to be.
Yeah.
And look, the problem is the math.
The math is not great.
The math is not great. And second of all, if you're trading Flaherty, how much can I take it serious? I mean, I love the fact they're winning. And that's what unnamed is me.
Yeah.
Because it shows you how dumb Scott Harris's offseason was. Because the reality is they were never bad. Their willful choice to not take Langford and to not sign a bat is why we're here. Think about it. The more they win, the more justifiable anyone's opinion is who shared what I said. Doug, they could be a playoff team this year had they given a damn.
Well, I hope
what?
that Max Clark makes it worth what they did.
All right, we'll see you and McGonigal.
I know.
We'll see you in 2027.
I mean, kind of.
It's a 2-for-1. It counts.
It's clear, though, that Scott Harris, when you draft high school last night, he's comfortable with his timeline.
Yes.
But
I'm not. Just like I wasn't comfortable with you holding your child hostage for a video.
Yeah, that's probably going to keep happening, too.
God.
Milk whatever we can out of him.
God, Jesus.
Yeah.
I thought you teach him how to play Stratomatic.
We did during the COVID era. We got Stratomatic.
How old
yeah.
is this kid?
He is now 17.
Oh, come on. You can't do that.
Look, I got to keep that kid in line.
You're going to become friends with him. The Father's Day.
It's his daughter he has to keep in line because she really loves me.
She thinks Stoney's the greatest.
So she's got problems.
Yeah. I have concerns.
Godfather's with me all week.
Have a great show, gentlemen.
We'll be good.
Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, it is a distinct honor and pleasure to be with you on a Monday. Rico Beard's World Tour continues, and The Godfather is with us, presented by Speaker City. It is Michael Stone. He will be here all week. This is a very exciting week.
Thank you. Oh, yes, because there's nothing happening.
No, it allows us to be more creative. That's how I choose to view it.
Absolutely.
I hate when radio hosts get on the air and are like, oh, there's nothing to talk about. Yeah, great sales pitch to your audience.
Mm-hmm.
No, we have a ton of things to talk about. So here's how today's show is going to work. No win position. I'm not going to be able to make all of you happy. So I'm not going to try. It's just simple. It would be equally stupid for us to completely ignore what happened this weekend, as it would be equally stupid for us to dedicate a majority of the show to it. So a couple segments to open, and then we are going to move on. And I want to entertain you guys, and I want to give you guys something to listen to on a 100-degree Monday. We got a red-hot baseball team. I just don't know what it means. Stoney's night at the ballpark. Today is a holiday for many. Happy College Football Returns Day. And look, we're going to have fun, but can't ignore what went down this weekend. And understand, I'd like to think, I've told you this a million times, I can't even make it about politics, what took place this weekend. It's just, I feel like we are just lost as people on both sides of the aisle, and I don't understand caring enough about politics to want to take someone's life. I don't understand what I watched. I really would like to believe we're better than that, but we're not. I mean, guys, there have been 14 attempted presidential assassinations and 4 successful ones. Sadly, this has kind of been who we are over the long haul. You get some deranged people on both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
But, Mike, here's my question to you and to the people. Am I wrong because I didn't really react? I saw it, and I went, well, that's messed up. And I watched some of the coverage, but I didn't. I'm not moved by anything anymore because I'm numb to, hey, there's a bombing here and there's a shooting here and then this many people died on the south side of Chicago this weekend. And, oh, look, there's an attempted. I don't even know what to say anymore.
To me, I think you need to be informed of what's happening, and that's about it. I was at a wedding on Saturday, and we found out, and the Wi-Fi or whatever, you couldn't really get a lot of service. So I was getting texts from my friends.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't feel compelled. Once I found out he was fine and all that, fine, life goes on. What bothers me the most, and look, it has nothing to do with what side you're on. So I want everybody to remember this. This is not about left, right, whatever. It's about people on both sides. What bothered me the most, besides the obvious that this lunatic idiot took a shot at somebody who's running for president, okay? What bothers me the most is, and I'd like to believe that the majority are not like this.
A vast majority.
Well, not that we'd take shots, obviously the vast majority would. The vast majority are not the lunatics on both sides who, as soon as this happens, they make their own ridiculous proclamations on social media and whatever. You have a right-wing conservative congressperson from Georgia saying that the district attorney in that part of Pennsylvania should investigate Joe Biden for this. Then you have the whack jobs on the left who say, oh, this was all planned. It was, fake to make him look good like a hero and all this. What the hell are you talking about? A guy almost lost his life with inches. And look, it's no secret.
One person did lose their life.
Yes, that's the other thing. Exactly. Okay. And look, it's no secret here. I don't like Donald Trump. Okay. But that's irrelevant. He's a human being. And I thought Biden handled it probably better than he's handled a lot in the last 4 or 5 months. You call the guy, you talk to him, and you come out and make the statements that it's just, to me, it's
I think
like,
what I don't understand.
It's like become this game.
There
Okay,
you go.
Trump gets shot, so we have to blame this person, and we have to blame. No, there's only one person to blame for the actual shooting. That's the
nutcase on the roof.
The assassin, the would-be assassin who killed somebody else. That's who you blame.
I actually blame the media in a lot of ways, and I blame social media. Both. Look, we've turned politics into a team sport. That's not really what it is.
I know.
I mean, look, I have friends on both sides of the aisle. They
As do
understand
I.
they can't really engage me in politics because I don't have a party, and I don't believe in it. I just think it is a one-on-one basketball game designed to keep the American people fighting with each other so each party can stay relevant and continue drinking off the fountain. So I don't care. It is more about what will it take for this country to just chill. The temperature in this country, look, I've always believed in my lifetime, not my father's, but in my lifetime, there would be some form of like uprising or some form of civil war. Look, in many ways, we're the greatest nation in the world, but we have like real problems. The temperature in this country is white hot. It's largely why I don't have social media. I don't really concern myself with what other people do. I'm happy to let people do pretty much whatever they want. Just don't mess with me.
Right.
We're good. I don't care. I just don't know what to do.
I mean, we sit and, we kind of like, I wouldn't say make fun of, but like Doug's, sign off, treat everybody with respect. Mine is just be nice to people. You can disagree about policy. You can disagree about foreign governments and things like that, but just treat people like I think it
Human
used
beings.
to be, where Republicans and Democrats could get together and just shoot the breeze. Now it's become this hate mongering thing
On both sides, too.
Yes,
and
exactly.
look, that's where, again, I blame cable news and I blame social media, and they're kind of one and the same. But people are basically, it's like they think they're a part of a team, and the other guy's evil and is never right, and your guy's virtuous and always right. And that's not a discourse.
No.
It's just silly. So, look, I guess my question, I guess to the people is like, where do we go from here? I mean, I'm not acting like it's the first time it's ever happened.
No.
Because that's factually untrue. There have been 14 attempted assassinations, sadly. I don't know. Is there a chance this could actually bring the country to a more even standpoint, a more neutral standpoint?
For a time period,
Or
maybe?
do you think this is just going to ratchet up? I don't know.
No, because the convention's
I don't care.
tonight starts, so I don't think it's going to be ratcheted down as much as it should be. Because
Is it
timing
wrong
of this,
that I just don't react to a whole lot anymore?
No.
I don't believe politics is for me. Like, I just believe both parties actually loathe the American people. They just are out to serve themselves.
Well, when you say parties, I think a lot, the majority of the people who are actually serving us, they're the ones who laugh at us. Because how many who are voted for are actually doing what they're supposed to do? And that's be
zero.
Civil servants. Now, there's some pretty good, senators and Congress people out there. There really are. But they're a minority.
Oh,
when you
vast.
see people leave and you see
know what I
how
think,
much
Mike?
money they've been.
Mike, I'm being serious with you. I actually think we've arrived at a point where any person who is smart enough and dedicated enough and shrewd enough to be a politician is smart enough to know it's a complete waste of time.
Yes.
I think what you're seeing is on both sides of the aisle, when you get to the governor level, when you get to the congressional level, and then when you get to the running for president level, we're living idiocracy. And I don't even need to start naming people, left and right. You can pick the characters. It's why I don't believe in any of it. And then when I watch what took place this weekend, it just bums me out because, again, it's going to be weaponized versus.
Right. How do we fix it?
The first thing I went to wasn't the political party of a crazed 20-year-old disenfranchised, nutcase. It was, this dude's insane. I don't know if he's left or right. It doesn't matter. He took a shot at a guy who was a former standing president and a man who is running for president again.
Right.
It's intolerable. It's insidious. I could never hate someone enough to want that. And yet, Mike is right here, guys. You saw people holding positions in politics, lobbing tinfoil conspiracy theories this weekend.
Yeah.
Not some guy in his mom's basement.
Right.
So I would, look, we're going to do a couple segments on this. And then, I know it's going to be a wild juxtaposition. We're going to have fun after this.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's fair to just pretend it didn't happen. But it's also not fair to you to drill you with it for 3-4 hours. What I want from you is this. What happens next? You guys all out there, the assassination attempt, both sides of the aisle. Where does it go from here? It is an election year. But society-wise, is this a jump-off point where we all look at each other and go, dude, we got to chill out a little bit? Or does it just continue to death spiral into President Camacho and Brondo has electrolytes? Like what are we really doing?
Well, every time there's a school shooting, we say, "Oh, this is going to be the last."
No,
that goes on and on. No. So we really don't come to any conclusion or try to solve anything. I think the best thing for this country would be, my left, is a third party. I would call the common sense party, who takes some of the things that they agree with from the right, some of the agree from the left, because there's some good things on both sides.
That's the reality.
That's why I can't take these people who are just lockstep. They'll go into the booth in November, and they'll either check Republican or check Democrat. They won't know anything else.
I partly don't blame them because they aren't given a choice. I mean, Mike, look at two-party politics. It's like I like Italian food. And I also, like a New York specialty. I like Chinese food.
Me too.
But I don't exclusively like every dish on that menu.
Right.
Do I like certain Republican policies, especially specific to the economical side? Yes, I do.
Me too.
Do I like some of the Democratic agenda as it would pertain to, I don't know, like
social issues?
But again, only some.
Right.
There are some that I think are zany and absurd and just nuts.
Right.
There's nowhere for a person like me to go. And I think that's why a lot of Americans are just very disenfranchised with politics in sum total. Right. I'm one of them. And I just choose not to care. But I wanted to bring it up. We can talk about it. I don't treat it like a team sport. It's disgusting what took place. I just want to know what happens next. Because I just don't think we can have the temperature of this country continue to rise if we want to end up in a good place. I don't.
There's too much vitriol out there.
It's too much believing that it's a binary thing of right, wrong, good, evil.
Right.
It's not. Both. Look, I'm not trying to be provocative, and I don't want to get into an argument with anybody. It's de-escalation July. Plus, I can't yell today. All right, I had a very loud weekend, very fun weekend at Saratoga.
Oh, good. How'd you do?
I killed it.
Oh, good.
I was on one of the great hot streaks of my life.
Wow.
We can't go there. 2 words, cash and roll.
Okay.
We were hammering at the track Saturday. The point I make to you is I don't believe there's a virtuous side, but the idea that people can say what they say after someone tried to kill a man, or the idea that
somebody did get killed.
Yeah, I want to know where you guys are at with it. And what happens next? What is the actual, do you think the temperature goes down or up? I have a bad feeling it will go up because all the media is going to do is weaponize this for their own purposes. But we could talk about it. And then, yes, we're going to do football today. We're going to get into College Football 25 release day. We're going to get into Stoney's night at the ballpark. We got to talk about the Red Hot Tigers. Skubal got screwed. I'm pissed. We're going to talk about that. So if you have an opinion about what went down this weekend with the assassination attempt, I'm fine. We can talk about it. But I don't know. I don't really know what else to say. It sucks. It's a bummer, and it's who we are.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I think that just about says it for me. We'll take a few phone calls, and that'll be it. Because hey, listen, I understand different shows approach different ways. This show won't be doing an hour of this. We won't be doing 2 hours of this. Just not going to do it. It's sunny. It's 90. And frankly, I'd like to continue the good mood. I had a great weekend. I'd like to go that direction.
Good.
All right. 97.1. Being number one, it's not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress, purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it. In fact, they make the world's best mattresses. They do it right in our backyard here in the great state of Michigan. And with the hot summer days, you deserve a great night's sleep on a cool, comfortable Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Okay. So we started the show, obviously. We're going to do a couple segments on what went down this weekend, the attempted assassination, and then we're moving on because I'm not going to do that to you today with, 2, 3, 4 hours of it. Not. We got plenty of good stuff to talk about, and a lot of people are going to want the escape, and I respect that. I do too. I had a great weekend. I'm not interested in being sad today or being upset. So we'll knock out some calls, see where people are at, and it's really just kind of where does it go from here? And I don't know. I blame, first of all, cable news on both sides. It's poison. And then the poison for this generation. And again, this is a 20-year-old kid, social media. I mean, history, you guys make fun of me because I left social media 10 years ago and stuff. But guys, reality is I'm going to be proven right. The history books are going to look back on this and the damage it is doing to everyone, especially the children, people who are now coming of age, right? Social media's advent really started in the late 2000s into 2010 range. These kids being raised by a tablet or a phone they're off center and they're a mess because your brain isn't fully developed and you're not supposed to be taking in deep fake misinformation and creating an echo chamber. It's a mess. And I don't think it has anything to do with politics in specific. You just have a lot of sick people right now.
Oh, I mean, it gets vitriolic for sports, as we know. The whole rivalry in this state is just, it's ridiculous.
Please.
It's awful.
You have people who still can't just say Michigan cheated. That's wild to me. You can just say straight up, you had a guy in a Halloween costume on your opponent's sideline. Right. No one's ever seen it before. Right. Let's just be on the level here.
Right.
Can't say
you can argue all you want about who knew what and whatever. That's fine. That's debatable.
But my point is, be an adult.
Correct.
Like, good Lord. So, no, you're right, Mike. And it bleeds into sports. Why? Social media.
Yes, exactly.
You create your own world.
We do it ourselves with ticket texts. I mean, the ticket texts that
I don't. You do.
No, I don't. I don't see them.
I don't either.
Right. Because mine is because I get distracted, so it's something else. But the fact of the matter is, we read the ticket texts that are provided for us that have already been, basically edited.
To your point, okay?
I mean,
I talked to Kenny, and Kenny said basically 75% of them can't be read because it is good versus evil. It is hyper political,
right?
And it's just not readable. It's incendiary.
Correct.
So then there's a middle ground, and Kenny said, I've got a couple that are readable that won't start SummerSlam. And I said, okay, good.
Yes.
Stay there.
Right.
Because again.
Because they're not listening. We're not going to read your vitriolic ticket text on either side.
Correct.
We're not.
Well, there's no point. There's no winning. You know what? Somebody almost died this weekend. You can leave the politics behind.
Yeah.
It's called humanity. I mean, I don't know. That's just where I'm at, but I'm a weirdo. Hey, let's go to Will in Sterling Heights. Let's get this party started. Will, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, not too much. How you guys doing?
Good. Okay, what's on your mind?
Hopefully I can bring a little more centered perspective to this whole thing, but I think you're going to have kind of what you guys are saying, the more vitriolic perspectives on the extreme end, which, we've always had and probably always will have. But I do think we're going to have a bit of a cooling down period just because, like you guys just alluded to, someone's life was taken while someone's life was being attempted at being taken.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to kind of bring a lot of people back to reality. Like, okay, like this is a very real thing going on right now.
I wish it would. But I mean, Will, we couldn't come together over, kindergarten kids getting shot up at school. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, I just don't feel like people have the ability to just chill. It's crazy.
Yes. And the people always talk about how we have like a choice between only two parties. We have had like legitimate third party contenders, and I'd even make the argument right now in Robert Kennedy Jr. We have someone who's a little more center, and they're kind of talking from more of a common sense perspective.
First of all, he was thinking about having Aaron Rodgers as his running mate.
Time out.
That's
You don't
he's
even
out.
need to go there. I don't care who the candidate is. They will never receive the funding necessary.
No.
They will never be able to be invited to the debates. They will never have an actual chance because this is a two-party system, and they want to keep it that way.
The only thing where he is correct on is in certain states, they can get enough votes where a state can be won or lost because of a third party. Not that the third party person is going to win. I think we saw with Ralph Nader, I forget which election, where he had enough votes that, I don't know if it was Gore or whatever, didn't win that state. So whatever. They can make an impact.
The reality
Ross
is,
Perot,
if you
people like
vote
that.
for a third-party option, your vote goes in a garbage can.
Right. My first vote ever was for a third party candidate, John Anderson.
Oh, I thought that was Garfield. All right, let's go to Danny, 97.1. I'm sorry. Danny, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, what's going on, man? How we doing?
D, I'm good, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, first off, I mean, I'm not trying to boast you, but I caps off to you, my friend, because you know what? A lot of other stations or other shows would definitely avoid this kind of a thing, but you know what? You do it perfectly. You want to dip your toe in it because to do it is irresponsible to just totally avoid it, and to bring it up is what's needed. And I also firmly believe that, listen, I don't care what kind of side of the aisle you're on. I mean, if you're left, you got to be able to talk to right. If you're right, you got to be able to talk to left.
Right.
And if you can't do that, and unfortunately, the vast majority of this country is not responsible enough to handle having an opinion on these things. Because what is it? It is a cardinal sin for you guys in the media to talk about, in the sports media more so than anything, to talk about two things, religion and politics.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that you are is fantastic, because if you don't, this continues. And this blame goes solely, in my opinion, on what you just said, to echo. It's media and social media and the regular news media, because they're the ones that created this. Where does a 20-year-old get this vision? He doesn't get it from his upbringing. Some of them get it from their upbringing, but I would bet my life on it that social media and news networks are what created his mentality to do so. Mind you, he's a deranged person, but I guarantee you that's the motivation, and that is the problem.
Yeah, and that's, Danny, that's been my point in all of it, and it's scary. I mean, look, I may not have children of my own, but I am an uncle, and I love my nieces and nephews, and I worry about them because this is the world they're coming up in, and it's terrifying because adults can't find a way to separate what's real and what's not. Right. How does a child? How does a teenager?
They can. I will say this one last thing, because I know you got to run, but Mike, I would say this. Listen, I am a Michigan guy. I will so happy of this national championship. And when you talk about them and you're a Spartan guy, I can hate your guts, but I listen to you religiously because I respect your opinion, because you are of the other side and you keep it real. Yeah. And even I can hate you come October every year and go after it and let the battle begin. But that's the problem, is unfortunately not just the young, but also people over 40 or people in your age bracket, Stoney, they can't handle the ability to have a conversation in sports, let alone you think you're going to do it in politics. That's crazy.
Danny, it couldn't be said better, Danny, because sports isn't real. Like, we have fun with it and we are passionate about it, but in the grand scheme of things, in what's really important in life, sports isn't it.
No. Sports is it's entertainment.
But yet, NFL fan stabbed to death. NFL brawl. Like, you see how people are. And I'm telling you, it goes back into people are creating, and this is how something like this weekend happens. I don't think it's politics.
Right.
I think it is someone who they're just ill-equipped.
But going back to what you succinctly said in the first segment, this has been happening. We've had 14 assassinations and attempts throughout history. So this kid could have been somebody from John Hinckley did his stuff before social media.
Yep.
When he tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan and came from the NCAA
you're right,
basketball
Mike,
championship
you're right.
game.
And, okay,
That's a whole other story.
You're right. And again, I don't think it's political. There have been attempts on both sides of the aisle.
Yes.
It is about us as a people. Now, look, if I took away one thing from this weekend that is surely not political, I was confused by how the Secret Service and how security measure, that rooftop would be the no bleep biggest threat in the area. 130 yards sounds like a long way. It's not.
No, they had two snipers, but on different. Somebody should have been up there.
That doesn't add up to me, but I am not qualified. It's not like I've ever designed a security detail for a presidential speech.
Correct.
It's just me, dummy, right? Me being a dumb guy. I'm going, you have a rooftop that's 130 yards with a view of the stage. How is that not one of your biggest threats? Now again, I'm not qualified. You wanted to know what my initial thought was.
I get it.
There's my initial thought. And once again, it had nothing to do with politics. A man almost had his head blown off. One person in the crowd did. That's my initial response to it. 248-539-9797. We'll knock down a few more calls, and then we're going to move. And we're going to have some fun today, and we are going to talk about the Tigers, who are red hot. I just don't know what it means. It's a torturing state of affairs. I'll explain why. Northville Lumber. We talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And look, there's a reason. It's because it's in stock. It's in their warehouse. There's no 4, 5, 6 week lead time. You buy it, you get it, you build it. You better have some sunscreen on, but you could be enjoying your deck today. You'd be sweating your plums off, but you could be on your deck today. Bottom line, Northville will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Get it built and have it done by the best in the game. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the people. Tiger baseball, we're going to talk a lot about it. They're playing the best stretch of ball they've played all year. But I want to look back before we look forward and see where you guys are at. We got College Football 25 coming out today. I think a lot of people are going to be returning to the video games. I think you got a lot of people of the younger persuasion who never got a chance to play the old game. They're going to make their debut. Bit of a holiday for some of the dudes out there. So the girlfriends and wives can probably wave goodbye. You're going to be losing your spouse here for a few days.
Well, actually, it's perfect. Isn't The Bachelor on Monday nights? So they can watch The Bachelor. And
you negotiate whatever settlements you need.
Yeah.
But we're going to have fun today, but we had to start with what took place this weekend in Pennsylvania. So let's knock out some calls, and then we'll touch table on some football and move along. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. I just want to say that you two guys couldn't be more on point about the two parties. I think it was Mr. Stone said the common sense party. Hello?
Yeah.
Sign me up. I mean, was that you, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, the problem is you have people actually debating what exactly is common sense. Because my common sense and your common sense might not be the same.
How about let's see clearly now? I mean, something other than the far left and the far right. They just want to destroy each other, and all that's going to do is destroy this country.
I've always been confused. Phil, what confuses me is how people can be this invested in politics that it becomes their team. I've never understood that. I don't get it. These people don't like you. Neither side of the aisle likes you. They don't like any of us. They care about keeping each other on top.
And one thing when they have a point of view, they try to hammer into your head that their point of view is the only point. No, there's other ways of dealing with stuff. And I've left bonfires where politics comes up. It's like, let's just sit and enjoy our company, and politics comes up. I've walked away. It's frustrating. I'm sorry, but it's really frustrating.
We're all frustrated because what went down this weekend is sad, and it's disgusting, and there's no place for it. Yet the first thing that took place, Phil, was political footballs from both sides of the aisle, fringe conspiracy theories. It's almost like a team sport. I don't have time for any of it. Like, I can just look at it for what it is, and it's like, that's hideous. And it's like, look, I made fun of the presidential debate a lot, and I'll continue to do so. Not today, because it's not the time or place. The point I'm making is, this is the greatest nation in the world, and we keep showing our ass. And that's what bothers me. I can't imagine being in another country and looking at this and going, the hell is wrong with these people?
Right. They have these two elderly gentlemen who are like, it's unbelievable.
We go to Mitch, 97.1. Mitch, what's going on, buddy?
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Good, Mitch. What's on your mind?
Well, I've got a ton of thoughts on this. I know it's been a while since I've called. I'm trying to rationalize it the same way that I did with Michigan football and Michigan State football this past fall, where it's like, I don't think there is a team for me. I sort of believe you have to be like a political eagle. You need a right wing and a left wing in order to fly. But the choices that we have right now are just so inadequate. Like, I've largely checked out from football because the Spartans product is largely, terrible. And then I can't get behind Michigan because I saw these guys cheat, and I just feel like it's insincere. And it's the same with politics, because I've got seemingly two inadequate candidates, and there's nothing that's serving me.
No.
When I heard the news, I was working my second job because I'm a teacher full time, and we've got the summer, and I got to make ends meet. And the sun came up the next day, and I was like, my problems are still there.
Yeah, Mitch, you just encapsulated it, and I. Look, I don't understand the people whose lives become so obsessed. Not to the point that you want to take someone's life, but just this idea of like the temperature's so hot in this country, and I don't have the emotion behind it because like you said, I care about, my people, and the sun comes up and I pretty much mind my own business, and whatever happens, happens. One party has 4 years and then the other one wins. What really changes? Not a whole lot. Except, Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio. But other than that,
right.
What? I mean, Mitch, you nailed it, brother. I saw it this weekend and I'm like, this is so effed. And I moved on. I know that sounds terrible, but I'm numb to it.
That's not terrible, because I do feel like people, there's not as much red and blue per se as much as there is purple. Just people are a mixture of different thoughts and opinions. And, eventually, like what Stoney was saying, you got to find common sense somewhere where it works out for most people. But just this vitriolic, bright red, bright blue on both sides, it's got to stop.
And that's why I have voted for presidents of both parties over my time voting, and for Senate and Congress and other offices. I'm not, a strict one-party person. I think that's almost shameful to a certain extent. There are good in both.
Stoney's Political Podcast debuts August 17th.
No, you don't want that.
Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Jeff.
There'll be some jokes in there.
Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Hey, I've been driving, listening to you guys talking about social media and how it's affecting the youth of today. And I was telling the screener, I'm 66 years old, and I remember one of the first things I remember as a youth was John F. Kennedy getting killed.
Right.
I was in elementary or kindergarten, had to get sent home. And then 2 days later, I'm watching TV in the morning, and Oswald gets shot right on national television. And everybody kept talking about how, TV is now bringing out, in a form of social media. And it always started out with newsprint back in the 30s, and the radio started. I could hear people talking, and that was like, oh, my God. And then radio, phased out a little bit, and people started watching television. And now TV has phased into the Internet. And I think that the human being and the human will adapt to that. And I think that's what's going to happen here. They're seeing things more they can communicate about it is the biggest difference, where I couldn't do that as a kid. I remember going to school the day after Robert Kennedy was shot, and he was still alive. And we were all nobody was doing anything. We were just standing there going, is he going to live? Is he going to die? Yeah. I was 10 years old, and that affects you as a youth. But you know what? You sort of adapt to it. It's I don't underestimate the kids of today. They're going to adapt to it. They will. And there's going to be those people that can adapt to it. And it's always been those people. There's been the bell tower guy at Texas Tech. I mean, there's always been those guys that just can't do it. And it goes way back. There's always been freaks.
But here's,
I don't think you can blame it on social media.
Well, Jeff, the differential, look, I think when we're talking about something a little different, right? You're right in that the fringe cases, you're right. But when you are seeing attention spans of human beings whittled down to that of an ant, that's social media. When you are seeing people's inability to think critically, that is social media. When you are seeing a youth who believes they should be flying to a music festival in Miami on a private plane every weekend and wondering why they aren't graduating college with a $300,000 job, that's social media. Mm-hmm. When you are seeing grown-ass adults who raise children, yet are creating echo chambers for themselves to only expose themselves to things they agree with and to only attack the people they disagree with, that's social media. And no, I'm not telling you that what happened this weekend is solely because of it.
No.
That is just a 20-year-old troubled guy, and it's insidious.
The thing with social media, okay, I use it mostly for work, like for Twitter, okay? Yeah, it's an easy way to get articles and links and things like that, because most people don't read the actual newspaper anymore. So I like it for that. Facebook, when it started, was not for politics or anything. It was the stupid stuff. Hey, look what I had to eat today. Show your friends who are living out of town or whatever. It was a happy place. Now it's not. Even Facebook's not a happy place. Instagram, you have kids, they just post stuff up hoping to get likes. I mean, that's the problem. It's like everything else. It starts off with good intentions.
And then we ruin it.
And yes, exactly. Good intentions turns into bad intentions and bad results.
All right, put a cap on it. There you go. We're done. There's your serious stuff today. Let's get into some football. Paul, tell everybody I appreciate him calling in. That's it. End of the road on that. We'll get to the Tigers at 3 o'clock. Does that work for you? I'm going to start calling you Mr. Stone after that one caller did.
Okay.
I like that.
That's fine.
There's Stoney and then his alter ego, Mr. Stone. 248-539-9797. We'll get a little football next. Sometimes if you want a good deal, you got to sacrifice a few things. Not the case with Hungry Howie's. Fresh dough made daily, in-house. 8 flavored crust options. Hungry Howie's brings you the best flavor around town and limited time only. You're going to get 51% off any large pizza at regular menu price. That's any choice. Real cheese, real dough, flavored crust, 51% off. Stop in, pick up a large pepperoni, 51% off. The chicken bacon ranch, a Howie special, or a large pizza, any combo, 51% off. Get involved. It's online carry-out only, 51% off, limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's touch the table. Little football. It's 90. It's sunny. Summer camp. We're almost ready to report for duty. Let's get to it. Kenny.
So let's do some college football here. Indeed, CBS put out a list of a couple of different things here. They have teams due for some better luck and teams due for their luck to run out. They even invented a cool stat called the whoops-a-daisy rate, which is interceptions plus fumbles per snap. So which would you rather hear first, the teams due for some better luck or the teams?
Give me the teams whose luck is about to run out.
All right, team number one. These are contending teams that could be swayed in and out of the playoffs. So number one is Louisville. They went 5-1 in one-score games. Their whoops-a-daisy rate's one of the best in football.
Yeah, they also had a scheduling blessing where they got Notre Dame after Notre Dame had played 3 straight top 10 opponents, and they got them at home at night. It was almost like an auto loss for Notre Dame. Like, you're not getting that every year. And the other thing is Jeff Brom's offense, it's not going to take anyone by surprise year 2. I will agree with that. But they're not going to go away because their NIL program is, in a word, robust.
It used to be that basketball was the number one sport at that school.
Yeah.
Now it's not. I mean, you're
Disaster.
right.
The next one is Missouri. They were 4-0 in one-score games. Very low whoops-a-daisy rate as well. I love that stat, by the way.
It's a great. I think they're really good.
They're good.
And Drinkowitz is a really good, better recruiter and
multiple NFL wide receivers.
Right.
Luther Burden, Weezy.
They have lots of NIL.
Yeah, and Brady Cook. It's a rarity in college football these days. You got a kid that started 36, 38 games for you, and he's back. Look, I don't think Mizzou's ever going to win the SEC, but can they be a 9 or 10 win team and be credible? Absolutely. And again, very sneaky NIL. And they just recruited a 5-star quarterback. Not that anyone cares.
Next one here is Northwestern. They took care of the football really well, 6-2 in one-score games. They probably should have been closer to 4-4.
100% agree. Their offense is painful to watch. I don't understand how they exist. I hope they go 0-13. I hate their guts.
See, they always intrigue me because to me, I look at it and I say, how is this team even in games, let alone winning as many as they do? So I think I like their coach, the interim guy who took over last year, and he did a really nice job, and they always seem to get a few really good recruits. Yeah, I think they're legit. Not to win the Big Ten, but, not to be the Dennis Green, Francis P. Northwestern teams.
Okay, that's an old reference. Keep going.
This one might hurt your feelings, Mike, because you are a big advocate for this team this year. Ole Miss, 4-0 in one-score games. Their luck might run out in 2024.
And you're probably right. Here's the other thing. This is Dan Campbell on meth. I mean, Lane Kiffin, with his decision-making on 4th down, the volatility, he will go for it 4th and 3 on his own 38. It's just, you're right. It can run out. It could go south. But they are wildly talented, and he's one of the best play callers in America.
And they have a quarterback that might win the Heisman Trophy.
Jackson Dart. Yeah, look, Kenny's not wrong. It could run out. Their season could come down to 2 or 3 4th downs between a playoff berth and going 8-4.
Next one here is Washington. A bunch of coaching changes, moved to the Big Ten. They were 8-0 in one-score games.
Agree totally. It was a total farce. They were nowhere near as good as what they showed. I don't know what voodoo they had over Oregon to beat them twice. And the fact that Rico was happy makes me sad. So I'm out.
They had a great quarterback, and he's gone. So, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
He looked like a space cadet in the national title game.
Well, I know.
Carry on.
All right, let's move on to the teams that are due some better luck. Kansas State, first on the list. They were 1-4 in one-score games and losses to like Missouri, Oklahoma State, and Texas.
And I actually think Avery Johnson's going to play a big role in this. They've got a kid. He looks like the kid from Remember the Titans, Sunshine. Like his hair is down to his ass, but he's a playmaker. Kleiman's a damn good coach. You're right. 1-4 in the one-score games for a good football team that plays disciplined. Yeah, that's a buy for me, Kenny.
That Avery Johnson, good left-handed shooting point guard.
I quit.
Next here is TCU. They had some tough field goal luck going 2 for 7 in critical spots. 0 for 5 against Colorado. They lost 0 for 4 in one-score games.
Got to see the quarterback play. Beginning, middle, and end for me. Show me a legitimate quarterback for Sonny Dykes. I'll show you a good TCU team. I got to see it to believe it. Their quarterback play last year, suboptimal.
Look, he had the benefit of having a good quarterback the year before.
Who was in his 10th year.
Yes, exactly. And they had a really good wide receiver who actually sucked in the pros last year. Quentin Johnson.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Next one is Texas A&M didn't win a single one-score game, including that game against Alabama.
This is where I'm going to get made fun of, maybe by Stoney, but certainly by Rico. I'm a buyer of Elko and A&M. Wegman, their quarterback, is absolutely legit. He's fantastic. I buy. I think they're going to have a real adult in the room, a real offensive scheme, not the archaic Jimbo Fisher stuff. I'm a buy on Texas A&M.
I was going to say addition by subtraction being the head coach. And Elko was a guy that, when you guys were looking for a coach, I thought Elko would have been a wonderful candidate for Michigan State.
He's a defensive whiz.
Yes.
He really is.
And the last one here is Virginia, 2-5 in one-score games. They had a point differential of -75, but that was heavily influenced by a 28-point loss to Georgia State.
Yeah, but everything I've watched with them is, again, Tony Ellitt's been a bit of a disaster. The offensive line can't block a soul. Brennan Armstrong left because he just was tired of being hit. I need to see talent before I sit here and tell you UVA is going to do anything. We're a long way from Rondé and Tiki Barber and George Welsh. Yeah, that is a bad football program. I can't go. Kenny, I got to see some talent.
Yeah, you always think they're going to make the next step, and the next step's always backwards.
Yeah, falling back down the stairs.
And that is your college football blitz.
All right, 3 o'clock, we turn our attention to baseball. And we're going to do this a couple different ways this week. Now, Tigers enter the All-Star break at the worst possible time because they're red hot. Crazy weekend at the ballpark. Great crowds. Yes, Ohtani and the Dodgers played that role. Who cares?
Yeah.
More on that later. But 8-2 in their last 10. But here's what I want to do. Before we go and start looking at the second half of the year and the trade deadline and all that, we're going to save that for later in the week. I'm interested to see your perspective, Mike, but also the people. If I ask you to describe, we're going to call this Tigers at 100, even though it's only 97 games. Just work with me. It's not the halfway point. You're well over the halfway point. You're 100 games in. How would you describe what you watched, if you watched, up to this point in one word? And look, I can give you my word. It's simple. It's maddening. It's maddening. I came into this season dying for them to add a bat or two, to just build a foundation for the young guys, and the pitching is good enough. And they didn't. And the only the more that they win, the more it reinforces my point, and that frustrates me. So maybe the word is frustrating and not maddening. Maddening is worse than frustrating. I'm being driven to madness by this team because as they've gotten hot, it's reinforcing how dumb their offseason was. And I'm left going, damn it, we could be a playoff team. So my word is maddening.
Mine is psychotic.
Explain that.
Because psychotic, obviously, if you're psychotic, there's psychosis, which by definition is delusional and and suffering hallucinations. And when you watch this team play, you go through these spurts, and I don't want to be a doggy downer here, but this is maybe one of these spurts where you're under the delusion that they're good. But then reality sets in and you realize that you are hallucinating. And yes, certain players have gotten better, but they still have, Javi's still playing. McKinstry, yes, he had a triple. He's still in the lineup. I mean, the bullpen isn't what it was. They're still not very good. So that's why I say they're psychotic.
I'd love to know where you guys are at with it. And look, it's an interesting thing because for many of you, this team disappeared from the radar end of May. You just haven't watched them. And it's not your fault. I mean, it's this battle between a cable network and a cable provider. But how would you describe the Detroit Tigers at the All-Star break? Now, they've pulled to within 3 games of being 500. Unfortunately, going 8-2 really didn't nibble away at the deficit. They're still 7 out of the wild card.
Correct.
But I didn't want to go down that road today. I wanted to wait on that. But it was more, okay, you have a Cy Young candidate pitcher. You have this 3-headed monster on the pitching staff. And yet you have amazing moments, whether it's the comebacks against the Dodgers or whether it's been some of Scooble's performances. And then you have these lows where it's like, wait, did we just lose a series to the Marlins or the A's? Yes. Or did the Angels just hit us with a garbage can? Or, wow, we can't score runs at all. Like, it's maddening. That is just my word for it. And I wanted to know where you were at with it. Because the whole idea of processing, all right, well, where do we go from here? I think it's all determined on straight up, if you're trading Jack Flaherty, you can't ask me to invest in this.
No. But, and like I said, we'll get into it later in the week, if they do what I think they're going to do, and that's even if they play 500 baseball, they're not going to make, not only are they 7 out, there's like 4 teams ahead of them, and everybody says, well, those teams play each other, they'll get some losses.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but they'll also get wins.
Look, if you do the math equation, right, 97 games in, so you got, 65 games left.
They basically have to play 600 baseball.
It's actually closer to 660.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, Mike, it's going to take probably 90 wins to make the wild card, so you do the math, you're sitting there at 47? You would need to go 43 and 43. Hold on, I got to do this. Is it 67 games left?
You said they've played 97, so that would be 65.
65 games left, and they've got 47 wins. You need to win 43 ball games, so it's like 43 and 28 or whatever. Can you play 15 games above 500?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, especially if you're trading Flaherty.
Right.
So I would describe this first half as maddening.
Yeah, that's a great word. And, look, there's certain things that are to go with your maddening and my, psychotic thing
That's
is
a fascinating word.
Because psychotic at the beginning of the year, because you thought you were living under this delusion that you had these great young players like Torkelson and Meadows. And then Tork does what he does, and Meadows does awful, comes back, then he gets hurt, and then you have Carpenter, he gets hurt. Now look, let's be honest here. Cole Keith, I mean, the numbers that these guys are putting up in July. Now, granted, small sample size, and people are trying to the last 5 games. No, I'm looking a little bigger than that. But in July, Keith's OPS is 1.267. 5 homers, 13 RBIs with a 370 batting average. Riley Green, 1.086 OPS in July. Malloy, who's turning into a really good hitter that they thought he feels like Edward Scissorhands, so there's a problem, but his OPS is 924. Even your favorite Gio Urshela is hitting 298 with an OPS of over 800. And yes, Javi's OPS is 478 still. But, that's my delusion.
You're bad.
Well, they did make a great play Friday night. The game I was
Oh, well, good. That justifies $25 million.
No,
But no,
no.
I would like to know the one word to describe it. I'm very frustrated. I mean, I'm thrilled they're winning, but it's almost like Will Ferrell at the funeral. Damn you, Roger. Damn you. Like, if you would have just done anything this offseason, and if you would have provided these kids with the support they needed, I really do believe you're 5, 6, 7 games better. And it's like, I'm so bummed out because they win 8 out of 10. It was amazing Thursday to be on the air and people wanted to talk about baseball, the actual game.
Oh, God.
I'm dying
How
for
great
this.
was those years where we'd bitch about lineups, we'd
was
bitch
awesome.
about pitching changes. That's what the sport's about.
Right. And it's what we desperately want here. Like, I don't know anyone who doesn't want this team to win. It doesn't make any sense. It's just the idea of they could really be in this, and they're not, and it's because of that Dinder Mifflin offseason. And we're sitting here now, and I'm going, wow, you got hot too late. It's not going to be significant enough. And then I'm going to have to watch Flaherty disappear in a couple weeks. That's really hard for me to get excited about.
I get it.
So I would love to know where people are at. 248-539-9797. Kenny, your one word was daiquiri. Do you want to explain?
No, my one word was predictable. It's a little bit of a different spin on what you guys were saying, but Scott Harris basically told you at the beginning of the season we weren't ready to buy bats, so I was expecting not a lot of bats. And then it took him how long to actually send Maeda to the bullpen up until right now. They continue to play Javi Baez when he's healthy, even though he's consistently one of the worst bats in all of baseball. So being right here, right now, I knew they were a better team than what they were last year, probably, hopefully. But right now, predictable. We're exactly where I thought we would be talking about selling Flaherty.
Let me ask you a question about Javi, though. I'm not defending him at all. But he goes hurt. They bring up Kreidler. He's worse than Baez.
Yeah, but again.
And I'm forgetting to look how much Baez is getting paid. I get all that. I mean, you want McKinstry every day? I mean.
I don't want to do this now.
I know.
No. You're fine, because it's going to lead me into a topic that Kenny got spit roasted for. And I think it's inappropriate. I don't think Kenny deserved it. There's a way this team could be a buyer, and yet still it's a part of a rebuild. Meaning, if you're trading for a player with term who's an everyday player, that's not a desperate ploy.
No.
It's expediting it. Like, the Blue Jays are going to blow their team up. Would Bo Bichette, who's a 3-time All-Star and a guy who's received MVP votes, yes, he's had a down year. Yes, he's been a little injured. The point is, all of a sudden, what does the lineup look like if Bo Bichette showed up to town?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a way they could re-engage and maybe make a run at this thing. But the problem's the math.
Correct.
They just dawdled around for too long. Now, it's doable, but they're going to have to play a level of ball, and that's where I get so frustrated. Because if they had done what I wanted, it never would have got here.
Right.
I feel that in my bones, Stoney. My bones.
I get it. Do you need, and I don't know if it'll make you feel any, but look, the Langford-Clark thing, whatever. I think it's not
Clark,
that bad.
Clark McGonigal.
Right.
It's a 2-for-1.
Right. So I have no problem with it. It hurts them this year, obviously. But if for some reason at the end of the season whenever he decides to speak the truth, if Scott Harris or Jeff Greenberg, whoever, say, look, we went after Chapman or we went after one of these guys and they turned us down, do you need to hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
But the problem is they can't say it because they didn't. And in fact, Scott Harris openly mocked it. The idea of saying, well, look at the free agents. They haven't produced. And it's like, Scott, who are you talking about? Martinez has. Bellinger has. Chapman has. Like, who are you talking about in specific? Because those weren't the people we were talking about. And once you say the word fans, well, yeah, I have a right to say I don't know any fan who those were the three. And if Chapman was the one, guy's going to end up being a 6-WAR player this year.
Mm-hmm.
So who are you talking about exactly? See, that's my problem. And by the way, the idea that he went out and burned $25 million on Mark Hanna and Kenta Maeda, every fan has a right to have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Because we all sit here and say they don't spend. Well, there were their expenditures. One guy's a gas can relegated to the pen, albeit he pitched well yesterday. And the other guy is a nothing. He's a nothing.
I know.
248-539-9797. Ken, are you sure your one word isn't daiquiri?
I would like it to be daiquiri.
That's
Daiquiri's
what's in
a
the
good
show
word.
sheet. Right.
Okay.
Companies are out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing is really for free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical. They'll beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC furnace, you're going to save yourself up to $2,000 with fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, Kenny, we'll get some of the ticket text, and I'll go to the phones in a second. But just asking, all right, let's just for clean purposes, Tigers at 100 games. What is the one word you would describe that first 100 games of the season as we hit the All-Star break? For me, it's maddening. They were never horrible. They were never the White Sox. They were never the Marlins. They were never the Angels. But they were never good. And I believe now they've shown this life and, some of the cardiac cat stuff. And you're like, if you guys would have gone out and spent some damn money, and if you would have drafted someone who had hit puberty already and could be here, this team would be 5-6 games better, and the conversation would be totally different. Maddening is my word. Because I still feel like they're trading Flaherty, and how could I believe we're going to go on a magic run? Stoney's, the word is wild to me, but Stoney's is psychotic.
Because of delusions, and you're hallucinating when you watch them play sometimes. It goes from one extreme to the other.
Kenny Cott, what do the ticket texters have to say?
Got a bunch of ticket texts here. One saying just frustrating, simply frustrating.
All right, that's similar to mine.
Yeah. Intriguing is another one. A team with no potential doesn't madden me. This team is so close, and that's the frustrating part. So frustrating is my word.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They are close. And it's why at the start of the year, I'm dumb guy. I thought they'd win 85 games. And if that's why I wanted to bring bats in, that's why I wanted Wyatt Langford. It was the idea of you're not as far away as you think because the pitching is real. Nobody's a bigger fan of Skubal than me, but I'm also willing to listen on any player when my team is not winning a World Series. He also got screwed, by the way. He should be starting the All-Star game tomorrow night, but we'll talk about that later.
Yes.
He got screwed.
By the way, breaking political news.
Don't talk.
I'm just going to say, that's no comment. Donald Trump says J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator, will be his vice president. Joel candidate. Okay.
Can he hit the fastball?
He's J.D.
Because Chase Young can't. I don't know if you looked at his minor league numbers. Go look at what he's hitting with fastballs over 94 miles an hour.
Not Jace, J.D. J.D. Vance.
Somebody call J.D. Vance. Can he play third?
Can he play middle infield?
Yeah, something. Can he play short and be not a negative WAR player? Kenny, go ahead, and then we'll get to the callers.
The winner in the clubhouse by far is Sneaky. We got Sneaky about 100 times when we introduced the topic.
And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Look, we have said this from jump. If they got into the playoffs, nobody would want to face them because the three-headed monster in a short series of Flaherty and Skubal and Olsen. But again.
Oh, and then you got Maeda coming out of the bullpen.
Okay, I think we can move on from that.
He did look good yesterday out of that bullpen.
Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mikey. How you doing?
I'm good, pal. What's on your mind?
Not much. You're talking about the Tigers. You were talking about Friday night. When I'm watching, I don't like A.J. Hinch. I don't think he's a good manager. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay? Because I think, like, when he didn't walk Ohtani for that ground rule double in, was it the 8th inning maybe? 7th inning? 8th inning. You got to walk the guy. Okay? You have to walk the guy. He's the best hitter. I'm 41 years old I've ever seen in my life. You got to walk the guy. He didn't. We could have swept that series. Okay? Now, you want to talk about the Saturday when it was 9-4, they came a miraculous comeback. That's fine. Okay? But I'm talking like close games when, he goes out there and doesn't walk Ohtani with a guy on, I think it was first base. I mean, you got to be kidding me right now. A.J. Hinch is not a good manager. I'm telling you guys. Like, he didn't do anything in Arizona, okay? Now, of course, they're banging garbage cans in Houston, and they won the World Series. Congratulations. You're the best team of all time, okay? He hasn't done anything for this team. He's not a good manager.
All right, so, look, I would just meet you in the middle, and if you want to say you don't believe he's a top 5 manager in the sport, fine. Maybe some of the luster's off. But for you to say he's a bad manager, I can't do that. He doesn't have the tools to work with. Yes, the Ohtani thing, or hey, the weird decision in Cleveland to let David Fry, who's got like an 1,100 OPS against lefties, and you got Chafin in the game. Yeah. Hey, there's some mistakes, and I hear you loud and clear, Joe. But
Hey, Mike,
Go ahead.
Mikey, be honest with me, man. Like, well, what has he done? He's been here 3-4 years now. Like, what has he done?
Yeah, but what has he had? Let's be honest here. Now, hold on. When Scott Harris shops for the groceries and says, "I'm bringing you a 6-pack of Urshela," what kind of meal you putting on the table here?
Hey, Mikey, I get it. But the point is that, like, if you're a great manager, look what Terry. Okay, I'll sum that. Look what Terry Francona did with Cleveland. Like, these guys, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a great manager,
I'll give you an example. I want to give you an example. I do. Look at the end of last year. And I know no one paid any attention because the Lions were playing. But when you look at the last 6-8 weeks of the year, Hinch, with roster flexibility, the ultimate Moneyball approach, he was pulling all the right strings, and it was a miracle to get them to 78 wins. Okay? This year, the flexibility's not really there. It's just not.
No.
They don't have enough good ball players. I blame Scott Harris. That makes me a bad person. So be it. But you got to have talent. You can't fake your way to 90 wins.
No, it's a long season. It's 162 freaking games. And the Ohtani thing, it was bad, but, he was 0 for 4 in the game, so he was having a bad game.
I'm a slap with Ohtani because for me, I would treat him like Barry Bonds. I would never pitch.
Yeah,
I don't. And especially
disagree.
Mookie Betts didn't play.
Right.
Ohtani, just walk it down to first base. And again, I would treat him like Barry Bonds because I believe he is Barry Bonds, minus roids.
Mike, real quick, somebody said, "I'm surprised your word isn't Langford."
Kenny, I'm trying. I'm trying to let go. I'm rooting for Max Clark and McGonigal, and we'll see in a few years. But yes, it's difficult, Kenny. Think about it. When they're on this tear, what would it have been like with Chapman and Wyatt? What would it be like? What would it look like?
Plus, Colt Keith gets all that insulation. He can probably bat a little bit better. The lows aren't so low.
Maybe Torque actually could have hit.
And the highs would be higher. I'm sorry. I know that, like the morning show does walleye. My word should just be Wyatt. I got to stop. I know I got to stop.
I noticed we've just been doing 20 minutes of this topic with no Langford, so I wanted to help you out.
Thank you. Kenny, I greatly appreciate that. I do. Personal growth. Cameron, 97.1. What's up, Cam?
Hi, Mike. I was originally going to lead with the word confusing to describe the Tigers, but I think a more appropriate one would be deceitful. And this is because Tigers right now are that one team in every sport, in every season, that shows their true colors for most of the season, but goes on a miraculous stretch and everyone starts changing their mind. But then they just fall back to usual, and people are somehow surprised. Like a couple examples, even this last season in multiple sports. The Denver Broncos last year in the NFL, they went on that 5-0 stretch. They were white hot. They beat the Bills on Monday Night Football. They beat the Chiefs their first time in forever.
But they came into Ford Field and got their asses handed to them, didn't they?
Yeah, and then they fell off the face of the earth. Russ is benched for the last couple of games of the season, gets cut, and they're in full rebuild right now. In the NBA, around halfway through the season, the hottest team in the league was the Utah Jazz, who were terrible.
Yep.
I mean, obviously not terrible enough to
it
lose
doesn't
the Pistons,
feel
but
it doesn't feel authentic.
No.
But I'm with you, Cam, and it's why frustrating is mine. The pitching has primarily been there. The offense has primarily been an atrocity, and you're left going, how could they have gone into the season and allowed it when they are close? Cam, they're close to being good, and that's so frustrating because they again. It's fine. I'm not mad when you're picking 11th or 12th and you take a high school shortstop like they did last night. But again, to Kenny's point, I would have viewed it like I've got a cheat code here. Wyatt Langford was a gift, and I could inject that and make him a part of my core immediately. No, he's not Paul Skeens, but, I mean, you drafted him and called him up. Like, yeah, Cam, it's frustrating. How could I not help my kids out and bring a veteran bat in here?
Do you think, and I'm not trying to make an excuse because he didn't draft him, do you think, especially at the time of the draft, Torque hadn't gotten hot yet, they were gun-shy towards he was maybe gun-shy towards a college bat? I don't know.
No, I think, first of all, you didn't draft the guy. He was drafted in a worldwide pandemic.
Yeah.
He had his Arizona State time cut short. There was no minor league baseball. They did rush him here. And look, maybe ultimately he's just not any good.
Right.
All right. There have been plenty of Matthew Bushes and Manny Maniacs.
Yes,
and
I know.
you know, there's plenty of number 1 overall picks who just end up sucking. It happens. It sucks. The problem is the Tigers, both guys they took number 1 overall.
Right.
Neither of them are difference makers.
Correct.
So, no.
Neither was Matt Anderson, if you want to go back another decade.
Sure,
or so.
sure.
Yeah.
I understand Scott Harris's approach. I don't have to agree with it.
Right.
Because I believed, as bad as Al Avila was, they had a knack for finding pitching. And you inherited some serious pitching. And you inherited a couple of pieces. For very little money in the grand scheme of things, or no money, draft-wise, you could have expedited this without ever really costing yourself much.
Right.
And I'm just not big on wasting time and money. And I know it's not fair to Scott Harris. I know that. But we haven't made the playoffs in a decade. And I'm not giving away years of my life. And what you experienced Friday night is what we deserve.
Mm-hmm.
A full park. Comerica can be a magical place, a vibe. It's summer in Detroit. You want a baseball team. And it's like, I get resentful. I get spiteful. I do. I'm a bad person.
I don't blame you.
I'm mean. Daiquiri. 248-539-9797.
You psychotic.
More of your phone calls next. We will touch the table on football later in the hour. It is a holiday in about 31 minutes as College Football 25 releases to the masses. How many people skipped work? How many relationships are falling to the wayside? Kenny broke up with his girl last night. He's cleared his deck. He is ready to go. Very exciting.
Ooh.
I know. I couldn't believe it.
Unbelievable.
Categorically untrue.
Okay, then. 97.1. We'll get a little football to you at 3:45. Right now, kind of looking back before we look forward. We're going to talk Tigers a lot this week, specifically the last 65 games of the season, 7 games out of the wild card. They're red hot. The break really does come at the worst time. I mean, right now, if you told me Toronto was in town for 3, I'd probably tell you they'd sweep them the way they're playing. But they're not, and the week is here. And we'll get into Skubal getting screwed, whether it's today or tomorrow. It's going to happen. Tarek Skubal should be starting for the AL. This is anti-Detroit rhetoric, and I will not stand for it. But let's get to the people. We'll touch table on some football, and then we got to celebrate Men's Day. So this is Men's Day.
Oh, yeah. You know what else today is, Michael?
College football 25.
No, you know what else? It's a holiday for you, too.
Well, yeah.
Today, I just found out, is National I Love Horses Day.
I'm in.
For any type of
Big
horse.
performance by White Beam in the Diana this weekend.
Oh, good. But even if it's you have a racehorse, a pet horse, an equestrian horse, today is National I Love Horses.
You know what, Stoney? Yeah, that's right. We have multiple buglers.
I love this.
Here. Let's go back to Stoney's prime when this dude was like blowing rails and was all over town. 1982.
Oh.
There you go, Mike. So thank you for that. All right. Okay. Sufficient. To the people we go, what is your one word to describe the Tigers' first 97 games? Daryl is up next, 97.1. What's up, Daryl? How are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. How y'all doing today?
Excellent. What do you got?
I said this last 8-2 is how the season been going. It's almost like an illusion. Can you imagine walking through the desert and you think you see some water, then you get there and it ain't there? And I think that's what they doing to us. They making us feel like it's a possibility, and they just getting us ready for high blood pressure or heart attack, depending on how much of a fan you are, because that gave us hope. You just went 2 out of 3 and possibly could have swept the Dodgers, and it's just one big illusion. We think something there, and it's just really not there.
Yeah, Daryl, you're right. I think the one pushback I would offer is the pitching is not an illusion. The pitching is very real.
No, I love the pitcher. I think Skubal got screwed. You talk about the All-Star. We lost at Skubal game and win the other 2. That's what got me really more confused, too. So confusion can be one also.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And look, Skubal should be starting the All-Star game, period. It's not even an argument.
There's data that backs it up.
Oh, boy. Take a David Fizdale reset. Let's go to Alexander, 97.1. Alex, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, just want to say, first of all, first-time caller, so it's good to be on.
Good to have you.
I am disappointed by the season, but I do think it's important to give some context. I think you're not wrong. At the start of the season, I agreed that I thought 85 wins was achievable for this team. And given where we were at this point last year, Guardians leading the division at 45 and 45, I didn't think that we were doing anything wrong by saying, like, our current roster could be leading the division by the All-Star break and could win with 87, 88 wins this year. I want to defend Scott Harris because I don't necessarily agree that it would have been the right move to pay Matt Chapman $54 million. And I'm not suggesting that you guys are saying that as well. But I think what will really make me mad is if he doesn't take that money that he saved, not spending this offseason, and he doesn't lock up Skubal and Riley Green.
Well,
that's what'll make me pissed going forward.
Alexander, let's meet in the middle. So first of all, what you should be angry about is, okay, you don't like Chapman. The idea they didn't call anyone, which they didn't, but then they did spend $25 million on Mark Canha and Kenta Maeda. That's a disaster. Then factor in the choice you made in the draft, which It is pennies on the dollar in today's world. You chose to kick the can to 2027 versus middle-of-the-order college bat who was ready from day one for the Rangers. I will meet you in the middle on this. If this offseason, if they don't raise this payroll by $50, $60 million and they don't get serious about providing a product now, that to me is the final frontier with Scott Harris. It's the winter meetings and the offseason. It is, come on, enough.
I'm not here to defend the Maeda signing. I didn't think it was great. I also don't think that anybody thought he was going to be as bad as he was.
Nobody did. A lot of people thought it was a decent signing, including most of us. But the difference is we're not paid to be wrong.
And he gave him a 2-year deal when he gave Flaherty a 1. Plus, Canna's been a nothing. I mean, Alexander, listen, you can do what you want to do. If you think Scott Harris is brilliant, it's fine. I need to see it to believe it. Because so far, I'm sorry, that was a faulty offseason. And it's costing us the ability to have a really fun summer.
Right, we're being selfish.
Yes, I'm a fan. That's what we do.
Yeah, I know.
Christ, it's not like Scott Harris is my brother. I mean, it's just do the job, win games, I'll say nice things. Tired of watching Akil Baddoo or watching McKinstry. Yes, I know he actually hit a baseball this weekend. Tired of it.
Come on, Vlade with a...
right. But the Buddy Kennedy era. It was a blessed time.
Yes.
248-539.
Seriously, we'll see what he can get for Flaherty, and he better trade Carson Kelly too, or Rogers, one or the other. Both those catchers should not be here after the deadline.
No. It's Urshela. It's one catcher. I don't know that. I mean, look, would Canna be a depth piece for somebody? Maybe. And it's Flaherty. And I mean, if you're trading those pieces, I can't get all excited about making some run.
No.
But we'll get there. Because what if they were buyers for players with term, like a cornerstone piece, adding something to this rebuild in real time? What about that? We'll do that later this week.
Yes.
I'm sure I'll be made fun of for that too. All right. Summer road trip season. Before you take off, go to Moran Buick GMC. Get a great experience at a great dealership. Work hard, play hard. The 24 GMC Sierra 1500. Only $247 a month. 24-month lease. $19.99 down. Or you can get that 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred. $253 a month for 3 months. That's no money due at delivery, just the taxes. MoranExpress.com. Get the certified service. Get the free loaner. Go about your day. It's fast, easy. It's Moran Buick GMC. You always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right. Brief little moment here to talk a little NFL football because it never totally stops. We have Kenneth Kahn in a hideous Macho Man t-shirt to provide the NFL Blitz.
This courtesy of Pro Football Focus. PFF put out their tiered quarterback list. 7 different tiers of value of quarterback.
7?
It is a 7-tier list. We're going to rattle our way through it, okay?
God. Okay.
The 7th one, they call the holdovers, just the quarterbacks who are either bad or we just haven't seen enough of them to put them higher on the list.
So hold on. Let's have fun with this.
We're just doing starting quarterbacks.
I was going to ask you, these are 32 quarterbacks broken up into...
Well, it's 32 teams, 7 tiers, but there are combinations. Like I'll give you one on the list, for example, is Darnold / McCarthy because we don't know.
Okay, fair. Like Darnold would be a stopgap.
Right.
But these are holdovers?
Yes.
All right, let me hear the holdover classification.
Daniel Jones, O'Connell, Minshew, Darnold, McCarthy, and Jarrett Stidham, Bo Nix.
Yes.
That's 29 through 32.
I think you could also label that guys heading into coffin. Like it's seriously. I mean, Minshew is a great table setter, great backup. He's a guy in a pinch that can help you. Not a starting quarterback in this league for an 18-week season.
No.
The Darnold thing, it's only because McCarthy's not ready. Daniel Jones, it's because they're stuck with him. And Stidham, I bet you Bo Nix wins the job out of camp, be honest with you. So, yes, I'm fine with that. All right, let's go tier 6.
Tier 6 is, quote, the next generation. So, for obvious reasons, you have Will Levis, you have Jaden Daniels, Jacoby Brissett / Drake May, and Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson. That makes up 24 through 27 or 28.
I like it, but believe it or not, I like the Brissett-May combo.
What?
I think Brissett.
Are you back to doing coke again?
No.
Brissett-May combo with no weapons. Paul Serra knows. You're back on the dust
no,
again,
I'm
aren't you?
Down the road, I think Brissett's going to start, and the kid's going to learn, and he's going to be good. That's all.
Okay. I would put Brissett in tier 7.
I also would. The next one is can win or lose an entire game single-handedly. That's tier 5.
All right, let me hear this.
That's 20 Baker Mayfield, 21 Derek Carr, 22 Russell Wilson, 23 Deshaun Watson.
That's really, really good.
It is.
But I would have put your team in there too. Sorry.
Who?
I put Daniel Jones in that
He's
list.
not good enough to be in that tier. He's terrible.
But he can win or lose.
He can't win you a game. Even when the Giants went to the playoffs, he had 14 touchdowns.
With his legs. He can win you one
He's
game.
in a wheelchair. So, look, the Watson one is the one that really jumps out. When he just stays out of the way and makes some throws, they're great. But, man, do you see Watson make some hideous decisions. That's the one that jumps out to me. Some of those guys are over the hill. This is a dude with the largest guaranteed contract in the history of the NFL.
The next one is the most populated tier of the list. It's called the melting pot of quarterbacks. It contains 11 through 19. So stop me when you have something to say on one of them. 19 is Caleb Williams, 18 Geno Smith, 17 Kyler Murray, and 16 Jared Goff is in there.
Oh. Goff should be better.
That's a disgrace.
Yeah.
What kind of list is this?
I just saw an ESPN list today where they have the top 10 by all the executives and the
we'll get into
scouts.
that. We will get that one too.
Look, the Caleb Williams one is the other one I take issue with. I'm a big believer, Stoney. I'm a big believer in the Bears this year.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be a pain in the ass. And Caleb, if he is anything close to what's been promised, with the weapons they've provided him, they're going to be a pain in the ass because that defense is good.
Don't you think you'd have the exact same opinion if they kept Justin Fields?
No.
Really?
No.
I do.
Because, again, look at his record. He doesn't win football games.
But he's got better stuff with him this year.
Okay, but again, I can't. The league spoke on Justin Fields, not quarterback. I believed for a long time, but I have to he's football's Wyatt Langford. I've got to let go. There we go. We've lost Stoney. I got to let it go.
And continuing in the melting pot of quarterbacks above Jared Goff, mind you, 15, Kirk Cousins.
No.
14, Tua.
No.
I'm sorry, Mike. This one's really going to grind your gears. 13, the Rat himself.
No.
Brock Purdy.
There is no world I take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff. None.
Oh, because he's more mobile, Mike.
I don't care.
I know.
They have disrespected Jared Goff in unimaginable ways.
I know.
And the last two in this tier is Trevor Lawrence and 11, Jordan Love.
See, I would take Love over Goff, and I'm not saying that to be provocative. I think Jordan Love has stepped forward and has incredible physical gifts, and he ushered in an offense with a collection of nobodies at wide receiver. Young, mid-round selection guys. Jordan Love might be a top 5 QB in this league. That's the one. The rest of them, you could put Goff over him.
I need more evidence on Love. He was terrific, like you said, but once the tape is out, sometimes defenses can adjust.
Now, the next tier is playoff caliber quarterbacks. Number 10, C.J. Stroud. 9, Jalen Hurts. 8, Aaron Rodgers. Stoney, you look confused.
Well, I'm confused because Jared Goff fits that category of a player. He won 2 playoff games this past year. He went to a Super Bowl with another team.
I'm with Mike Stone on this. I stand with Mr. Stone.
Yeah, you can't tell me that there's 15 better quarterbacks in football than Jared Goff. That does seem a little ridiculous. 9 was Hurts. 8 was Aaron Rodgers. 7, Matthew Stafford. 6, Dak Prescott.
Stop. The group you listed as playoff quarterbacks, both of them would be above Stafford and Dak for me.
Goff, right?
No. C.J. Stroud or Matt Stafford?
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud or Numbnuts. What was the other guy? No, Dak Prescott.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
That's out of order. The Goff slander in this, I mean, my goodness. But then again, it's Pro Football Focus. They probably had some guy in Ireland put the list together.
Well, I was going to say, this isn't like it's a blogger's list for some website. This is PFF. You'd expect it to be maybe a little bit closer.
Yeah, ask TJ Lang about PFF.
I know he's not a fan. The last one in this postseason caliber quarterbacks is Justin Herbert at number 5.
I think Herbert is a little too high. This is a guy that's never made the playoffs. This is a guy that it's all hype, very little on the delivery.
No,
aspect.
he made the playoffs. He just blew a big lead in their playoff game.
You're right.
against
You're right.
Miami.
Hasn't won a playoff.
Yes.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes. Yeah, the Trevor Lawrence game.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
This tier, I have a feeling you're really going to take issue with.
What?
The elite is what this tier is called.
Okay.
4, Josh Allen, a little high for me. 3, Joe Burrow, and 2, Lamar Jackson.
I'm out.
Number 2.
He is the Dexter Manley of quarterbacks. He can't read a defense. Illiterate. Can't read a defense. And again, go to the Chiefs game, watch the tape. Steve Spagnuolo said, you can't read a defense. You can't stay in the pocket, and you can't sort coverage, and you can't throw it accurately.
What if this list only can involve regular season games?
Then he'd be the best quarterback in football.
Okay.
And there's an argument for number 2, but on this list, if you all of it total, we had playoff caliber quarterbacks. I think Lamar probably drops into the middle or bottom of that.
I'm done with it. Losing playoff record, a guy whose numbers just and all the time it's always, oh, poor Lamar. Oh, he needs this. Oh, he needs that. Really? They've done everything for him. Oh, you want Odell? We'll give you Odell. You want us to take a first-round wide receiver? We'll do it. And then we'll do it again with Zay Jones. Continued reinvestment in the O-line. Continued reinvestment in running backs. Oh, hey, we got one great tight end. Here's another in Isaiah Likely.
And he plays with a great defense.
Thank you. Enough.
And the last tier is just called Mahomes, and it features one player, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, it's God tier.
Yeah.
He's the Michael Jordan of the NFL, period. I mean, I don't think I'll ever see a player like him again in my lifetime. He is... Stoney, I don't know, man. You've got a bigger catalog than I do. He's the best quarterback I've ever watched.
He's the best. Look, has he won as many as Brady? No. Has he won as many as Montana? No. But when you combine how many he's won with the actual talent and what he can do and the innovation, the improvisation that he does, he's the best this old fart's ever seen.
And that is In Football Today.
Thank you very much. The Godfather joining us all week. Rico's World Tour continues. But this is a very special moment in time for many of us men out here. This right now, literally right now, for the first time in 10 years, college football, EA Sports, it's back. It just went live at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard. And all over, relationships are being destroyed. Men ignoring wives and girlfriends because they're about to become the head coach of Bowling Green and try to bring them to a national title. I wanted to ask this question because I think this is a fascinating case study that, first of all, if you're a child of the 90s and you're in your 40s, you grew up where video games were becoming popular. The old Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, whatever it may be. NHL 94 wraparound move, still undefeated. But college football disappeared 10 years ago. So you have this collection of people who have waited for this game to come back for a decade. But then you have the younger people. If you're in your 20s, this game disappeared just when you would hit the point in your life where you would have been all in on it. You've only heard about the legend that was NCAA football. You have these two groups, and I've never seen the hype for a sports video game like this. Now, the beauty of this release date, if you're a dude, is this is the slowest sports week of the year. So this isn't about being a burnout like Kenny and smoking egregious amounts of weed and not showing up to work. This is about, well, I was just making sure you're paying attention, Kenny. This is about that at the end of your workday and at the end of your responsibilities as a husband, a father, whatever it may be, that little time at the end of the evening, and all of a sudden, you have this. But are there people who took today off to play this game? Oh, yeah. Right now, Jim Costa, he's probably 3 national titles deep at CMU.
But
the game's been out for 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
But you're saying take off work for something that was released at 4?
I don't know, man.
To me,
I don't make people schedule.
I know. I miss the whole video game craze. You know, hey, when's Pong coming back? Okay,
right. Your deal was cocaine and unprotected sex. You were in a different time. It was Studio 54.
Preludes. Yes,
it was a whole different world for you.
Okay, and I wish now I would have. I wish I could have been part of the Madden and all that stuff, because I'm jealous, because whenever I tried to play video games with my nephew, I remember I tried to play the show once, right, the baseball one, and it was like 27-0 in the front. I had no clue. Okay, so I'm envious. Like whenever Madden came out years ago, when every year was the release, people would be waiting on lines at the stores to get their Madden.
Well, it's different now because you can buy a digital copy.
Right, exactly.
But I'll give you an example. Right now, do you know Evan Jenkins scheduled his maternity leave for the release of this game?
You mean paternity leave?
Whatever. Had a baby leave. Like, look, the point is, Evan just texted me. 4:03, he's already on. Like, I would just like to know, is this is Men's Day.
I need the Spartan score, Ev. Come on.
It's probably 21-0 Penn State already. But I would like to know if you've disappeared from video games. Are you coming back for this? If you grew up playing this game, but it disappeared, is this a big deal? Or
if you're like me, jealous that you have no idea what you're missing.
I mean, Mike, it's not too late. What, does your thumb stop working?
I guess I can figure it out, but
I'd be
awful.
Can you imagine Stoney hopping back in to the Thunderdome and attempting to play this?
Who would you pick as your team, Stoney? Who are you rebuilding? Ball State?
Is it a dynasty team?
Sure. Oh. Whatever you want it to be, Stoney.
You could create American University in team building.
That's true, since we don't have a team. That'd be awesome.
Could you imagine? No, I want to hear from the people. And again, I'm just telling you. You know, Kenny had a talk with his girlfriend. She's just not going to get the attention she's used to over the next few weeks. There are plenty of people. Like, it's the slowest sports week of the year. The game releasing today, it's brilliance. There is going to be a ton of people playing this, and they're back. And let's face it, college football is a love affair. You have to, we're in Big Ten country.
Right. So do I, choose Saban or Urban as my coach?
You choose Mike Stone.
Oh,
you could
okay.
create Stoney.
Oh, wow.
You could create a coach who only looks at the floor, never makes eye contact.
That'd be
You
awesome.
could do that.
Now, if I could, is Connor Stallions available?
There's an Ask Stallions button. It's downloadable content.
Okay.
You hit the button and it tells you what your opponent's about to do.
It's awesome.
It's a special feature. But I would like to hear from the people. We want to have a little fun. We'll get back into the Tigers later. Are you coming back to this game, or if you're a younger person, we love our younger listeners, college aged.
Yeah.
You didn't have this game. You only heard about it. It's back today. Now, if you're a Spartan fan, in lieu of having an actual football team, this could be your escape. It's the truth. The best part of stuff like this, Rico makes fun of me all the time. You can make the conferences what they used to be. Or, for lack of a better term, you could make college football great again. You could. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the phones in a sec. Kenny, ticket text coming in?
Oh, yeah, big time. People are fired up.
More ticket text on this than the Tigers.
Absolutely. Mike is right. The anticipation for this video game is off the charts. I've never had a gaming console and bought an Xbox specifically for this game. I'm ready to rebuild Central Michigan, fire up chips. That's from William.
Wow.
Gotta respect that. I'm more excited for this game than almost any game I've ever got. 11 years of waiting ends in about 10 minutes when I get home.
Do you realize
Does the guy from CMU, does he draft like Lefevre and Antonio Brown? Is that the way he does it?
What do you mean?
Does he become their players? You get players, right? Antonio Brown played at Central Michigan.
No, you get the real players currently.
Oh, I thought that was Dynasty. You get to pick.
No.
This isn't an historic game.
No, you can get historical players. It's a different mode.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No,
Excuse my ignorance.
Mike. It's not your fault. You're not the demographic.
I know.
The demographic is people my age and younger.
Right, I get it.
And the reality is this game is going to blow the doors off of sales figures because it's the younger people never having it, and it's the older people who missed it. And it's I'm telling you.
So what's the charge? What's it cost for this?
It depends. There's like 3 different versions of it. Like some people, like geeks like Rico buy the collector's edition of all like little comic books or whatever. Like
Right.
he would buy the fancy version of the game, which is like, I don't know, $120. And then there's
That gets the historic?
I don't know what the hell it does. Then there's a middle version that's $100, and then there's the base version that's $70.
Okay.
Rico's a different bird. But like we were trying to get Rico to do this. But see, he acts like he's all above it. And I'm like, dude, you're a nerd. You read comic books, for Christ's sakes. Just play the game. He won't do it. Won't do it. He's been gone for 30 years from video games.
Wow.
30. I said, dude, you don't have much going on. Just get the game. And you sure as hell don't have a football team. I mean, this is a way to have MSU back. You can right the wrongs. But I'd love to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. And is this day a celebration in your world? Have you had to tell your wife, listen, I love you. I really do. But just not this week. I need a few days. And there are far worse things you could be doing as a man. Let's face it. You're at home. There's
your coach for Michigan State right now.
Uh-oh. Okay. We're not going to go over Red Roof Inn highlights, okay? Kenny, the ticket text, I'm staying away from that.
My boys started without me. I should have taken the day off. Mistakes were made. That's from Mike.
Do you know Costa spent the weekend eating? He went on a pizza
I know.
tour.
I wanted to find out because I gave him a few
He
ideas.
went to Connecticut and
Right.
did like sightseeing and pizza. He's coming back. Now, he was morning show today.
Right.
He's already ordered more pizza today, and he's playing this game until his eyes bleed. He's going to be useless on the air tomorrow. Useless.
Did he go to Pepe's?
He went to Pepe's, Sally's, and Modern.
And I told him to go to the hamburger place, which was the
Where it was in the little iron
Louis,
things.
yeah.
New Haven.
Yeah.
I don't know if he went there. Long story short, morning show might be terrible tomorrow morning. Costa's not going to sleep. It's going to be a problem. Kenny?
Should I skip my kid's Little League district tournament
Yes.
game to start playing? That's from Chef Chris.
100%, Chris.
It's a district game, though. I don't know. Could go to Williamsport. You don't want to miss it.
All right, you can't skip it. Don't get a divorce over this.
No.
I'm just saying, if it's like, hey, do you want to watch our programs? No, I do not. In fact, no, I do not.
He could
Come
be
on.
rebuilding Toledo. I mean, that sounds a little more important to me.
Listen, there are a lot of programs that need your help out there.
Yes.
Okay?
And what else is that? Home Run Derby? You don't have to watch that.
You can't do it. You can't. But I'd love to hear from the men who have set the table. Like Kenny. You got to have a talk with your girl. And just go, listen. It's not about you. It's about me.
It's about my hands.
Kenny, you gotta temper the expectations.
There is a period next month where her work schedule just really picks up. She's not going to be in the apartment at all, especially at nighttime.
Perfect.
Your boy's going to have some time.
Why doesn't she just start that right now?
Hey,
today.
honey, could you just go to work or anywhere else?
Go find something to do. I'm a little busy. Kenny Cott, head coach of the Buffalo Bulls. 248-539-9797. Let's get after a little fun with this. We'll get a little football later in the hour. Scooble got absolutely boned. He should be starting the All-Star game. It's more anti-Detroit rhetoric. We'll get to that. 97.1. All right, it's summer. And the combination of traffic, 18-wheelers, construction on, I swear, every one of our roads at the same time. It's summer in Michigan. And we have more car accidents than almost anybody. If you're injured in one, injury attorney David Feminini and his team ready to help you right now. David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website anytime. Get David. GetPaid.com. I'm going to tell you, I know I can't prove it to you driving, home from work today or running your errands or maybe headed to your kid's practice or whatever, but the ticket techs are 4X on this than the Detroit Baseball Tigers. So just if you think it's a joke, it's not. Like, it's real. Like, not you. I'm saying the listener. Like, if you're going, why the hell are they bringing up a video game? Well, A, it's sports. Like, it's the slowest sports week of the year.
Correct.
College football's been gone for a decade. This is the most anticipated thing, and for a lot of men out
College
there,
football, the video game. Just
correct.
For those
Because
scoring
the
at home.
sport is dead. I mean, there's no, especially if you're a State fan. But it's real. And, I mean, Evan Jenkins right now texted. Evan started his paternity leave to coincide with the release of this game. He's already ignoring his child.
Well,
the kid's been crying for 17 minutes, but the game came out at 4. He's out.
It's unbelievable because his daughter, Frankie, and my guy Springsteen has a song called Frankie Fell in Love. I heard today in Stockholm, he just changed the lyrics because he heard about Evan to Frankie Needs a Dad.
That's right. Frankie's homeless. Evan put the bassinet right outside the front door. Let's go to the people, see what they got to say. Jamal's up next, 97.1. What's up, Jamal?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, I was born in 73, so I was at the very beginning of the video game revolution. I started playing video games when I was 6. I'm talking Atari, Intellivision, ColecoVision. Moms always came through. And as far as college goes, there were years I didn't buy Madden because I was just stuck on college. But the Lions are going to be real good this year on Madden, so I have to buy it. But I bought my college 2 weeks ago, but I didn't know it was coming out today until I just heard you say it. But the screener told me that you had to have a deluxe edition or something like that.
I just thought if you pre-ordered it, you got it today.
No, it come out Thursday but I just got the regular version. But I'm about to go in the house right now, and if I can download it early, I'm going to pay the extra. I'm going to DoorDash some liquor, and it's going down.
DoorDash liquor, that's awesome.
Jamal is being responsible.
Yes, right.
He's a busy man. He's got to get home.
Right.
Someone's going to bring him his drinks.
Well, maybe because the show before us had Doug had his son do chores to be able to.
Oh, that was an embarrassment. I was going to call in and just tell Doug's kid, Uncle Mike will buy the game for you. I mean, Jamal, Doug had his kid basically building Doug a new house so he could get the game. I mean, real unfair standards in the Karsh household.
I mean, you got to have your priorities in order. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's correct. No, Jamal, I appreciate it. Like I said, I think there's going to be a lot of girlfriends and wives who are just very alone for the next few days.
Can we rewind on something? I didn't know you could DoorDash liquor. This might be a game changer for you.
I thought it was I know in a couple other cities like I think New York is one of them. There's something is it not Grizzly?
Drizzly?
Is it Drizzly?
Yeah, something like that.
I think that's like an alcohol specific delivery service, but I would imagine you could DoorDash or Uber One or something. Like, Kenny, try it tonight. Lord knows no one likes alcohol like you.
Drive by 3 liquor stores on the road in my apartment.
You don't have time to stop.
Well, a lot of times, when you order DoorDash, they give you that thing that says if you want, we can stop at Dairy Queen or someplace else on the way. Maybe there's even like a CVS or something that sells liquor that you can go. I don't know.
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
Well, how y'all doing today?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
When the last NCAA came out, I was 18 years old. Now I'm getting ready to be 30 next month, and I just got married. My wife bought it for me, the $100 edition. So I made sure she was straight over the weekend. We went planted rose bushes in the garden, took her out, and she's going to work tonight. I told her, you better not say nothing to me for the next week or so because I'm taking MSU, and I'm naming my head coach Mr. Joystick, okay?
Mr. Joystick.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
I know what that's a reference to.
Yeah.
And, man, I've been waiting on this game forever. I don't play Madden no more because they got lazy with it, but this game just feels more excitement, and I'm a huge gamer, but the last couple of years I haven't. I'm a homeowner. I do other things, and I've just been waiting on it. I didn't take off work today because what for? But I just can't wait.
No, and again, I mean, the idea of taking off work, that's an absurdity to me. That's not how that's going to work. No. I got things way more important. But there's an excitement level. And look, on a personal level, like I'm pumped up. One of my best friends makes the damn game.
Whoa.
No, he does, literally. It's his whole career in a nutshell. If this game bombs, he's homeless. He might end up having to live with us. The point, I've said it before. He's a wonderful guy. Like, I want this to work for them because that guy's got 4 kids.
Where is EA headquartered at? L.A.?
Orlando.
Oh.
Which is hell on earth. It's I couldn't live down there if you paid me. Now, there are parts of Florida, yes.
Yes.
But the Orlando metro, hell on earth. Awful. Don't know how anyone lives there. All right, great story. All right, let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing real good. How about you?
Good, B. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, called the show before. I've had some experience giving a previous show personality named Sully trouble while I was playing defense and he played offense, but I owe that to this game. I got away from video games for a long time. I have a medical career, wonderful wife, wonderful kids, but my previous NCAA football accomplishments need to be stacked and recognized to what I've done to this point in my professional life. Halfback direct, you can thank me for that. Some of Reggie Bush's highlights against the special teams for Mississippi Valley State, Delta Devils, how fun was that? Drafting and coming up with a playbook where you could run the triple option with Run DMC, Felix Jones, and Peyton Hillis, and have the Wishbone playbook in your this game. You could do everything with. I cannot wait to get a PS5 to play this game, to play with my friends. I brought it actually the 2014 version to Michigan State when I went to school there, and after our medical school exams, we would just run the ball and we would just play this game and get rid of our stress and everything. It's going to make so many people happy that this game is back. I'll shut up and listen.
No, you're good.
Great job.
Brian, I love it. I like the fact that you are skirting your medical responsibilities to rebuild Michigan State. I think your patients will really be pumped up. But he's right. I mean, look, the guy was in med school. What are you going to do? You can't go out and get hammered every night, not if you plan on graduating. A little hour session, you decompress over here, you call it a day. That's all it is. I don't know. What the hell is a grown man supposed to be doing 10 o'clock at night? Watch more garbage TV?
Especially right now when, like you said, this is the sports, vortex. There's nothing going on.
It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The timing couldn't be better. By the way, Jim Costa has texted me. Do you know Jim has taken the first 24 minutes of this game's release to design his own playbook? Holy nerd alert.
Wow. Well,
Jesus.
Value.
Value.
Still, I'm somehow not surprised by that. That sounds like a very Costa thing to do.
What does that mean?
My playbook's better than yours.
Oh, with full, and he'll call it the SMARM offense. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy? Nice to talk to you. And Nick.
What's up, Mike?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Yo, good. I'm real good. So yeah, I'm like super hyped for this game to have been back out. I was in college like 2007, so. Like we were playing. I was playing as West Virginia back then. I mean, the game was hyped. So I'm super ready for it to be back, and I can't wait to be back home here in a few minutes. So.
Was that the Pat White, Steve Slayton, West Virginia squad?
I believe so.
Jesus. The idea.
It was the best. That was the best team. That was the best team on that game at the time. So
now, have you negotiated a settlement here at home, or are you living the bachelor life, or what's the deal?
Oh, I'm a filthy bachelor. So I'm I'm a electrical engineer. So I got lots of time, got lots of things going on. But yeah, I'm super hyped to play. But
Perfect.
Real quick, I just want to give a shout out to my buddy Zach. So he's just been recovering. So. Hopefully everything's going good for him, and I'm sure he's going to be playing some NCAA real shortly.
All the best to you and Zach. Tremendous. Nick, enjoy it. Enjoy the bachelor life. God bless. Don't let anybody knock it.
No.
I just can't believe Kenny. That is Kenny. You haven't had the talk yet, huh?
What talk? What are you getting at?
Honey, I need a little me time. All right,
she's actually pretty good about that. I usually don't have to ask her a lot for that.
That's not what you say off the air, and I'm not going to tolerate lies.
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay, then. 248-539.
There is nothing in life like the Fortress of Solitude.
No, it's perfect.
And I love my wife.
Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Stoney.
Hey. What's going on, buddy?
I'm super excited for this game. I still burn through NCAA 14 to this day.
Wow.
People are modding and updating that game so frequently. A lot of people who got hired to play college football 25 were modding 14 to make it updated with App State on there and current players and whatnot. So being able to have that and being able to update the divisions now with 25. You can bring back the Pac-12 or make it regional. Like, I'm so excited to play the Dynasty mode again for this game.
And we can
so
ruin Rico Beard's life by making college football great again. We can bring it back to where the networks don't control it.
Pac-8, baby.
Right. What Big 8. We're you know what? We're recreating
Pac-8.
the Southwest Conference,
Yes,
Sean.
exactly, baby. SMU,
Exactly.
Texas, Arkansas.
It's perfect. And the best part for me, it's like perfect weeknight. Because, Sean, look, I can't lie to you. It's Saratoga season. So when the weekends hit, too much handicapping and horse racing. But on a weeknight, you think I'm going to sit here and waste my time with Pete Alonso in the home run derby?
So tomorrow,
You're insane.
Tomorrow, I want breakdowns of your games.
Well, listen.
Well, seriously, I want you to, and if you lose, I want you to rip your coach. Meaning it'll be you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You know, listen, we specialize in great clock management and decision making.
Okay.
The person I'm fascinated by is Evan. He's got the newborn, and somehow he thinks he's going to get to just really lock himself away with this game. His wife will murder him.
Well, he can play for a time, and then he's at the longest timeout of all time.
Yeah.
When he has to feed her and
Evan
put her down.
disappears for 78 minutes
Yes.
to finish the third quarter.
I wonder if he's getting his gummies delivered.
You don't understand. Evan has oil drums of weed gummies. You don't get it.
There's no shortage, huh?
No. It's like when you pick up mulch in the big bags. That's what Evan leaves the dispensary with.
Right.
You don't get it. There's
Arms full of it.
Yeah, there's no delivering. Evan has a war chest of gummies.
He goes to, instead of Costco, Gummy Co.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen anybody who can function the way he does as high as a kite. It's really something to behold.
You should see him golf. And he golfs very well.
Here's the one. When we go to Vegas to do the shows, Evan is the producer on the road. So Evan comes out. Have you ever seen him at a slot machine?
No.
I don't know I've ever seen a human happier. He's gummied out of his mind. The bright lights. He's like a dog with like a bouncy ball. Evan is just in. You could leave him there. He could die at that
He'd
machine.
rather just do slot machines than play any other game.
Correct.
Because it's mindless.
I think he'd rather play the slots high as a kite than anything in life.
Well, it's like I once was, and it's notorious, Jim Leland lived at the slot machines when he managed here. Just,
100%.
Chain smoked and just played the slots.
Oh, he was a big Greek town guy.
Yeah, but it's slots.
What do you want from me?
I
don't know.
know.
It's more your demographic. For
I
Kenny and
know.
I, it's college football 25. For you, it would be a slot machine. Slots? Old people go to the slot machines, don't they?
Believe me, I understand. Not me. I'll sit at the blackjack table.
There you go. Stoney staying young. 248-539-9797. We'll knock down some calls. And Stoney rightfully bent out of shape about Scooble. Let's talk about it. 97.1. All right. We'll get to the people in a second. Stoney's been out of shape, and rightfully so, so I wanted to give you a minute on this. And probably more on it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the news that Scooble's not starting the All-Star game,
I thought it was pretty much a lock. I thought maybe Lugo would get the nod, possibly. But it's Corbin Burns. Now, Corbin Burns having a hell of a year. Let's not, say, oh, my God, how can Scooble not start? But listen to the stats. And it's not all about stats, but for this.
Give you some stats.
Here we go. Here's some data. Burns, 2.43 ERA, 1.04 whip, 9-4 record, 110 strikeouts, 25 walks.
Okay.
Lugo, 2.48, a little higher. ERA, 1.09. Whip, 11-4 record, so he's got the most wins. 116 strikeouts, 30 walks. In 16 games, Burns had 19 appearances. Tarik Skubal, 19 games. 2.41 ERA, that's the better of the three.
Mm-hmm.
Whip, 0.88, that's the best of the whip. 10-3, you can do the percentages. I think 10-3 is better than 11-4.
He plays on it. You know what? I'll leave it alone. Keep going.
140 strikeouts, 21 walks. Now, I understand sometimes guys who play on really good teams like Burns gets the nod because it's the Orioles and they're much better than the Tigers. But the fact that Tarik Skubal could come up with these statistics and this performance this season with this squad and with this amount of run support. Now, it's not as bad as Reese Olson's run support. Skubal reminds me, sorry, I'm going back to my youth, when Steve Carlton was 27-10 for a team that won 57 games all season.
Well, he's a lot like Felix Hernandez for many of the years with the Mariners.
Yes. I mean, Guidry, well, he was good. The Yankees were good, but Guidry was
my dad will appreciate the Louisiana Lightning reference.
Was that 25-3 he was that
something
1 year?
Like
something?
that.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave him alone. Now, come on.
But the bottom line is, and I don't think it's anti-Detroit. I'm not going to, everybody hates us.
I'm kidding, Mike. It was facetious.
I know. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the fans who will call up and say, it's anti-Detroit. No, Burns is getting it because he's on a better team. Who cares? Come on, Bruce Bochy, you know better. Skubal should be the starter. In the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't mean anything except the honor that he deserved, and it'd be nice to see our guy start the game. Enough. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it sucks. And again, they don't let us have nice things. I think that's just really where it's at. From a data standpoint, Skubal's been clearly the best pitcher in the American League. Therefore, he starts. I don't care where you play. I don't care if your market's big or small. Right. I don't care what your team's record is.
I know.
If you've been the best pitcher, and right now if they handed the Cy Young out, Tarik Skubal would win it. You start the game. Period.
Yeah.
So he got boned.
Yes,
no other way to put it.
I agree.
I would love to know the decision to be made why Corbin Burns was given the nod. He's a good pitcher.
Yes, it's not a knock on him.
Seth Lugo you can keep.
I know, but
that's a mirage.
I understand, but his stats are pretty damn good too.
I know, but he's Seth Lugo. So let's, please. Kenny, a few of the ticket texts, if you'd be so kind.
On the NCAA video game driving home, currently can't wait to load up the game and ignore everything else, including my lady.
That's right. Hey, listen, it's acceptable. You get a hall pass today. And if there's a problem, you could just ask her. Think of all the terrible things I could be doing. I'm right here. You need a beverage? I grab it for you. I'm in the house.
Speaking of this one, it says, I don't play video games, but I will be on Tinder next week. Going to be a lot of NCAA widows looking for a friend.
Very much so. Wow. Could be a cottage industry.
Good strategy. I like that.
Jesus. NCAA widows. Jesus.
I announced on Instagram today that I've accepted a football coaching job with Hawaii, and all of a sudden my phone blows up with congrats text. Had to tell them it was about the video game.
Dear Lord.
Well, there's an opening at Fresno State we just found out about.
You know, I
hope everything's okay.
Yeah, and well, it said basically head coach Jeff Tedford, Fresno State football, formerly a Cal, one of the great offensive minds of the last, 20, 30 years in college ball, quarterback developer. He's stepping down. He had a doctor's visit, and he's citing that visit and health concerns. He is stepping down and stepping away from the program. So their linebacker coach, Jeff Skipper, will now be their head coach. Why is that relevant at all? Michigan plays him. I don't know. You can do what you want. Fresno's supposed to be
first game of the season.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be frisky this year.
Yeah.
Supposed to be pretty good. So you do what you want with it. Not that you need to care. Kenny, go ahead.
I hate the Scooble snub, but sadly, nobody cares about the All-Star game anymore. It's sad.
I know, and it's why I'm not. Well, I can't yell because I had a very loud, talkative weekend at Saratoga. But also, I can't muster up fake outrage. The All-Star game simply doesn't matter to me. You know what I'm outraged by? What type of tanning product does Alex Rodriguez use?
Okay, what did I
Can we stop for a minute now?
Yes, I told you in the break. Does he have pictures of somebody? How the hell? He's not only on Fox, he's on ESPN sometimes. He was never likable as a great player.
He's got to lay off the tanning bed. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yes. Okay.
He was interviewing Ellie Dela Cruz. I took a triple take and I went, wait, is that A-Rod? Dude, you can't tan like that. What is he doing? He's going to die.
He was a great player.
Was he?
But he wasn't even
He was a choke artist. He was a con.
He had one really
soft.
good postseason for you guys.
And guess what?
What?
He bleeped down his leg every other one.
Okay.
Now, don't make me raise my voice.
All right, I'm trying not to. But he was a great player, but he was never likable. Even before he lied about the steroids. Okay.
I hated
Even before
Alex
that.
Rodriguez.
And then all this, J-Lo and all this stuff. And he's not even that good on the television. What? Does he have pictures of somebody?
He looks like that lady from There's Something About Mary, the roommate for Cameron Diaz, the old lady who was just constantly tanning. I don't know what he thinks he's doing. It's got to stop. That's ridiculous.
I don't know how he's on television.
The same way Desmond Howard is. I don't know. Somebody likes him. What do you want me to tell you?
But he's liked by too many networks. That's what I don't care.
I don't know. What do you want from me?
I don't know.
I didn't hire him.
I know. I'm not blaming you.
I feel like you are. Kenny, go ahead.
Skubal is minus 130 to win the Cy Young this year. He'll have the last laugh.
I agree with you, but it would have been something nice.
Yeah.
Something cool, but I'm not going to yell.
For a team that's both maddening and psychotic, it would have been great.
More on that at 5.
A-Rod is the reverse of Sammy Sosa, getting darker and darker.
It's clearly the guy is using like intense old lady bronzer. Stop, dude. What are you doing? It doesn't look remotely natural.
No.
It'd be like if Kenny showed up tomorrow looking like Ricardo Montalban. It's absurd. Just go ahead. I quit.
This one I think we'll all say hell yeah to. Time to take the Liberty Flames to the promised land, baby. That's from James in Lake.
There you go.
By the way, this Deus here, or whatever this platform, this broadcast we're watching, FS1, you must just hate this.
What?
You got Jeter, who you can't stand. You got A-Rod, who you can't stand. I know you're not a Big Papi fan.
Well, Big Papi's a fraud.
I know.
I mean, give me a break.
Explain to me how his name got in the Mitchell report, but he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Right. If you designed the panel of 3 people I loathe
I know,
in
that's
baseball,
why I said that.
Here it is.
Power rank them in order of who you hate more. A-Rod, Jeter, Big Papi.
A-Rod, number 1 forever. Absolute albatross to the organization. Big Papi, number 2, because he killed my Yankees. And he was this good guy, forward-facing, but he's really not a good guy. And he was a known cheat. And then, look, I don't hate Derek Jeter. I hate what Jeter did to my team. It's like Eli Manning 2.0. He put himself ahead of the franchise. He strung him up for this ridiculous extension. And the whole idea you couldn't drop Jeter, even though he was a butcher in the field and he couldn't hit his way out of a paper bag. Oh, we can't drop the captain. We can't drop the captain. Then he had to hang around long enough to get his stupid records. Please, go away.
Come on, he hates him because he's a Michigan fan.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Do I hate Kevin Garnett? He was supposed to go to Michigan. No. Come on. Stop it. You're out of control. 248-539-9797. All right,
you probably you hate Michael Phelps too.
I don't care about Michael Phelps. He swims. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex.
Did you hate Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes?
Okay, listen. You hate Tracy Wolfson. Trex, Northville Lumber.
Schefter, dead. Eisen, dead. Rosenberg, dead.
Stu, I apologize. I
I
apologize.
know, Stu. He came to my house, installed a deck in my house, too.
I turned his mic off. I got to sell you some Trex decking. 26 football fields of product. Bottom line, you buy it, you build it, you get it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a square foot. They got you covered. They'll even intro you to a Trex certified pro. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Rico's World Tour continues. The Godfather, Mr. Michael Stone, joining us all week this week. And don't worry, there is a bit of a scheduling snafu. So the Drops tournament will be next week. Without Hatchet, we can't execute it. Kenny's head would explode. Exactly. David is a 5-year veteran. It requires multiple screens. David has a Bloomberg terminal.
Well, wait, you're just being politically correct. Basically, the reason is Wojo's family was in town this week, and he'll be drunk for the next 5 days.
So it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very real.
Yes.
All right. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. We started the show looking at the Tigers' first 97 games. What was the one word? I'd love to, again, if you want that, go get it. Also, College Football 25 came out. It's Men's Day. But, Stoney, you had a night at the ballpark Friday.
Yeah.
And I love this angle to it because it's why I have such vitriol for the team.
Yeah.
Because they rob us of what you experienced.
Great. My wife's one of her good friends' his daughter's.
Was this the one that you went to the bedroom in the song? Did you just hear the song that played?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Carry on.
And anyway, her friend Shell's daughter is getting married. So they had a bridal shower this weekend. So my wife and all their friends and their significant others, they said, let's go to the baseball game. So we got like 20 tickets. I don't know if they realized it was Ohtani weekend or whatever, but down the left field line, section 140, I believe, is where we sat. And it was hot as hell because the sun on third baseline is brutal, especially the 6:30 game.
Yeah.
We had dinner across the street at Union Assembly, and we had a great time. And the place was packed. It was somewhat loud, and it was, we did all the things that fans do. We're sitting there, waving and stuff that you'd probably be disgusted by, but next thing I know, we're all in the Jumbotron, all those ridiculous things for a little bit. Anyway,
Kenny wants to know. Let's just answer the question. Did you have a daiquiri?
No, I didn't have a daiquiri.
All right, Kenny, there you go. See? Go ahead. Land the plane. What's the topic?
The point is, I felt like, oh, my God, this is what it was like a decade ago when you go especially on a weekend and a beautiful summer night.
That's right.
And the ballpark is packed and you're looking forward to every pitch. And, look, we weren't looking forward to every pitch. We were just having a good time. But the bottom line is baseball, when you have a full ballpark or, 35,000 people in there at the time, it's a great experience. It's a wonderful night, even when the team's not that good. But when the team is good, remember what it was like. And that's what we're talking about. God, we used to come down here, a few times a summer with friends and just enjoy good baseball. And it was electric. And it hasn't been that way for a long time. But I got to get a little bit back on Friday night.
So here's, to me, the question for the people.
And it was like the Miggy thing, it got to that point for like 1 or 2 games. But other than that, yes.
Count. My point to you is this, Mike. It could be that way right now had they actually tried this offseason. That's my problem. It's what I keep going back to because, again, they're red hot their last 10. And they've never been in the category of, say, the A's or the White Sox or the Marlins. They're not a terrible baseball team. Their pitching is 90-win good. Their hitting primarily this year has been about 75-win good. That's been the issue. So the point is, had they done anything this offseason, I think you'd actually have more of those nights. This town, all this town requires is knowing their team cares, knowing their owner cares, and putting a product out there that's even remotely worth their time. And this town will show up.
No doubt.
Mike, that's my problem with this whole thing.
I get it. Look, I'm under the belief, and it's not an excuse, that they thought wrongfully the reason they didn't go get those bats that you craved was they thought the Torkelson we saw at the end of last year, the second half of the season, was what we were going to see this year. They had no idea Carpenter was going to get hurt. They had big expectations of Parker Meadows, and that's where they thought.
But again, hold on.
But that's what they thought. That's their fault.
Still doesn't fix third base.
No.
Still doesn't fix the lack of any veteran leadership on this team. Now, I won't accept. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying that is such a faulty game plan. So here's my question to the people. Besides Ohtani coming to town, and it got stony, and again, the adoring public was all over him. You were doing autographs in the bottom of the fifth.
Thank you very much.
What will it take for you to go back to that park? In listener land, what will it take? Is it the team returning to being 90-win good? Do you go already? Do you swear them off until you see certain things from a payroll standpoint or a player standpoint? What will it take for you to return to Comerica and for there to be more nights where Michael Stone graces you with his presence? That's really the topic.
Or do you just say, you know what? I know the team stinks, or if
they don't stink.
No, okay. Or I know they're not that good, but it's the summer. It's a beautiful night. I'm going to go to the ballpark and have a good time.
Well, that's Kenny's approach, daiquiri.
Yeah, or beer.
That's Kenny's
whatever.
approach.
I get it.
Jeff Rieger, everybody. How are you? Looking very tan, I'll tell you. Look at this guy. Beautiful. Sun and fun. That's Rieger's middle name.
Paul just said he looks like A-Rod.
He's getting there.
Oh, my
248-539-9797. Kenny, ticket text. What do the people have to say about it? And again, if you want the whole first half in one word, Odyssey.com rewind. If you want college football 25, Odyssey.com. It's all there for you. Kenny, go ahead.
Was at Comerica Park this weekend. Was a beautiful scene. Lots of Tigers fans. It's sad that we won't get to see any of that often.
So when do we? You know, when do people rally? Like, to me, it's simple. If this team has a big offseason and you can sell actual acquisition, I think you could have it next year. There is a way to sell Colt Keith and Riley Green as the faces of the franchise. There's a way to sell that. And if you go out and add 2 major acquisitions, remember, trades are legal, I think you'd have it next year. Maybe that's me wishful thinking on my part.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they have they have money to spend, and they have money coming off that payroll too. I mean,
you know what? Let me say this. I'm sorry, and I'm not coming at you. I don't want to hear another word about money coming off the payroll.
I know.
They're already 60-some-odd million below league average.
I get
Ain't
it.
nobody trying to hear it.
I know, but, you know,
come
your
on.
boy Kana's off the payroll next year. I know.
Kana should be off the team.
I know. That's why I was kidding.
I know. But I would love to know. Because, again, like you go back to it. What was it, last Monday night? It was a perfection, a perfect summer night. And it was on FS1, and the Guardians are in town, and they're on television. I don't want to hear about a reported number. I'm telling you what it looked like. It looked like an Oakland Athletics game. And that's where I go, if I own this team, I would be in overdrive to get my product to where people wanted to be there. So, look, I think there could be more nights like it next year, Mike. I do. But they got to spend. It's got to be 2 free agents. People know who they are, either trade or free agency. Colt Keith, Riley Green, and then, yes, the promise of tomorrow, the promise of Jackson Jobe, the promise of it won't be Max Clark, but you get my
Chase
point.
Young probably.
If he could hit a fastball. But yes, it's just they have an opportunity to give you what you want, but I don't have a lot of faith.
I get it.
I'm
I
sorry.
understand why.
I feel terrible.
Look,
I don't want to be that way.
The resume speaks for itself, Mike, and you can't argue with that because of all sports, baseball always seems to find its level. And unfortunately, the level the last decade in this town has been below sea level.
And I'd love to tell you it'd be this season. But the problem is,
they're not going to pass 4 teams.
Well, the issue is the math is very difficult. They've only got 65 games left, and they're 7 games behind the Red Sox, the Royals, and I think 5 games behind the Astros. I don't buy the Rays. I'm cool if you guys don't either.
No.
But my issue is you're still in a position where you're trading Gio Urshela. You're trading Jack Flaherty. You're trading Carson Kelly. It's hard for me, beyond it just being nice to see them win, giving people some joy this weekend with a couple of walk-offs, one of which Dave Roberts should be fired for. But we don't do LA radio, and no one here cares. The point is, on that level, it's nice. But no, it's hard to buy in based on if you're trading these people. Now, again, I'm going to bring up an idea with you later this week. There are going to be players traded with term. It's going to be very expensive. But if you could make a trade where you're a buyer, but it's also adding to your core.
Right.
I think that's a way to engage the fan base where it could bring you to the ballpark because it's just a better product. Will they do it? I highly doubt it. But we'll talk about it. 248-539-9797. Kenny will get the ticket text momentarily. We'll take care of some business, get a few phone calls as well. Touch the table on football, bottom of the hour. And yes, Scooble got screwed. If you want to call and invent on that, you can. But really, who cares about the All-Star game? We all know he should be starting it. But is there anyone really upset about it? I doubt it. Prove me wrong. 97.1. Oh, that's right, Rico. It is free. We do appreciate you listening. Mike Stone with us this week. Rico traveling the world.
Where's he going? Where is he?
That's again,
it's his own business, I guess.
Privacy is priceless. Okay. Let the man live his life. All I know is he's not here.
Okay.
Okay, that's not appropriate. Kenny, the ticket text, please.
For me, DFA Javi Baez, that would show that the failure is not going to be tolerated anymore. Mike in Madison Heights.
Keep going.
I'm a very loyal Tigers fan. It doesn't take anything for me to go. Fairweather fans only show up when the team wins.
Hold on. Now listen. Listen. That's one of the lamest fan bits out there. The team hasn't made the playoffs in a decade. They've gone through long stretches where they don't look like they're particularly engaged. Okay? You had an offseason where Miggy money off the books, you did next to nothing, and what you did do, your GM lit the money on fire with Maeda and Canna. I don't think it's appropriate to blame fans. I don't. I blame fans like you who don't get angry enough and hold the team accountable.
You can do both, though. You can be angry, and because it's summer, it's baseball. I think every Tiger fan, whether you're pissed at him or not, should at least go to 1 or 2 games a year.
Tony, that's where I'm at. Is I'll go to a game or two. I'll do the daiquiri thing like we joke about.
You're a daiquiri guy.
But after we get back and after the game's over, it's still the resentment towards the offseason of nothing.
Right,
it's still
I
there.
agree. Yes.
Like, I love the fact they've caught fire, but the problem is it's still like driving into a brick wall because you're dealing Flaherty. Now, look, would I go to Flaherty right now and be like, Jack, straight up, do you want to be a Tiger? Let's get a deal done. If the answer is anything other than hell yes, I have to trade him.
Yes.
And if that's the case, I can't buy into a second half Arizona Diamondbacks miracle.
No, absolutely not.
Which sucks because I want to because of what you talked about.
Right. It was a fun night at the
ballpark. I'm going to sound like Howard Dean before this is all over. Let's go to the people. Go to Matt 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? Just watching you guys on Twitch. So I have the NCAA game, and I am, without Ryan Day, going to restore the Buckeyes and destroy Harbaugh as many times as I can. Okay. I also went to Wayne State, so I'm going to play a dynasty with them and see what I can do for them.
Oh, what's Joyke Bell look like on that game?
I don't know. I haven't checked yet. I literally just unwrapped it.
There it is.
I've been driving back.
Matt, it's a big day, and that's the beauty of it. Look, the sport itself.
Single, no kids, so I don't have anything to distract me.
Rock and roll, slowest sports week of the year. You have a blast. I'm telling you. Kenny already told his girl, don't talk to me. She's out.
You're going to get me in trouble, man. I never said that once.
You said that at the 3:45 break. Kenny, God, he gets so bent out of shape. Clearly, none of that's real.
I've cheated on her before.
I did not say that. I would never make that accusation. Oh, my God, Kenneth. All right, my God. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on?
Oh, Mike, where do I start? Okay, I know you don't really care about the All-Star game. It's kind of like you just treat it like every other All-Star game. It doesn't matter. But, Mike, this announcement, it really pissed me off. I'm telling you, man. When I heard that announcement on Doug and Carr's show that Corbin Burns would start for the American League over Tarik Skubal, it filled me with an extremely unhealthy amount of rage. I know it doesn't matter, but I care way too much. Skubal's leading the league in basically every pitching category and is the front runner for the Cy Young. Put him in the start of the game!
You're right.
Nobody looked at Tigers fans and Tarik Skubal as a front runner and spit in your face. And yeah, Scott, I blame you because this is your fault too. Your team sucked too long because your off season was garbage. Oh, you're upset, Tigers fans? Well, Burns is on an actual playoff team. That's cute. That's cute, MLB. Why don't you stick it in that purse, you scumbag?
Oh, my God.
And that young players routine, Scott, save it. And by the way, MLB, you gave Paul Skeens the nod for the NL. What's his excuse? He got the nod for the freaking All-Star game. He just got here like 5 minutes ago.
All right. Listen, Nick, it's 90.
They're on a team that they haven't done anything since We Are family. Right. They're not going anywhere this year.
All right.
Come on.
All right.
I originally liked the skiing thing. I was okay with it, but this is like, man, just be consistent. If you're just going to pick the best guys from the playoff teams, I mean, come on.
I agree with that premise. Nick, I can't.
I love the fact that he's pissed off.
I'm not mad at Nick. It's just the All-Star game has morphed into garbage. You're right in everything you say. I just don't know where to look. Save the anger for James Franklin. I'm 99% sure that's Penn State, Nick. Save it for that. That matters.
Oh, poor Nick.
Don't. Not on the All-Star game. We can all look at each other and agree Scooble deserves to be starting it. But in the grand scheme of things, what is it? How many people are actually even going to watch the All-Star game?
It gets less and less each year.
It's the Pro Bowl. That's all it is.
Yeah, and it used to be so much fun.
I know. You're going to tell us about Ray Fosse.
No.
I just, come on.
No, the Dave Parker throw was better, actually. But no, seriously, when you were a kid and they used to introduce the players.
It mattered.
It mattered. And even if you had a crappy team, I had to edit myself there for a second, and there were years when I was growing up when the Phillies were awful, and they'd have, and you'd
weren't they the A's back then?
No. They did play each other this weekend, by the way. They scored that game 18-3. Anyway,
Stoney graduated high school with Connie Mack. I'm saying, just come on, go.
Jimmy Fox,
right, exactly,
with 2 X's. My favorite player. But like when they announce the guy from your team, you like felt a little sense of pride. Even here, I imagine the kids, they love the fact when Damian Easley was an all-star when he got to play. I mean, hell, we had Gregory Soto be an all-star for 2 years in a row. That's how. But it's kind of a cool thing.
I think it's just something like a lot of things in sports that have just aged out.
Yeah.
I can't get excited about it. Do I feel like Scooble deserved it? Of course I do. But
yeah,
in the end, it's like
I know,
like Stoney. 20 years ago, you could probably do a topic on a home run derby. Or you could probably do a topic on the All-Star game tomorrow.
Yeah.
You could never pull that off now. Not if you planned on having an audience.
No, unless there was something, some epic, unless there was
like
a Ray Fosse incident.
Right. Like if tomorrow night you've got like Ohtani taking a baseball bat to someone's head. All right, we got a little sizzle here now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like, like Scooble gets out there and like smokes, somebody in the head with a baseball and there's a brawl.
Right.
Okay.
And it's an Oriole because he's pissed off that Burns is starting.
Right.
Yes, we'd have a problem.
What if he, what if he just fights Corbin Burns? I don't know. I'm with you. And it's just hard to generate an anger that Nick has for it. Let's go to Marty, 97.1. Hi, Marty. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. I'm just saying that the interleague play killed the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Before it was a novelty.
Good point.
And now it's just run of the mill. Oh, we had the Dodgers in, and then, we'll see the Cardinals or whoever.
Marty, you're right.
How old are you, Marty?
I'm past 50, that's for sure.
Okay, so I'm past 60. So what killed the All-Star, besides that, and you're correct, was in a weird way all the games being on television. Because when I was a kid, the only time you got to see the American League was the Saturday afternoon game of the week, the All-Star game, and the World Series. That was it.
What about Twib Notes?
I love Twib Notes. One of the great baseball themes of all time. Twib Notes were great this week in baseball.
But yeah.
But seriously,
guys like us, though, Marty, like me, you, Stoney, like you're right. There was something, it was unique. Well, and again, it's a lot like what college football used to be. It was unique to see these new teams or to see a new matchup. Now they've homogenized it where you're right. It's not, it is special to see Ohtani, but it was the idea that this is the only time these players will face each other except the World Series.
Right.
Exactly. And now I might watch.
When you look back on, the 71 All-Star game here.
For God's sakes. Mike, that's 53 years ago.
But the names, Mays, Mantle, Aaron, Reggie with the home run. Okay, I'm done. You can't.
Kenny, I often say when you look back at the 1953 All-Star game.
No, I'm not going that far back. And I only mentioned 71 because it was played here.
Up next, Stoney's pre-integration memories. Josh Gibson was robbed.
When's that big Satchel Paige discussion happening at?
He saw him live. That's okay. That's enough. Any ticket text, and then I'll take care of some business, and we'll check in on the world of football as well.
I saw Stefan Page live.
Okay, come on. Jesus.
Former Chiefs for 800, Alex.
Kenny, please say something.
A proper offseason will get me to Comerica Park next year, but I need to see it before I believe it.
I think I'm with this ticket texter. I don't know if that's where their head is at, but I'm telling you.
Are we worried about another botch trade deadline like last year's, boys?
No, I'm not. I think people learn from their mistakes, and that's one of Detroit's great sports mysteries. I would love to hear on the record what the hell happened, because I believe it was they just got screwed by the Dodgers and more by Rodriguez than anybody else.
All right, we'll get to the world of football momentarily. A lot of you guys are going to need to replace your roof this summer. It's straight up. But be forewarned, there are companies out there that skip over what could be the most important step in the process, attic ventilation. Look, it's simple. If you don't have proper air circulation, you put a new roof on there. Then you're going to deal with mold, wood rot, leaks, total destruction. Bottom line, you need Victors, because the one thing they don't skip is that they start the process with that. A circulation plan. It's essentially the foundation the roof is built upon. And they're going to take you through the whole process. And every Victors roof comes with a well-thought-out plan, and they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Call for your free roof inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you book that appointment online anytime at Victors.com. All right, why settle for any concrete floor anywhere that looks bad? I mean, it's a ridiculous premise. I mean, at home, maybe it's your garage concrete or your basement. At work, maybe it's your warehouse or retail space. In one day, Comer & Cross is going to transform your concrete floor, and you're going to love it. It's just that easy. Call them right now. Comer & Cross operators standing by. They'll answer any questions you have, and you can schedule a complimentary concrete floor inspection. Even their new number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It is the gold standard. More 5-star reviews than anyone, and they're verified. They're not little bots. And in one day, you're going to have a gleaming new, guaranteed Comer & Cross concrete floor. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to ComerandCrossGarage.com.
Two 539-9797 is the telephone number. Stony in for the vacationing Rico Beard. Jeff Rieger will follow this wonderful program. The biggest news of the day, sports-wise, obviously. Skubal getting screwed. And you look over all the data out there. Corbin Burnes, former Cy Young Award winner with a great team, having a terrific season. 2.43 ERA, 104 WHIP, 9-4, 19 starts. Seth Lugo, he's not starting either. Burnes is the starter. Seth Lugo, 2.48 ERA, 1.09 WHIP, 116 strikeouts, 30 walks, 11-4, 16 starts. Pretty damn good. Some guy named Skubal, Tariq Skubal, 2.41 ERA. By my math and my eyes, that's better than the previous two. His WHIP, 0.88. That is also better than the other two. Strikeouts, 140. Walks, 21. Record, 10-3. Bruce Bochy, thank you very much. You screwed, not the Detroit Tigers, a little bit of our fans. You screwed Tariq Skubal. Now, starting pitcher's probably only going to win an inning anyway. I get it. It's not that big of a deal. But the honor for arguably the best pitcher in baseball, let alone the favorite to win the Cy Young Award right now, it's kind of disgusting that he's not the starter. Disgusting? Maybe a little harsh, but it's disappointing. How about that?
It would be way more disappointing if anybody actually cared about the All-Star game. That's the shame in all this is it's like, it's nobody can see this. Nobody's hearing this.
Yes.
It's a tree falling in the woods.
I know. Well, you need idiots like myself to call like national radio shows, like the MLB Network, and, raise some hell. That's what needs to happen.
I just don't know that there's going to be a lot of hell raising because of this,
I know. Because I've been known, Mike is hiding from me. I've been known to do that. Max from Michigan calling MLB Network.
I heard you call Mad Dog Radio once.
You did?
15 years ago.
Yes.
You're
I
sick.
do that. I know. I love sports radio. And every once in a while, I'll be Max from Michigan. You'll hear me on NHL radio once in a while.
Kenny, Ticket Text, Rieger's plugging in. We'll get him involved. I will tell you, Rieger's, the tan is incredible.
I know. He's looking
Are you
good.
ever inside? Like, are you doing landscaping these days? What's going on with you? Like, are you out in the yard all day?
So my daughter just learned to ride a bike. So we go on bike rides every day. And then I also, every now and then I get on the course. So
okay.
I'm just telling you. Did you play this week?
What's that?
Did you play this weekend? Or?
I played yesterday. I actually played with Freddie the Pizza Man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, can I tell? Should I say
what
this?
What are we doing here?
I took 70 from him.
Oh. Kenny, a ticket. All right, well, he's plugged in. All right, well, what's coming up next
I don't think
on the
he'll
show?
mind. He usually beats me. All right, so we're going to talk about the Tigers, obviously. I cannot believe I was listening a little bit to Doug, to you guys. I heard, was it Mark Ryan on Thursday after the Flaherty start? All throughout the weekend, I heard Caputo. I've heard everybody. And this theme keeps coming up about the Tigers. That could not be more wrong. It's actually asinine in my belief. So once you get past like all the joy and the two walk-offs against the Dodgers.
That to me, I poo-pooed too.
Yeah. Once you get past it, and by the way, it was really fun.
Yes.
But once you get past it, I think you're going to agree with me. So we're going to start at 6 with that, not to mention 9 o'clock. We're on for 4 hours, no Wojo. But 9 o'clock in honor of NCAA football. I think he took the day off to play.
No,
Could you imagine?
He's too hammered.
No,
to
Wojo
operate
took
a
the day
controller.
off for detox
Probably-
because his
His
family came
was
in.
here.
Oh, that
Do you
you're
know how
right
many
about that.
bottles of gin?
Oh, man.
It's like Vegas vacation. You can
Yeah.
dig
Oh.
up all the bottles in the backyard.
The cleaning lady that cleans his house is going to have a lot of recyclables.
Oh, I know.
But by the way, I filled in for the morning show. I think it was on Thursday because Cookies took 2 days off to spend some wife time so he can play the NCAA game all week.
Right.
Which is kind of genius, to
Right,
tell you
and
the
I
truth.
was in here with Rico on Thursday, right? Or no.
Well, I think you were the next day with John.
Oh, right. Yes.
So I was there with John on Thursday, and he informed me
Right.
why Cookies wasn't there. I'm like, oh, that's genius. That's brilliant. I'm like,
What,
so
to take a vacation and spend time with your wife?
right, but
How's that breaking news?
No, he was spending the 2 days with his wife because this week he can't spend time with his wife because he's going to be playing the game.
Yeah, and our podcast starts back up on August 6th. Like, he may as well just be single. There's no time.
But anyway,
once football comes back, there's no time.
I tried to get John to agree to play Jim in NCAA football.
He should play
He
Rico.
wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it.
Why?
He said it wouldn't be any fun. He said he can't do anything that he's going to lose at. He would have to practice way too much. He poo-pooed it. He wouldn't do it. He actually said he wanted to be paid $1,000.
What?
Ridiculous. Couldn't believe it. What a great
Here,
show
I'll tell you
that
what.
would be.
I'll pay him $1,000 for an honest opinion about U of M football.
Oh!
That'd be a first. Sorry, that's
Karina, so you're on for 4 hours tonight, huh?
Yeah, we got a 4-hour marathon. We got all kinds of stuff, guys. We got some fun stuff. We got some sports stuff.
You going to get into Scooble getting screwed at all?
Oh, yeah. We'll hit on
He should
that.
be starting the All-Star
Yes,
game, but I can't yell about it. I don't care about the
data
All-Star
The
game.
data is overwhelming.
I saw the side-by-side. It's insane.
It's not close.
I mean, just the whip alone is jaw-dropping. Like, what are we doing here? And, you know,
here's what you're going to do.
Is Bruce Bochy going to talk tomorrow?
He's going to have essentially the 1 or 1A season in modern Tigers history, and you're going to waste it. That's what makes me so angry.
Yes. Isn't it funny that was the one game they lost this weekend?
Yes.
The Scooble start?
Because I was there.
Oh, that was a great game. I mean,
I'll
the
tell you
ballpark
one thing.
looked gorgeous.
They owe Dave Roberts edible arrangements for yesterday. And I know we're not doing like KTLA here. I'll leave it alone.
Does it make up for not walking Otani?
I got to tell you, that was such a boneheaded decision that nobody talks about. Like, I get it. Will Smith hits lefties better. Like, I was so outraged on Friday that you pitched to Otani, who was 0 for 4, and you allow the best hitter of our generation,
He's
maybe.
Barry Bonds.
He
you
is.
just put
He's-
him on base.
Exactly. And the other thing, too, is that and this is my problem with AJ. AJ, good skipper. And I know Mike loves that term.
Please don't use
However,
the word. I hate the term
So do I.
skipper.
I don't think he has the ability to make the gut decision. You look like a
Was he
moron
asked
when you
about-
allow Shohei to beat you.
Did you ask him? Were you at the game?
I was
Friday
not
night?
at the game.
Was he asked about it?
He was. And he said, essentially, I had two bad decisions. I had two bad choices, rather, whether it's Will Smith or whether it's Shohei Ohtani. But here's what he could have done. He actually, it's crazy. He could have actually brought a righty, walk Ohtani, bring a righty in, and have the righty pitch to Smith.
Save for the show.
Oh,
just save it for the show.
All
You're
right.
going to be all right.
All right. Anyway.
Michael, tremendous
We'll-
first day
we'll
in the
see you
books.
tomorrow.
I'll be here.
Oh, you guys are on all week?
All week. The Godfather celebration all week.
There is no baseball game to shorten your show either.
No.
You never get to experience that.
Never.
Or lengthen it. All right.
There you
we'll
go.
talk to you guys tomorrow at 2. Rieger's next.